In the hospital for at least 7 days. Kate?
All right, Molly, thank you. Tonight, we're taking a closer look at veterans who work as military medics. Many who served are struggling to find work in the medical field as a civilian. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist has more on why and what's being done to change it.
As an enlisted sailor, Eric Dodson spent 11 years in the U.S. Navy, trained as a hospital corpsman, working on the front lines, assisting with surgeries and mass casualty incidents.
And it was, hey, we have like 20 people coming in, take care of some, like find someone to take care of them.
After his military service, Dodson volunteered as a registered nurse at a COVID field hospital in New York.
Once that was over, because the mission had finished, I was applying for jobs as an ER tech and being told I wasn't qualified.
Did anyone ask about your work experience, your life experience?
A lot of it was very much, hey, this is an impressive resume, we love this, we'd love to have you, but, you know, you just don't have the right certifications.
Dodson's problem is not unique.
At a time of great need for healthcare workers, we're turning away some of the nation's most qualified, experienced healthcare workers.
According to the Call of Duty Endowment, only a handful of states have clear pathways from military health care to civilian health care jobs.
And you're confronted with these bewildering regulations, and sometimes a lot of these folks just give up and they find other careers, which is a real shame.
The military has found a way to address this problem. Now all enlisted medical personnel come to one place where they learn, they train, and then they're able to take those skills and certifications into the civilian world.
Colonel Richard Villarreal is the Dean of Academics at the Defense Department's Medical Training Campus.
Tactical field care, let's go!
Over time, we've realized that it's better if we can provide each individual soldier, sailor, and airman with something that they can take out to the civilian community once they have finished serving their country in the military.
The military now provides these certificates and even college credits that transfer into the civilian world, too.
They at least have a pathway using one of these bridge programs.
The military shifting to help veterans help more people here at home. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News, Fort Sam Houston, Texas.
There was more violence this holiday weekend from New York to Chicago. Police departments across the country are grappling with how to deal with recent surges in crime. About 4 years ago, the city of Baltimore changed its approach to policing. NBC's Tom Yamas now on how it's working.
On the streets with Baltimore police, responding to a domestic disturbance call as officers tried to gather information. The scene starts to turn. Tempers flaring after an alleged fistfight among family members. Some involved start shouting at officers. 4 years ago, police tell us there would have been arrests here. But now, a focus on de-escalation.
One of the men came in kind of hot. What does your training tell you in that situation?
Try to stay calm and try to keep the party separated.
Baltimore PD is trying to change because they have to. In the wake of the protest over the death of Freddie Gray, who died in 2015 from injuries sustained in police custody, the Justice Department took a hard look at Baltimore PD's tactics and found widespread civil rights violations. That led to the consent decree in 2017, mandating limits on use of force, enhanced civilian oversight, and more de-escalation training.
There's more of a community-oriented approach to everything.
Veteran officer Reese DeKoikoi thinks the changes are working, but a recent survey shows some patrol officers feel vulnerable.
Since the consent decree was implemented, some Baltimore cops have complained that they're apprehensive now about using force, even making a good arrest, because they're not sure if the department is going to have their back.
The perception that you have to be overly aggressive and strong to enforce law is wrong.
Ray Kelly is one of the community organizers who has helped monitor the changes.
If you were to grade the consent decree, what grade would you give it?
I would give the consent decree a C-.
Why?
I think the process itself is slow beyond slow.
4 years in and millions of dollars later, we asked residents in West Baltimore, the most violent area of the city, if they noticed change.
I have not noticed a difference. I feel like there's a lot of resistance.
Some say things have gotten worse.
When I say Baltimore PD, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Phoniness, aggression, targetism, racism.
But Kelly maintains there is some progress.
I can only reflect on the riots and unrest around the country following the George Floyd murder. We didn't have clashes with the police department.
And though some are critical of the pace of change, even Baltimore police acknowledge real change will take time.
It takes like a generation to see that change. You know, you need kids to actually grow up, see what we're about, see what we do.
Trying to overcome decades of mistrust, day by day. Tom Yamas, NBC News, Baltimore.
We're back in a moment with an important warning for parents about tiny batteries easily swallowed by young children and what to do if that happens. Back now with news of the tragic and accidental death of an NHL goalie. Latvian-born Matīs Kivlenieks of the Columbus Blue Jackets was at a party in Michigan yesterday when a firework suddenly struck him in the chest, killing him. He was just 24 years old. And now we turn to a hidden danger in our own homes. Every year, more than 2,000 young children accidentally swallow a button battery, which can be deadly. Katie Beck reports on what you can do to protect your family.
Like most 16-month-olds, Reese was a ball of energy.
She was a spitfire. She made her presence known from the second that she could.
Tragically, in October of 2020, she got a hold of a small button battery from inside a remote control. Her mother, Trista, realized Reese had swallowed it when she noticed the battery missing, and Reese began wheezing. The tiny toddler would undergo several procedures to repair the hole the battery had burned in her esophagus.
It was a lot of battling sedation. It was a lot of waiting for inflammation to go down. It was a lot of praying.
Her fight to survive ended in December.
I never knew of the dangers of button batteries.
They're found in household items like thermometers, calculators, remote controls, watches, even kids' toys and shoes. And in the first 7 months of the pandemic, ER visits related to button batteries rose 93% among young children. If a button battery is ingested, seek medical help immediately. Experts recommend giving honey to children on the way to the ER, 2 teaspoons every 10 minutes for children over a year old, according to Poison Control.
Honey helps to reduce the rate of injury the battery causes once it's lodged in a child's esophagus, creating a physical barrier between the tissue and the battery.
Trista's nonprofit Reese's Purpose now lobbying lawmakers for better safety standards, mandating screws for all products that use button batteries.
I would still have Reese. I'd be picking her up from school right now, and my family was robbed of those moments.
Now living a mission to honor Reese by preventing another family's pain. Katie Beck, NBC News.
That honey tip, so important. Hollywood has lost a legend. Richard Donner, the director who brought Superman to the big screen in 1978, has died. Donner, in his long career, also directed the Lethal Weapon series, The Goonies, and The Omen. He was 91. When we come back, our Harry Smith reflects on a July 4th like no other. Finally tonight, freedom, independence, those words had greater meaning for many this 4th of July. Here's Harry Smith.
Independence Day. It sure feels different this year. To be honest, a lot different. As COVID restrictions dropped, our collective mood elevated. And there are plenty of days now we feel like this guy. Airports are jammed. Hotels are booking up. America is back on the move. Unlocked, unfettered, free. In no small part because so many of us have gotten vaccinated. That's e pluribus unum for you right there. Out of many, one. So we'll be free to picnic and barbecue, free to go to parades and fireworks, free to celebrate. We learned a few things during the pandemic, how pulling together can save lives, how making some personal sacrifices can serve the greater good. As the founders prepared to sign the Declaration of Independence, Ben Franklin famously said, "We must indeed all hang together, or most assuredly we shall hang separately." Yet while they were signing a document declaring all men created equal, 500,000 fellow Americans were property, enslaved people, not equal by any standard. Our history is both woeful and wonderful. Our story should be shared, owned. It endangers no one to understand the sins of our past. For as an old book we've read says, the truth shall set you free. Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
And that is Nightly News for this Monday holiday. Thank you for watching. I'm Kate Snow. For all of us here at NBC News, stay safe. Have a great night.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
Let's get started, though, in Surfside. New this morning, rescue workers are racing the clock there, searching through the rubble as Tropical Storm Elsa threatens to bring rain and wind to the region. The mayor of Miami-Dade County now says that 28 people are confirmed dead and 117 remain unaccounted for. NBC News political reporter Vaughn Hilliard joins us now. Vaughn, good morning. So let's talk first about how the demolition of the remaining part of the tower, we just saw that a couple nights ago. How has that impacted the search?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Officials say that now they have access to every part of that building that collapsed because the rubble, part of that rubble that they say was initially holding up that existing structure that was still standing before it was demolished there on Sunday night. But now with that building down and with the danger of it looming over, gone, they are now able to wholly access that site. They've had, ever since 1 a.m. yesterday morning, those crews on site working through the rubble. But the difficult reality, too, Savannah, is that just 28 individuals have been recovered over these last 13 days of searching. 117 individuals still remain unaccounted for at this time. I want to let you hear, though, directly from Mayor Cava here from Miami-Dade County here, where she addressed what this last 24 hours of the search effort has looked like. Take a listen.
I'm in awe of the men and women of the USAR task force teams who've been continuing to brave dangerous and changing conditions. For 12 days, fire, smoke, and now wind and torrential rain. They are continuing the mission and the search of the collapse area. They've worked under this great difficulty, and they have pulled shifts to rotate because that's how much they want to be out there searching. The first responders are the most frustrated by any delays we have experienced. Truly, they live to save lives.
Officials say that they've now removed 4.8 million tons of cement of that rubble here so far. But these last 24 hours have been critical as part of the search. And the big question, though, is what is the impact of this incoming storm?
Yeah, Vaughn, so let's talk a little bit about that. I mean, we just heard the mayor there say bracing for torrential rain. How can they prepare for this? How can they continue searching with weather conditions like that? What is their plan?
It's difficult, and the first outer layers of that storm, that approaching storm, it struck about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. It had been sunny and humid before that, and then suddenly a cloud of rain, of thunder and lightning, and high winds came in. I think we have video showing the scene of what those workers, what those rescue workers had to go through. And at 2 different points last night, the rescue mission had to come to a temporary halt there because of lightning concerns. The other weather factor that could potentially be an issue here in the next 24, 40 hours ahead is wind. Essentially, they've set a 30-mile-per-hour threshold for which it needs to be under in order to continue their operations. They said rain, though, is not that big of a concern that those rescue operations can continue. The big question is lightning and wind at this point. Right now, Savannah, clearly there's no rain here, but we expect it in the hours ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can just imagine how difficult it is to do a job under conditions like that, never mind even the safety concerns. Vaughn, also, how are local officials assisting families and first responders during this weeks-long rescue mission? I mean, we're hearing these long shifts that these rescue workers are pulling. Obviously, we know how difficult this time is for these families. What kind of assistance are they all getting?
Yeah, and for these families, Savannah, again, 117 individuals still unaccounted for. 28 individuals who have been pronounced deceased. We're talking about homes of family members. We are talking about insurance claims. The officials yesterday were kind of walking through the process in which FEMA is down here working with those families to help file those insurance claims. The big question is, who is going to pay up for the damage, the deaths that were inflicted upon these families? I mean, obviously money can't begin to make up for the losses that this community has experienced. At the same time, there are family members who have lost their loved ones, who are reliant on those loved ones, and they are here to help them through. And again, there is that part of that condo complex where folks watched their livelihoods, their homes, their prized possessions be demolished. They're lucky to be surviving because they were in the complex that did not initially collapse. At the same time, they watched everything that they own go down. There was nothing recovered from their apartments before it was demolished. And for those families, they've lost an awful lot.
Oh, they certainly have. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much. As the search enters its 13th day, questions remain about how this collapse happened in the first place and if it could have been prevented. Alan Kilsheimer joins us now. He's the president and CEO of KCE Structural Engineers. He investigated the 9/11 attacks, and he's been hired by the town of Surfside to investigate this collapse. Alan, thank you so much for being here. I have so many questions for you, so I'm grateful that you're joining us. So first, let's just start with how this is going to work for you. The scene is still the site of an active search and recovery mission. What's your process for investigating how this collapse might have happened while this search is still going on? And also knowing that this is, of course, a lot different than the other things that we know that you've investigated, like the 9/11 attacks, where what happened was obvious. How do you go about this?
Well, given that we don't want to interfere with the rescue operation, starting on Friday when I got here, we have been looking at all the drawings that we can find at the building department, all the information people are sending us, looking at pretty much everything that we can get our hands on. And we are doing computer models, engineering computer models of the building based on the drawings. And we are looking at videos and photographs. And once we get the computer models done, then we will essentially plug in what we see from the videos and stuff that we've seen so far. When the rescue people are completed with their work, we're going to be going onto site to do materials testing and investigation of the below ground information that's there. And then once the Miami-Dade police are done their investigation of the materials that have been removed from the site, we will be searching through all that material. We'll be taking samples of that material and have it tested for various kinds of things that we're looking at to understand what the materials were. And then you plug all that information back into the computer models to see how that impacts what happened. What we are looking for is a trigger, because all the buildings, we've designed buildings for almost 60 years. When you design a building, there are mistakes. When you make mistakes, there's no way out of that. And when they build a building, they don't build exactly what's on the drawings. So we plug all those things in, but those typically are not the trigger. Those things have been there since the building was built. Something started this. It's like at the Pentagon, the World Trade and stuff like that. We knew what started it there, but we don't know what started it here. So we have a list of about 20 or 30 or 40 things that we think could be triggers. And as we're going along, we're eliminating them or reducing the possibility of them impacting it. And then as we do the materials testing and the computer modeling, we will get it down to some number. I doubt that it'll be a single source, but you never know. We did a small computer model to help the rescue folks with what wind force we thought could bring the building down before, and that we shared that with them, and they used that information in what they did. So it's a very long, intricate process. I've said to people before, it's like taking 3 or 4 huge 3,000-piece puzzles, throwing them up in the air, sweeping them around so everything gets mixed up, and then trying to put it back together again.
Yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, when you put it that way, it obviously seems so intricate and difficult. But Alan, I wonder, and I so appreciate you using that term trigger and explaining to me that there's this list of 20 to 30 potential triggers. So as someone who And for many of our viewers who don't, have a deep understanding of structural engineering or the type of thing that you're looking for, I'm wondering if you can explain a little bit more what a trigger might be, because I think a lot of us have been reading so much about this and seeing this information, seeing these documents that for years there were concerns about the makeup of the building, that just days before this happened, someone was there to look at the pool and took pictures of deteriorating concrete. And as somebody, again, with not a deep understanding of structural engineering, you hear that the base of the building where the pool is had deteriorating concrete, and you're kind of like, well, that does seem like a major concern. Is that type of thing a trigger? And when you have something like that, when you have information like that, I'm sure these are the pictures and documents that you've, of course, taken a look at. Is there going to be more of a smoking gun than something like that here?
I don't believe, for instance, the deterioration of the pool that I saw, because I remember there's another building here, the north building, that is similar to this building. So I'm able to go into the north building and see similar things that have not fallen down and in not terrible condition. But that pool photograph is far distant and had nothing to do with the collapse of this building. I am sure of that. The issue is the trigger is, I guess the best way to put it is if I'm standing up and I'm kind of teeter-tottering around because I'm old and feeble, I didn't fall down. But if somebody pulls a rug out from underneath me, then I'm going to fall down, right? I wasn't falling down before, but then somebody pulled the rug, and that's the trigger essentially that made me fall down. That's the best way to describe it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Alan, that's so helpful in understanding as we all wonder how something like this could have happened and what we are going to find here. So thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to join us.
Great. Thank you.
As we mentioned earlier, Tropical Storm Elsa is barreling toward the west coast of Florida after claiming 3 lives in the Caribbean. The National Weather Service warns people should prepare for massive amounts of rain as well as possible tornadoes. Georgia and South Carolina are now under tropical storm watches. A storm surge warning is in effect for most of the western coast of the peninsula. Tampa Bay sits squarely in the middle of Elsa's path, and residents there are beefing up storm preps, remaining optimistic but still being careful.
Whether this one is or not, there's going to be one. We're due for another one. So I lived through Andrew down in Fort Lauderdale. Don't want to go through that again.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Key West, Florida, where conditions deteriorated overnight. Sam, it does not look great there right now. Tell us, how's it been going for you, and how prepared is Key West for Tropical Storm Elsa? Are people worried about this?
Savannah, good morning. I don't think there's a high level of concern simply because they've gone through this so many times, but we're getting hit pretty good right now. Wind speeds are sustained between 25 and 30 miles an hour, but Savannah, overnight, there was a 62-mile-an-hour wind gust in Key West, so certainly the potential is there. As you look around me right now, the Florida Straits, and this is south over my shoulder, are starting to kick up. We're seeing some pretty good surf coming over the wall here. The storm surge is expected to be between 1 and 2 feet. We're expecting 2 to 4 inches of rain. The port closed down temporarily. All flights, Savannah, as you would imagine, on and off of this key are gone and canceled right now, at least through 10 o'clock this morning. You drive through downtown streets, it's kind of eerie because this is such a lively place in general. Yeah. But right now, it is all closed. A little bit of modest flooding that is expected. There were no mandatory evacuation orders, Savannah, but many people were encouraged, if they're close to the water, certainly on their boat or living in an RV or mobile home, to move inland. But right now, the real question is, how much strength is Elsa really going to be picking up as it hits the open water? It's past Cuba now and comes toward Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about as it moves its way up specifically to Tampa Bay. What's the Gulf Coast doing to prepare?
So we're talking about people being advised to have at least 7 days of food and non-perishables, water supplies, to make sure that they have an emergency kit ready. I mean, realistically, we're looking at a storm surge warning, Savannah, that stretches just south of Fort Myers and Naples, all all the way up and kind of curling around the Big Bend area of Florida. That's north of Tampa, and then going out a little bit into the Panhandle as well. What they're looking at is a storm surge there as much as 3 to 5 feet. And let's be clear that when we talk about storm surge, it can be life-threatening inundation. So even in a normal tropical storm, or perhaps a Category 1 storm, which is really the big news today, Savannah, that as it approaches north of Tampa, Elsa has a projected intensity of 70 miles an hour of sustained winds. Once you get to 75, that's when you're in Category 1 status. We're watching that very closely.
Yeah, Sam, and I know something else that you're watching is this storm surge, and that Tampa Bay is particularly vulnerable to that. Tell us why. What's going on in Tampa?
That is true. It's one of the most vulnerable places in the world, and I'm told from the weather experts, it's because of the continental shelf. The way that it's shaped, it's kind of a low gradient, so instead of the water just falling right off, it sits there and pools. They call that bathymetry, and that function makes it more dangerous for people in that area. They have not gotten hit with a major storm in a number of years, but even a Category 1 does pose a risk right now to the Tampa area. So all eyes right now just north of Tampa today.
Absolutely. All right, Sam Brock, those waves do look pretty big behind you. Please stay safe, and thank you for your reporting. Let's get the latest on where Tropical Storm Elsa is right now and what's to come. Bill Cairns, hi, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So we never give up on these storms, especially when they're over the warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico. But this one looks to be in the minor to moderate impact category. You know, I keep going like minor, moderate, high, and then like historical. This would be in most instances a minor storm. If it does get up to maybe a Category 1 hurricane, maybe we'd bump that up to the moderate. It's a small storm, so that helps. You can see where the storm is located. It's not that far away from Key West, only 50 miles away, and the winds are around 40 miles per hour. So that's very doable. By Florida standards, you can handle that. No damage expected at all. And you notice that as far as Surfside goes in the Miami area, winds are only 8 to 15 miles per hour this morning. And this is about as close as the storm is going to get. So that's good news there. They still could get some squalls going through during the day today, but that's about the worst of it. So here's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. 60 mile per hour winds moving north-northwest at about 12. And that big rain shield will slowly be heading northwards during the day today. So it's going to be one of those, soggy travel days, Fort Myers to Naples, and gradually the winds will increase. But again, this is not a big, huge storm, so the highest winds will mostly be offshore, and then maybe later tonight towards Pinellas County, Clearwater Beach area could get some pretty high gusts, especially if it does bump up to 70 or maybe even a Category 1 hurricane. Landfall expected either late tonight or early tomorrow morning, heading up towards Cedar Key, and then the storm will race up the coast. So as far as the biggest concern for me, it's going to be storm surge warning. All those little back bays there, all the water is going to pile up when the south wind moves in, when the storm's closest to you. Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Sarasota, the Tampa, Hernando Beach, and Cedar Key. So that's that 3 to 5 feet. If it happens at high tide, we'd add another foot to that. So that's why we could have some problems with some water there. As far as peak wind gusts go, though, Savannah, I really don't have much concerns. I don't think we're going to see hardly any wind damage with this storm. The only exception would be if we get any tornadoes. We can get sometimes tornadoes with these landfalling storms, so that would be a different concern later this afternoon.
All right, Bill, thank you so much, and I know we'll be back with you shortly for the forecast for the rest of the country. See you in a bit. The 4th of July was the first major holiday where life felt almost normal, with most COVID restrictions lifted nationwide. Nearly 2 million people passed through TSA checkpoints every day this weekend, and gatherings on beaches and at parades were back in full swing. But the health officials in the White House aren't letting their guard down. 67% of U.S. adults have received at least one dose. That's short of the president's goal of 70%. The rapidly spreading Delta variant is renewing efforts to get more shots in arms to avoid a major surge in cases. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns is following the latest COVID headlines this morning. Dasha, good morning. So we've, of course, talked quite a bit about outreach and programs to get people who've been on the fence about the vaccine to go ahead and get the shot, like bringing the shot to places where they're going to be anyway, commuter hubs, things like that. So tell us about this latest push to vaccinate more Americans.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of celebration over the weekend. And even though the White House fell short of their goal of 70% by the 4th of July, President Biden still striking a pretty optimistic tone over the weekend, but also saying that getting vaccinated is the most patriotic thing that Americans could do. And Savannah, while so many folks celebrated, breathed a sigh of relief that we're rounding the bend here with the pandemic, there are still many parts of this country where the vaccination rate is lagging. Looking at states like Mississippi, where the amount of people with one dose is just 36%. Louisiana, where that number is 39%. States like Idaho, Wyoming, Alabama, 40% of people with at least one dose. And those are the areas where those low vaccination rates are making those communities more vulnerable to the Delta variant, which is spreading, especially among that unvaccinated population, Savannah.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, Dasha, I have one to ask you about that's concerning. It's sad. The CDC is now investigating the death of a 13-year-old Michigan boy who died days after getting his second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. What are you learning about that investigation and what might have happened here?
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, 13-year-old Jacob Kleinick died in his sleep 3 days after receiving his second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. His aunt telling the Detroit Free Press that he was healthy with no underlying conditions. And the county health department in Saginaw County, where Jacob was from, telling local press, confirming the CDC is investigating whether there is a correlation between his death and the vaccine. And that is the important thing to note here, Savannah. There are still a lot of questions. There is not yet a confirmed connection between his death and the vaccine. And examiners say that it could still be months before this investigation is complete.
Absolutely important context there. Dasha, also, let's stay on Pfizer. Researchers in Israel say the vaccine is less effective against the Delta variant. How much protection do people have? What's Pfizer saying about this? And if you got this shot, is there anything you need to know?
Yeah, Israel's health ministry saying that Pfizer is less effective against the Delta variant than previous strains, according to a preliminary study. The data shows full inoculation is 64% effective at preventing infection. That's compared to 94% with previous strains. But here's the key piece here. Again, it is still highly effective against preventing hospitalization, showing a 93% effectiveness rate at preventing hospitalization, Savannah.
And that is something so important to keep in mind and to keep you safe. Dasha, thank you so much. The United Kingdom has had one of the longest lockdowns in the world, but now we're seeing plans that would scrap virtually all remaining COVID-19 restrictions. No more social distancing, no mask mandate, and all in just under 2 weeks' time. Announcing the change, Prime Minister Boris Johnson said it was time for government to step back.
We must be honest with ourselves that if we can't reopen our society in the next few weeks, when we will be helped by the arrival of summer and by the school holidays, then we must ask ourselves, when will we be able to return to normal? We'll move away from legal restrictions and allow people to make their own informed decisions about how to manage the virus.
NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now from London. Ali, good morning. So a big step for the UK if these measures are approved. Tell us more about the government's plans and why now? Why is this the time after they've had such a long lockdown?
Good morning, Savannah. That's right. It's the final decision will be made next week on the last phase of a very ambitious roadmap to lift all restrictions on COVID-19, pretty much all restrictions. Look, the country, as you mentioned, has been under very draconian measures for a year and a half almost now, and now they're going to the total opposite and opening up the country almost completely. There'll be no limit on social contact. Groups of any number of people can gather indoors or outdoors together. There'll be no more social distancing. You don't have to keep 6 feet apart from anyone other than very specific places like the airport. All businesses will now be allowed to open, including nightclubs. There'll be no capacities at large events like sporting venues. So it's a big open up.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've seen, though, cases are rising in the UK due to the Delta variant, much like they are here in the US. Do you think that could mean the government will reimpose some rules if things get worse as they open up?
Well, look, Savannah, Boris Johnson is taking the country into uncharted territory. Nobody else has lifted these sort of restrictions anywhere else in the world, especially as the highly contagious Delta variant is so prevalent. So he's taking a big gamble, and he's betting on the UK's rapid vaccine rollout program to offer broad protection to a lot of people. And it's been very effective. 86% of adults have received one shot. 64% of adults have received 2 shots. So he's betting on that to offer a lot of protection and not put a lot of strain on the NHS system. But if it doesn't work, he said that he would reluctantly have to reintroduce measures, something he doesn't want to do. And if he does have to do that, it'll probably show that he jumped the gun by removing all of these restrictions, and it will be an embarrassing U-turn for him. Already the leader of the Labour opposition party has said that the moves Boris Johnson is making are reckless, but only time will tell whether he's made the right decision or not. He's also betting on the summer months to afford a bit of cushioning because the schools will be closed and people will gather outdoors more than indoors.
All right. Ali, thank you so much. Let's now get a check on your morning news now weather around the rest of the country. Bill Cairns is back as promised. Hey there.
Hey, so let's talk about what's going to happen with Elsa after Florida, because it's going to have a lot of impacts going up the coast. So as we go through the landfall, that's going to be sometime either late Tuesday into early Wednesday morning. And then as we go throughout Wednesday, the storm will move up through Georgia. And then by the time we get to Thursday morning, it's heading up through the Carolinas. By Thursday afternoon and evening, some of that's through the mid-Atlantic region. And again, it's not going to be just winds, but there will be some periods of very heavy rain. Obviously, with any landfalling tropical system, you worry about flooding. But Florida has sandy soil, so I don't think it's going to be too bad. But then that rainfall will be heavy up through the Carolinas, into North Carolina. And then there's a lot of moisture that's going to be available with thunderstorms and Elsa, a combination of the two separate systems combining for a heavy rain event into the Northeast. So for today, we are concerned with the chance of tornadoes in areas of central Florida and in southwest Florida during the day today. If we're going to get a lot of damage from this storm, it would likely be from any tornadoes that spawn. Hopefully they won't, but that's a possibility. And then also in the Northeast today, we're expecting some strong storms. 36 million people at risk, including the New York City area, Hartford, Boston, Providence, Albany, New York, to Binghamton, Scranton. Damaging wind definitely with the strongest storms, but maybe even a chance of an isolated tornado. And it's also very hot and humid throughout the I-95 corridor. 29 million people under heat advisories from Boston to New York to Philly to Baltimore. It's kind of a 2-day heat wave, and then the rainfall from Elsa will cool everyone off. So the forecast for today, obviously the tropical storm is going to get all the attention and its effects in areas of the west coast of Florida, but I don't want to forget about our friends in the west, Savannah. It's 104 today in Boise. We are going to see another pretty epic heat wave towards the end of this week in the west. Once Elsa's done, we're going to talk more about this, another significant heat wave for the West Coast, the least thing that they want to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. Oof. All right, Bill, thank you so much. See you next hour.
Yeah.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
Sunglasses on, looking at the sky, a certain sunny way of life. Baby, unleash your brighter side. Don't stop the feeling. Na, 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 na. Hey, na, 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 na. Don't stop the feeling.
Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, death toll rising. 4 more victims have been pulled from the rubble in Surfside as rescue officials brace for Tropical Storm Elsa. Plus, new questions arise about the condo's initial collapse. The latest coming up from South Florida. Making landfall. Meanwhile, Elsa has hit Florida, now making its way up the state's Gulf Coast, bringing with it widespread storm surge warnings, blistering winds, and heavy rains. An update from where the storm is making landfall next. Tiny danger, a common household item used to power so many everyday devices, could prove deadly for children. The potentially life-saving trick every parent should know. And descending into chaos, contentious discussions happening at school board meetings across the country as the future of critical race theory and other progressive policies are considered. We'll travel to one county in Northern Virginia where death threats and harassment are now part of the conversation. Let's get started, though, in Surfside. New this morning, rescue workers are racing the clock there, searching through the rubble as Tropical Storm Elsa threatens to bring rain and wind to the region. The mayor of Miami-Dade County now says that 28 people are confirmed dead and 117 remain unaccounted for. NBC News political reporter Vaughn Hilliard joins us now. Vaughn, good morning. So let's talk first about how the demolition of the remaining part of the tower, we just saw that a couple nights ago, how has that impacted the search?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Officials say that now they have access to every part of that building that collapsed because the rubble, part of that rubble that they say was initially holding up that existing structure that was still standing before it was demolished there on Sunday night. But now with that building down and with the danger of it looming over, gone, they are now able to wholly access that site. They've had, ever since 1 a.m. yesterday morning, those crews on site working through the rubble. But the difficult reality, too, Savannah, is that just 28 individuals have been recovered over these last 13 days of searching. 117 individuals still remain unaccounted for at this time. I want to let you hear, though, directly from Mayor Cava here from Miami-Dade County here, where she addressed what this last 24 hours of the search effort has looked like. Take a listen.
I'm in awe of the men and women of the USAR task force teams who've been continuing to brave dangerous and changing conditions. For 12 days, fire, smoke, and now wind and torrential rain. They are continuing the mission and the search of the collapse area. They've worked under this great difficulty, and they have pulled shifts to rotate because that's how much they want to be out there searching. The first responders are the most frustrated by any delays we have experienced. Truly, they live to save lives.
Officials say that they've now removed 4.8 million tons of cement of that rubble here so far. But these last 24 hours have been critical as part of the search. And the big question, though, is what is the impact of this incoming storm?
Yeah, Vaughn, so let's talk a little bit about that. I mean, we just heard the mayor there say bracing for torrential rain. How can they prepare for this? How can they continue searching with weather conditions like that? What is their plan?
It's difficult, and the first outer layers of that storm, that approaching storm, it struck about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. It had been sunny and humid before that, and then suddenly a cloud of rain, of thunder and lightning, and high winds came in. I think we have video showing the scene of what those workers, what those rescue workers had to go through. And at 2 different points last night, the rescue mission had to come to a temporary halt there because of lightning concerns. The other weather factor that could potentially be an issue here in the next 24, 40 hours ahead is wind. Essentially, they've set a 30-mile-per-hour threshold for which it needs to be under in order to continue their operations. They said rain, though, is not that big of a concern that those rescue operations can continue. The big question is lightning and wind at this point. Right now, Savannah, clearly there's no rain here, but we expect it in the hours ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can just imagine how difficult it is to do a job under conditions like that, never mind even the safety concerns. Vaughn, also, how are local officials assisting families and first responders during this weeks-long rescue mission? I mean, we're hearing these long shifts that these rescue workers are pulling. Obviously, we know how difficult this time is for these families. What kind of assistance are they all getting?
Yeah, and for these families, Savannah, again, 117 individuals still unaccounted for. 28 individuals who have been pronounced deceased. We're talking about homes of family members. We are talking about insurance claims. The officials yesterday were kind of walking through the process in which FEMA is down here working with those families to help file those insurance claims. The big question is, who is going to pay up for the damage, the deaths that were inflicted upon these families? I mean, obviously, money can't begin to make up for the losses that this community has experienced. At the same time, there are family members who have lost their loved ones, who are reliant on those loved ones, and they are here to help them through. And again, there is that part of that condo complex where folks watched their livelihoods, their homes, their prized possessions be demolished. They're lucky to be surviving, because they were in the complex that did not initially collapse at the same time. They watched everything that they owned go down. There was nothing recovered from their apartments before it was demolished. And for those families, they've lost an awful lot.
Oh, they certainly have. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much.
Sunglasses on, looking at the sky. A certain sunny way of life. Baby, unleash your brighter side. Don't stop the feeling. Na, 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 na. Hey, na, 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 na. Don't stop the feeling.
As the search enters its 13th day, questions remain about how this collapse happened in the first place and if it could have been prevented. Alan Kilsheimer joins us now. He's the president and CEO of KCE Structural Engineers. He investigated the 9/11 attacks, and he's been hired by the town of Surfside to investigate this collapse. Alan, thank you so much for being here. I have so many questions for you, so I'm grateful that you're joining us. So first, let's just start with how this is going to work for you. The scene is still the site of an active search and recovery mission. What's your process for investigating how this collapse might have happened while this search is still going on? And also knowing that this is, of course, a lot different than the other things that we know that you've investigated, like the 9/11 attacks, where what happened was obvious. How do you go about this?
Well, given that we don't want to interfere with the rescue operation, starting on Friday when I got here, we have been looking at all the drawings that we can find at the building department, all the information people are sending us, looking at pretty much everything that we can get our hands on. And we are doing computer models, engineering computer models of the building based on the drawings. And we are looking at videos and photographs. And once we get the computer models done, then we will essentially plug in what we see from the videos and stuff that we've seen so far. When the rescue people are completed with their work, we're going to be going onto site to do materials testing and investigation of the below ground information that's there. And then once the Miami-Dade police are done their investigation of the materials that have been removed from the site, we will be searching through all that material. We'll be taking samples of that material and have it tested for various kinds of things that we're looking at to understand what the materials were. And then you plug all that information back into the computer models to see how that impacts what happened. What we are looking for is a trigger, because all the buildings, we've designed buildings for almost 60 years. When you design a building, there are mistakes. When you make mistakes, there's no way out of that. And when they build a building, they don't build exactly what's on the drawings. So we plug all those things in, but those typically are not the trigger. Those things have been there since the building was built. Something started this. It's like at the Pentagon, the World Trade and stuff like that. We knew what started it there, but we don't know what started it here. So we have a list of about 20 or 30 or 40 things that we think could be triggers. And as we're going along, we're eliminating them or reducing the possibility of them impacting it. And then as we do the materials testing and the computer modeling, we will get it down to some number. I doubt that it'll be a single source, but you never know. We did a small computer model to help the rescue folks with what wind force we thought could bring the building down before, and we shared that with them, and they used that information in what they did. So it's a very long, intricate process. I've said to people before, it's like taking 3 or 4 huge 3,000-piece puzzles, throwing them up in the air, sweeping them around so everything gets mixed up, and then trying to put it back together again.
Yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, when you put it that way, it obviously seems so intricate and difficult. But Alan, I wonder, and I so appreciate you using that term trigger and explaining to me that there's this list of 20 to 30 potential triggers. So as someone who, and for many of our viewers who don't, have a deep understanding of structural engineering or the type of thing that you're looking for, I'm wondering if you can explain a little bit more what a trigger might be, because I think a lot of us have been reading so much about this and seeing this information, seeing these documents that for years there were concerns about the makeup of the building, that just days before this happened, someone was there to look at the pool and took pictures of deteriorating concrete. And as somebody, again, with not a deep understanding of structural engineering, you hear that the base of the building where the pool is had deteriorating concrete, and you're kind of like, well, that does seem like a major concern. Is that type of thing a trigger? And when you have something like that, when you have information like that, I'm sure these are the pictures and documents that you've, of course, taken a look at. Is there going to be more of a smoking gun than something like that here?
I don't believe, for instance, the deterioration of the pool that I saw, because I remember there's another building here, the north building, that is similar to this building. So I'm able to go into the north building and see similar things that have not fallen down and in not, not terrible condition. But that pool photograph is far distant and had nothing to do with the collapse of this building. I am sure of that. The issue is, the trigger is, I guess the best way to put it is if I'm standing up and I'm kind of teeter-tottering around because I'm old and feeble, I didn't fall down. But if somebody pulls a rug out from underneath me, then I'm going to fall down, right? I wasn't falling down before, but then somebody pulled the rug, and that's the trigger, essentially, that made me fall down. That's the best way to describe it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Alan, that's so helpful in understanding as we all wonder how something like this could have happened and what we are going to find here. So thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to join us.
Great. Thank you.
As we mentioned earlier, Tropical Storm Elsa is barreling toward the west coast of Florida after claiming 3 lives in the Caribbean. The National Weather Service warns people should prepare for massive amounts of rain as well as possible tornadoes. Georgia and South Carolina are now under tropical storm watches. A storm surge warning is in effect for most of the western coast of the peninsula. Tampa Bay sits squarely in the middle of Elsa's path, and residents there are beefing up storm preps, remaining optimistic but still being careful.
Whether this one is or not, there's going to be one. We're due for another one. So I lived through Andrew down in Fort Lauderdale. Don't want to go through that again.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Key West, Florida, where conditions deteriorated overnight. Sam, it does not look great there right now. Tell us, how's it been going for you, and how prepared is Key West for Tropical Storm Elsa? Are people worried about this?
Savannah, good morning. I don't think there's a high level of concern simply because they've gone through this so many times, but we're getting hit pretty good right now. Wind speeds are sustained between 25 and 30 miles an hour, but Savannah, overnight, there was a 62-mile-an-hour wind gust in Key West, so certainly the potential is there. As you look around me right now, the Florida Straits, and this is south over my shoulder, are starting to kick up. We're seeing some pretty good surf coming over the wall here. The storm surge is expected to be between 1 and 2 feet. We're expecting 2 to 4 inches of rain. The port closed down temporarily. All flights, Savannah, as you would imagine, on and off of this key are gone and canceled right now, at least through 10 o'clock this morning. You drive through downtown streets, it's kind of eerie because this is such a lively place in general. But right now, it is all closed. A little bit of modest flooding that is expected. There were no mandatory evacuation orders, Savannah, but many people were encouraged, if they're close to the water, certainly on their boat or living in an RV or mobile home, to move inland. But right now, the real question is, how much strength is Elsa really going to be picking up as it hits the open water? It's past Cuba now and comes toward Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about as it moves its way up specifically to Tampa Bay. What's the Gulf Coast doing to prepare?
So we're talking about people being advised to have at least 7 days of food and non-perishables, water supplies, to make sure that they have an emergency kit ready. I mean, realistically, we're looking at a storm surge warning, Savannah, that stretches just south of Fort Myers and Naples, all the way up and kind of curling around the Big Bend area of Florida. That's north of Tampa, and then going out a little bit into the Panhandle as well. What they're looking at is a storm surge there as much as 3 to 5 feet. And let's be clear that when we talk about storm surge, it can be life-threatening inundation. So even in a normal tropical storm, or perhaps a Category 1 storm, which is really the big news today, Savannah, that as it approaches north of Tampa, Elsa has a projected intensity of 70 miles an hour of sustained winds. Once you get to 75, that's when you're in Category 1 status. We're watching that very closely.
Yeah, Sam, and I know something else that you're watching is this storm surge, and that Tampa Bay is particularly vulnerable to that. Tell us why. What's going on in Tampa?
That is true. It's one of the most vulnerable places in the world, and I'm told from the weather experts, it's because of the continental shelf. The way that it's shaped, it's kind of a low gradient, so instead of the water just falling right off, it sits there and pools. They call that bathymetry, and that function makes it more dangerous for people in that area. They have not gotten hit with a major storm in a number of years, but even a Category 1 does pose a risk right now to the Tampa area. So all eyes right now just north of Tampa today.
Absolutely. All right, Sam Brock, those waves do look pretty big behind you. Please stay safe, and thank you for your reporting. Let's get the latest on where Tropical Storm Elsa is right now and what's to come. Bill Cairns, hi, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So we never give up on these storms, especially when they're over the warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico. But this one looks to be in the minor to moderate impact category. You know, I keep going like minor, moderate, high, and then like historical. This would be in most instances a minor storm. If it does get up to maybe a Category 1 hurricane, maybe we'd bump that up to the moderate. It's a small storm, so that helps. You can see where the storm is located. It's not that far away from Key West, only 50 miles away, and the winds are around 40 miles per hour. So that's very doable. By Florida standards, you can handle that. No damage expected at all. And you notice as far as Surfside goes in the Miami area, winds are only 8 to 15 miles per hour this morning. And this is about as close as the storm is going to get. So that's good news there. They still could get some squalls going through during the day today, but that's about the worst of it. So here's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. 60 mile per hour winds moving north-northwest at about 12. And that big rain shield will slowly be heading northwards during the day today. So it's going to be one of those, soggy travel days, Fort Myers to Naples, and gradually the winds will increase. But again, this is not a big, huge storm, so the highest winds will mostly be offshore, and then maybe later tonight towards Pinellas County, Clearwater Beach area could get some pretty high gusts, especially if it does bump up to 70 or maybe even a Category 1 hurricane. Landfall expected either late tonight or early tomorrow morning, heading up towards Cedar Key, and then the storm will race up the coast. So as far as the biggest concern for me, it's going to be storm surge warning. All those little back bays there, all the water is going to pile up when the south wind moves in, when the storm's closest to you. Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Sarasota, the Tampa, Hernando Beach, and Cedar Key. So that's that 3 to 5 feet. If it happens at high tide, we'd add another foot to that. So that's why we could have some problems with some water there. As far as peak wind gusts go, though, Savannah, I really don't have much concerns. I don't think we're going to see hardly any wind damage with this storm. The only exception would be if we get any tornadoes. We can get sometimes tornadoes with these landfalling storms, so that would be a different concern later this afternoon.
All right, Bill, thank you so much, and I know we'll be back with you shortly for the forecast for the rest of the country. See you in a bit. The 4th of July was the first major holiday where life felt almost normal, with most COVID restrictions lifted nationwide. Nearly 2 million people passed through TSA checkpoints every day this weekend, and gatherings on beaches and at parades were back in full swing. But the health officials in the White House aren't letting their guard down. 67% of U.S. adults have received at least one dose. That's short of the president's goal of 70%. The rapidly spreading Delta variant is renewing efforts to get more shots in arms to avoid a major surge in cases. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns is following the latest COVID headlines this morning. Dasha, good morning. So we've, of course, talked quite a bit about outreach and programs to get people who've been on the fence about the vaccine to go ahead and get the shot, like bringing the shot to places where they're going to be anyway, commuter hubs, things like that. So tell us about this latest push to vaccinate more Americans.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of celebration over the weekend. And even though the White House fell short of their goal of 70% by the 4th of July, President Biden still striking a pretty optimistic tone over the weekend, but also saying that getting vaccinated is the most patriotic thing that Americans could do. And Savannah, while so many folks celebrated, breathed a sigh of relief that we're rounding the bend here with the pandemic, there are still many parts of this country where the vaccination rate is lagging. Looking at states like Mississippi, where the amount of people with one dose is just 36%. Louisiana, where that number is 39%. States like Idaho, Wyoming, Alabama, 40% of people with at least one dose. And those are the areas where those low vaccination rates are making those communities more vulnerable to the Delta variant, which is spreading, especially among that unvaccinated population, Savannah.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, Dasha, I have one to ask you about that's concerning. It's sad. The CDC is now investigating the death of a 13-year-old Michigan boy who died days after getting his second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. What are you learning about that investigation and what might have happened here?
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, 13-year-old Jacob Kleinik died in his sleep 3 days after receiving his second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. His aunt telling the Detroit Free Press that he was healthy with no underlying conditions. And the county health department in Saginaw County, where Jacob was from, telling local press, confirming the CDC is investigating whether there is a correlation between his death and the vaccine. And that is the important thing to note here, Savannah. There are still a lot of questions. There is not yet a confirmed connection between his death and the vaccine. And examiners say that it could still be months before this investigation is complete.
Absolutely important context there. Dasha, also, let's stay on Pfizer. Researchers in Israel say the vaccine is less effective against the Delta variant. How much protection do people have? What's Pfizer saying about this? And if you got this shot, is there anything you need to know?
Yeah, Israel's health ministry saying that Pfizer is less effective against the Delta variant than previous strains, according to a preliminary study. The data shows full inoculation is 64% effective at preventing infection. That's compared to 94% with previous strains. But here's the key piece here. Again, it is still highly effective against preventing hospitalization, showing a 93% effectiveness rate at preventing hospitalization, Savannah.
And that is something so important to keep in mind and to keep you safe. Dasha, thank you so much. The United Kingdom has had one of the longest lockdowns in the world, but now we're seeing plans that would scrap virtually all remaining COVID-19 restrictions. No more social distancing, no mask mandate, and all in just under 2 weeks' time. Announcing the change, Prime Minister Boris Johnson said it was time for government to step back.
We must be honest with ourselves that if we can't reopen our society in the next few weeks, when we will be helped by the arrival of summer and by the school holidays, then we must ask ourselves, when will we be able to return to normal? We'll move away from legal restrictions and allow people to make their own informed decisions about how to manage the virus.
NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now from London. Ali, good morning. So a big step for the UK if these measures are approved. Tell us more about the government's plans and why now? Why is this the time after they've had such a long lockdown?
Good morning, Savannah. That's right. It's the final decision will be made next week on the last phase of a very ambitious roadmap to lift all restrictions on COVID-19, pretty much all restrictions. Look, the country, as you mentioned, has been under very draconian measures for a year and a half almost now, and now they're going to the total opposite and opening up the country almost completely. There'll be no limit on social contact. Groups of any number of people can gather indoors or outdoors together. There'll be no more social distancing. You don't have to keep 6 feet apart from anyone other than very specific places like the airport. All businesses will now be allowed to open, including nightclubs. There'll be no capacities at large events like sporting venues. So it's a big open up.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've seen, though, cases are rising in the UK due to the Delta variant, much like they are here in the US. Do you think that could mean the government will reimpose some rules if things get worse as they open up?
Well, look, Savannah, Boris Johnson is taking the country into uncharted territory. Nobody else has lifted these sort of restrictions anywhere else in the world, especially as the highly contagious Delta variant is so prevalent. So he's taking a big gamble and he's betting on the UK's rapid vaccine rollout program to offer broad protection to a lot of people. And it's been very effective. 86% of adults have received 1 shot. 64% of adults have received 2 shots. So he's betting on that to offer a lot of protection and not put a lot of strain on the NHS system. But if it doesn't work, he said that he would reluctantly have to reintroduce measures, something he doesn't want to do. And if he does have to do that, it'll probably show that he jumped the gun by removing all of these restrictions, and it will be an embarrassing U-turn for him. Already the leader of the Labour opposition party has said that the moves Boris Johnson is making are reckless, but only time will tell whether he's made the right decision or not. He's also betting on the summer months to afford a bit of cushioning because the schools will be closed and people will gather outdoors more than indoors.
All right. Ali, thank you so much. Let's now get a check on your morning news now weather around the rest of the country. Bill Cairns is back as promised. Hey there.
Hey, so let's talk about what's going to happen with Elsa after Florida, because it's going to have a lot of impacts going up the coast. So as we go through the landfall, that's going to be sometime either late Tuesday into early Wednesday morning. And then as we go throughout Wednesday, the storm will move up through Georgia. And then by the time we get to Thursday morning, it's heading up through the Carolinas. By Thursday afternoon and evening, some of that's through the mid-Atlantic region. And again, it's not going to be just winds, but there will be some periods of very heavy rain. Obviously, with any landfalling tropical system, you worry about flooding. But Florida has sandy soil, so I don't think it's going to be too bad. But then that rainfall will be heavy up through the Carolinas, into North Carolina. And then there's a lot of moisture that's going to be available with thunderstorms and Elsa, a combination of the two separate systems combining for a heavy rain event into the Northeast. So for today, we are concerned with the chance of tornadoes in areas of central Florida and in southwest Florida during the day today. If we're going to get a lot of damage from this storm, it would likely be from any tornadoes that spawn. Hopefully they won't, but that's a possibility. And then also in the Northeast today, we're expecting some strong storms. 36 million people at risk, including the New York City area, Hartford, Boston, Providence, Albany, New York, to Binghamton, Scranton. Damaging wind definitely with the
Wait, before you scroll away, you need to hear this. Republicans across the country are moving
people who are 27 and older, and we could believe that we need to continue to press to get more people in the country vaccinated, even as we're seeing rates in parts of the country that are over 70%, even some places over 80%. There's still more work to be done. You are absolutely correct. That is ultimately up to individuals to decide if they are going to get vaccinated. If you're vaccinated, you are the vast majority of people are safe from the virus. If you are not vaccinated, you are not. That is also a message that we're going to continue to clearly communicate. But no, these programs will continue, and we're going to continue to press forward on approaches that we have seen work in the past.
Changing gears to this massive cyber attack that took hold over the weekend. Is it the president's view, sort of just philosophically, that it's the role of government to protect businesses and private citizens from aggressive cyber actions like this, or cyber attacks like this, ransomware and the like, or is it an issue of personal or corporate responsibility? What's the sort of is there a ratio the president needs to sort of, is it 80% on the government to prevent these and 20% on the companies? What's the mix?
Well, Zeke, I would first say that the attack over the weekend underscores the need for companies and government agencies as well to focus on improving cybersecurity. And we've talked a bit in the past about the importance of private sector entities hardening their own cybersecurity, putting in place best practices that have been recommended by the federal government for some time. But we are going to continue to be partners because it's important to, of course, protect our critical infrastructure, but also protect, play what role we can from the federal government to ensure that impacts on smaller businesses, on mom and pop shops are minimized as well. So we have engaged over the last several months under the leadership of a range of officials, including Ann Neuberger, in a better partnership, more effective partnership with the private sector, providing resources from the federal government. And we'll continue that.
And finally, there are reports that Khalid bin Salman is in town in Washington this week, potentially meeting with Jake Sullivan. Can you confirm that meeting? And then also, is the confirmation the White House believes that he had no role in the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi?
Well, I can confirm that meeting. Let me see. I believe I have a little bit more information on it here. One moment for you, Zeke. Saudi Arabia's Deputy Defense Minister will meet with, or is meeting with, I should say, Biden administration officials today, including National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. He's scheduled to meet with state and Defense Department officials as well. During the meeting, they'll discuss the long-standing partnership between the United States and Saudi Arabia, regional security, and the U.S. commitment to help Saudi Arabia defend its territory as it faces attacks from Iranian-aligned groups. As you know, we worked to declassify a report that named specific officials who we felt, or who our intelligence community, I should say, were involved with and knowledgeable of the horrific death of Jamal Khashoggi. Beyond that, I can tell you that, of course, this could be a topic, but I'm not going to discuss additional details. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the Qassia attack.
Sure.
Have you had any communication at all with Russia about this attack? And I want to ask a few more questions, but President Putin and President Biden met and discussed cybersecurity. Were you under the impression that Putin would do more to prevent these kind of attacks?
So first, let me give you a little bit of an update. Since the meeting between President Biden and President Putin, we have undertaken expert-level talks that are continuing, and we expect to have another meeting next week focused on ransomware attacks. And I will just reiterate a message that these officials are sending, as the president made clear to President Putin when they met. If the Russian government cannot or will not take action against criminal actors residing in Russia, we will take action or reserve the right to take action on our own. Now, in this case, the intelligence community has not yet attributed the attack. The cybersecurity community agrees that our evil operates out of Russia with affiliates around the world. So we will continue to allow that assessment to continue. But in our conversations, and we have been in touch directly, we are continuing to convey that message clearly.
So you've been in touch directly with, at what level of government have you been in touch with Russia on this specific issue? And then on the ransomware, the FBI has basically told companies not to pay ransomware. Are you aware whether in this particular case the ransom of $70 million has been paid, and what advice are you giving to the company? And earlier today, the CEO said that the critical infrastructure was never at risk. Do you share that assessment?
Sure. Well, let me try to take each of your questions, and you can tell me if I missed one. On ransomware, what was your first question? So I go in the order.
Where have you been in touch?
High level of our national security team has been in touch with high level of Russian officials. On your second question, repeat it again now.
Ransomware being paid, has been paid.
Our ransomware policy continues to be the same as it has been for several months, which is that we do not advise. We advise against, in fact, companies paying ransomware, given it incentivizes bad actors to repeat this behavior. In terms of whether the company has paid ransom, I would refer you to the company. And in terms of assessments of the impact, we certainly we saw the company put out an extensive statement today about what the impacts were on our systems, and we certainly defer to them on the impacts.
Can I switch gears? We have a story. So organizations like the Chamber of Commerce, the National Association of Manufacturers, the National Retail Federation are gearing up for a big lobbying campaign to lobby against the tax increases that you are proposing. And what they say is that increasing taxes doesn't create jobs. What do you say to that? And what are you doing to counter this pretty intense push by these lobbying organizations?
Well, first I would say that the American people are aligned with the president's view that corporations and the wealthiest Americans can afford to pay a little bit more in order to pay for critical investments in our nation's infrastructure, but also in initiatives and programs that will help make our country more competitive and bring more women back into the workforce. And that's what the president is proposing. I would also note that we've seen in terms of public reports that of the wealthiest companies out there, a number of them didn't pay any taxes at all. And that certainly is not something that is viable, nor does the president think that is fair, and that sends a clear message that our tax system is not set up in a fair and equitable way, and that's something he feels should address regardless. So that's his view and his proposal. We'll have to see how successful these lobbyists are at moving the public opinion and approval rating down from what it is currently, which is the vast majority of the American people agree with the president. Go ahead.
Just one quick follow-up on ransomware and then two other quick ones. From a response perspective, if this is attributed to our evil and they decide that it's based in Russia, is the president's view that the response would be proportional to just taking that actor offline, or actually directed at the Russian state instead for harboring? Like, how do you guys approach that?
It's a good question, Phil. I would say that I'm not going to be able to detail more specifics from here, but I would note that, and I would reiterate that the president's view and the administration's view is that even as it is criminal actors who are taking these actions against the United States or entities, private sector entities in the United States, even without the engagement of the Russian government, they still have a responsibility. That continues to be the president's view and the administration's view. In terms of what actions we may or may not take, I'll allow the national security team to work that through.
And then, can you, just two more quick ones. What's the level of frustration in the White House that you have a vaccine, the vaccine works, it is available to a degree it has never been available before, people are not getting the vaccine, and therefore the Delta variant is emerging in certain places around the country? Like, are you guys banging the table? Are you upset? Like, how do you kind of go through that, knowing that there is a counter weapon here to what's happening around the country?
You know, Phil, I think as the federal government, we don't have the luxury of feeling frustrated or feeling upset about individuals not getting the vaccine. What our responsibility is to ensure we are applying best practices, whether that's working with doctors and pediatricians or addressing access, mobile vaccine clinics, or ensuring that people know that they can take time off of work, or even working with employers to make the vaccine accessible. It is ultimately up to individuals, and we certainly recognize that as well, but we're going to continue to press as hard as we can to use the best practices to continue to increase the vaccination rates around the country.
And just one more quick one, OPEC Plus, I know you said a statement yesterday that
Yeah.
you guys are directly engaged with the various players, even though you're not a part of the negotiation.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a little bit on what that means?
Sure. We are closely monitoring the OPEC Plus negotiations and their impact on the global economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. As you noted, Phil, we're not a party to these talks, but over the weekend and into this week, we've had a number of high-level conversations with officials in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and other relevant partners. We're encouraged by the ongoing conversation by OPEC members to reaching an agreement, the ongoing talks, I should say, which will promote access to affordable and reliable energy, and certainly the impact on prices here is hence our great interest. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I just want to follow up on Zeke's question too on this sort of public-private role in response to cyber attacks. So we know the president signed these orders back in May, some of which were, of course, supposed to step up enforcement on private companies, at least as those that work with the federal government. But it's been 55 days since he signed those orders, and from our review, the orders from DHS haven't been put in place yet. They're still actually in the review process. So these attacks are happening still, though. Is the government working fast enough on, even in this narrow lane where you say you can do some work?
Well, I would say first, the increase in ransomware attacks far predated the president taking office. And it is something that from day one, he has made a priority and has asked his team to focus on where we can have an impact, how we can better work with the private sector, and what we can do across the federal government to help address and reduce ransomware attacks on our critical infrastructure, but also on a range of entities in the United States. Tomorrow, the president will convene key leaders across the interagency, including the State Department, Department of Justice, DHS, and other members of the intelligence community to discuss ransomware and our overall strategic efforts to counter it. And what he had asked the team to do several weeks ago was to review and assess what our options are and how we can better, again, put in place partnerships with the private sector, best practices, what levers we have from the federal government, including disruption of ransomware infrastructure and actors, which we've seen some success in. I know the Department of Justice announced some steps just a few weeks ago, building international coalition to hold countries who harbor ransom actors accountable, which is a huge factor here as well, because we're not the only country impacted, of course, by ransomware attacks, expanding cryptocurrency analysis to find and pursue criminal transactions, and reviewing our own ransom policies to build cohesive and consistent approaches toward ransom payments. So this is a priority. He's meeting with a range of officials tomorrow, and we will continue to implement moving forward.
But would you say you're still in the review and assessment phase?
Well, I would first note that we have announced several steps that we have taken. I mean, the Department of Justice announced a step just a few weeks ago, and we are continuing to up our partnership with the private sector, which is a key part of best practices and ensuring we are reducing the impact, I should say, the vulnerability of private sector entities. But there is more that can be done, and it warrants and requires an interagency process and discussion in order to move those policies forward. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. A quick follow-up on the ransomware.
Sure.
You mentioned that after President Biden called on Putin to hold cyber hackers accountable, there have been expert-level talks. Is there any evidence that Putin has done anything to curb cyber attacks in Russia that he's communicated with the U.S.?
Well, again, I would say it's a little bit disproving a negative there, because this is what we're talking about here is ransomware attack from likely criminal actors. Again, it hasn't been fully attributed yet, so we're getting a little bit ahead, which I certainly understand, of where things stand. There are these expert-level talks and negotiations and engagements. That's an important part of the next steps, an important part of what came out of their discussion. And beyond that, I think what the messages that the president has sent clearly, and what we are continuing to send clearly, is even with these criminal actors, we're not saying they're coming from the government or directed from the government, but even with those actors, they have a responsibility. So that's where the policy is moving forward. I think it's difficult for me to disprove a negative.
And on COVID, the 5-step plan you outlined still focuses heavily on access. And you've already mentioned the group of people who have access to the vaccine but simply don't want it. So is the White House tweaking its strategy to reach those people, to change their minds?
I wouldn't say it's about changing their minds. What we've seen over the course, well, I guess it sort of is, but what we've seen over the course of time is that the most reliable voices are trusted actors in communities, medical experts, doctors, people's primary care physicians. And so we're going to continue to utilize and resource the entities where we feel there has been success, and where we've seen through data there has been success in the past. You know, you don't just give up just because you haven't reached every single person. We're going to continue to apply what we've seen have been the best practices over the past several months.
And just one more
Sure.
on COVID. If the number of cases continues to trend upward, are there any circumstances under which the White House would reimpose some of those restrictions as cases tick up, or would that be up to the states?
Well, states are going to have to make evaluations, and local communities are going to have to make evaluations about what's in their interests. And as you know, there are much higher rates of vaccinations in some parts of the country over others, and we certainly support their decisions to implement any measures that they think will help their community safe. But I would remind you, we're at a point where we're almost at 70% vaccination rate for for adults 27 and older, but almost for adults 18 and older. So certainly we don't see we're on track to implementing new additional national measures. Go ahead.
On ransomware, the company statement goes into a lot of detail about the kinds of victims among its client base and points out that they are not related to critical infrastructure. Is that simply about informing people about what's there, or is that to separate this attack from some of the outline the president presented to Vladimir Putin about sort of the no-go list of critical infrastructure that should not be interfered with from any Russian actor, be it criminal or state or whatever? Do you see that as an important tell?
Well, I would say that, of course, there's a unique threat posed by cyber attacks that disrupt critical infrastructure. And there's no question about that. If there's a cyber attack that takes out an entire sector of the American economy, that would have an enormous, broad impact, and we recognize that. I can't speak to the communication strategy of the company, of course, which I know you're not exactly asking me to do, but I will say that regardless of whether a cyber attack impacts critical infrastructure, we take it seriously, and we reserve the option of responding in a manner and mechanism of our choosing, regardless. But I think there's no question that in terms of national security threats, if it's critical infrastructure and it's taking out the meat industry or suppliers who are supplying gasoline, that is something that is a different impact in terms of a national security threat.
How many more attacks before the U.S. retaliates, though?
On COVID, is the president's briefing, and is he likely to address the issue of those who are questioning whether a booster shot is appropriate with the Delta variant? And also, is he also contemplating a position on mask wearing for transportation, like airplanes and trains and so forth? Still in effect, but there's been some talk that might be lifted as more vaccinations take place.
Sure, I would not anticipate, or you should not anticipate, I should say, that he would have any new announcements or guidance on either of those fronts today. We certainly rely on the advice of our health and medical experts if any of those should change in the future. Go ahead.
Jen,
Sorry, Jackie, I'll come back to you.
So data from Israel shows that the Pfizer vaccine is less effective against the Delta variant, preventing infection about 64% of the time. The administration keeps saying, as you just have during the briefing, that you're confident that people who are vaccinated are safe, but why is this still the assessment, and is there any concern that mask requirements were lifted too soon?
Well, first I would say that that's preliminary data, and the vast majority of data from larger assessments and larger studies shows that it is quite effective, and that is the data from mass larger studies that we are relying on. It's preliminary. We'll look at what the final conclusions say.
One more. Pope Francis is still in the hospital recovering from the surgery. I was just wondering, has the president reached out to him at all? Has there been any contact? Anything the White House wanted to say?
I don't have any contact to read out for you. Certainly, the president wishes him well and a speedy recovery, of course. Go ahead.
Wanted to go back to COVID. There's been a lot of discussion about the Delta variant, but then there's also been some international concern about the Lambda variant. The World Health Organization deemed it a variant of interest back in June. Public Health England placed it under investigation due to international expansion, and then British scientists are describing mutations that another study also says could indicate less efficacy for the vaccine. So what do we know about Lambda? Is it spreading in the U.S., and have vaccine manufacturers talked to the administration at all about protections against it?
Sure. Well, first, public health officials continue to closely track and monitor all of the variants, as we've seen pop up over time, and are reviewing the latest data when it becomes available. I'll certainly leave it to doctors to discuss this, but early data suggests that the vaccines continue to work against the variants, including this variant, and that's why we've been focusing so much on increasing vaccinations across the country. As with every strain, getting vaccinated is the best way to protect yourself and others from any other COVID strains, but we will continue to assess data as more widely available data becomes available.
How is the spread of new variants informing travel restrictions into other countries from other countries to the U.S.?
Well, certainly, as you may note, there are working groups and with Canada, with our European partners, and we're working to continue to assess what criteria would need to be in place in order to reopen travel. And we know that in many cases, families are separated. We know that's a heartbreaking challenge that a lot of people are dealing with, and a lot of people are eager to travel, be with loved ones, or even do work travel. We understand that. We're eager to do that as well. The United States has one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, and that is something we also assess as we look at countries and are making those decisions about reopening travel. But these working groups are meant to have an open line of transparent communication with these countries about what steps need to be taken.
And then how are these new variants impacting back-to-school plans with a lot of children still too young to get vaccines? How is this new element sort of factoring into all these plans?
Well, I would say the good news is that there are a number of mitigation measures that have been recommended, of course, by the CDC, that our Department of Education has been working to help local school districts implement, whether they're social distancing or mask wearing requirements, ventilation. There's money that came from the American Rescue Plan to help fund this in areas and school districts where they didn't have the money available. So that is certainly what we expect, and we are looking forward to schools being reopened in the fall. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I just have a few follow-ups on the OPEC Plus talks.
Sure.
Could you tell us which administration officials have been engaging with the Saudi and UAE governments on this issue?
I don't have more details about the individuals. I can see if there's more specifics to provide for you.
And then on the U.S. engagement in the talks, I know that you've said the U.S. isn't a party to the talks, but have these officials engaged or encouraged a specific solution, such as keeping production levels where they are currently through the end of the year?
Well, I would say first, we are engaged directly with them to hear updates on the conversations that are happening between the OPEC members. I can see, of course, and we are constantly monitoring the price of gas in this country, and we know the impact of oil prices around the world is having a direct impact on that. In terms of additional specifics of the conversations, I'm just not going to have anything more to read out for you.
And then lastly, is there, just gauging the concern level here at the White House, is there any chance that President Biden would personally get involved in contacting these governments?
I'm certainly not predicting that at this moment in time. We have high-level officials who are talented and aptly engaged with their counterparts, and I will see if there's more specifics we can provide about who the individuals are. Go ahead, Elsa.
A couple things. On COVID, when we talk about vaccination rates, what is the end goal? Where does the administration decide things are done or things are as best as they can?
I think our health and medical experts, including Dr. Fauci, have made pretty clear that we're going to be continuing to battle the virus for some time. Now, when you're vaccinated, you can return to many versions of normal, going to the park, going to restaurants, going to concerts. That is one of the many reasons to get vaccinated, including to protect yourself from the virus. But we're going to take it week by week, month by month. Right now, we're continuing to press to get more people vaccinated. We know that the rates of young people under the age of 27 are not where they need to be or we want them to be. So we'll continue to utilize the best practices and work in partnership with health and medical experts and meet people where they are to get the vaccine out to more communities.
Sort of a personal question here, but over the weekend, the president was out kind of campaign style, shaking hands with people, taking selfies, giving hugs, lots of personal contact. I'm just wondering, given where COVID is in the country, is the assessment that we can go back to totally normal life, like hugging people, shaking hands with strangers, and that's all perfectly okay given the rise of other variants?
Well, again, I would say the CDC and our health and medical experts have provided clear guidance on this, and if you're vaccinated, then certainly you can go out there and engage with society as the president has, and no one loves a good rope line like President Biden. So certainly he welcomes the opportunity to engage directly with many of the people who elected him to serve the country. If you're not vaccinated, then that is certainly a different circumstance. Now, we also respect and want to convey, we respect the decision by a range of individuals, whether they're immunocompromised or they have concerns about health issues in their own family or themselves, to continue to wear a mask or whatever they may choose. But we go by the guidance of our health and medical experts, and they've certainly okayed the president being out there and communicating and shaking hands and glad handing with the American people. Go ahead.
Two questions, one on oil prices and one on
Sure.
COVID. On oil prices, you've alluded a couple of times today to the sort of impact on actual gas prices. I think it's over $3 a gallon now. Huge amount of travel over the holiday weekend. What is the president doing for regular Americans to try to keep the gas prices down, whether it be engaging with OPEC, but also is the president considering releasing from the strategic reserve? Are there other steps that the president can take to address what is obviously a painful situation, and how much do you guys worry on his behalf that it will become a political issue that could be damaging to the president and his party in the coming election?
In 18 months? 17 months? Okay. So I would say first, Mike, that the president wants Americans to have access to affordable and reliable energy, including at the pump. And so that's why our team is constantly monitoring gas prices and directly communicating with OPEC parties to get to a deal and allow proposed production increases to move forward. And the reason I've referenced it so many times is because I think there sometimes is a misunderstanding of what causes gas prices to increase. And so to convey to the American people that we're working on it, and certainly the supply availability of oil has a huge impact. I would also say that ensuring Americans don't bear a burden at the pump continues to be a top priority for the administration writ large. That's one of the core reasons why the president was vehemently opposed to a gas tax tax and any tax on vehicle mileage because he felt that would fall on the backs of Americans. And that was a bottom line, red line for him. In terms of additional considerations, I just don't have anything to preview for you.
And then on COVID, the one thing that you steadfastly have stayed away from is any question of mandating the virus. I'm sorry, the vaccine. And I guess the question is, at what point Zeke Emanuel, I think, has a new op-ed out talking about how there needs to be more aggressive action taken. Employers are going to need to mandate that their employees take the vaccine. Maybe once the FDA has fully cleared some of the vaccines. Does this administration envision a point where, even if it's not a federal mandate that every American has to take it, do you believe that we're going to have to get to a point where schools and employers and colleges and other institutions are going to have to require people to take the vaccine in order to get to that next stage, to get beyond the sort of plateau that we've reached now?
Well, we've always anticipated, and we're already seeing this happen, that some schools, universities, private schools, others will require and mandate the vaccine, and we leave it up to them to make that decision, as well as employers. And we know that different companies and private sector entities, or even learning institutions, are making decisions about how to keep their communities safe. So I wouldn't predict a federal mandate, as I'm not suggesting you're asking, but certainly we're already seeing that take place in communities across the country.
Encourage employers, and would you encourage, schools, colleges to do that as a way of getting kind of a real acceleration of the vaccine adoption?
We're going to leave it up to them to make these decisions. Go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Jen.
Sure.
A question on Nicole Jones, who passed up a position at UNC, will be teaching down the road at Howard. She said this morning that it took protest, the threat of legal action, all this just to get to a 9-4 vote. What does Biden make of the UNC process and her decision? And is this an example of the systemic racism that he promised to heal?
Well, I have not spoken with the president about the decision on tenure by the institution in North Carolina. I will say that the students at Howard are quite lucky to have her as a professor and in their family. But I think there's no question that there continues to be systemic racism in our country. We see that in a range of sectors, including in some learning institutions. But the president, that's why the president is continuing to make racial equity and addressing racial equity as a central priority and crisis that he would like to address and focus on as president. Go ahead. Go ahead, right there.
Yeah,
Sorry.
On the families plan,
Yeah.
Obviously as Biden goes tomorrow to Illinois
Sure.
to promote his vision, the White House is still in negotiations about what is actually going to make it into the package. Are there certain, as with the infrastructure plan, certain core priorities or red lines that he has around this package in a similar way?
Sure. So you're talking about the reconciliation package, right? Okay. So the president is obviously there's a lot of work that needs to happen with Congress, and we expect over the next week there to be a lot of behind-the-scenes bill writing, negotiations, discussions on Capitol Hill, long nights, lots of coffee over the course of the next several days. Given that Leader Schumer has conveyed that he would like to see both the reconciliation package and the infrastructure bill on the floor in July, and we're in July now. In terms of the president's priorities, he has outlined his blueprint in his budget. That includes the American Families Plan, includes key components he'll talk about when he's on the road tomorrow in Illinois. It includes an extension of the child tax credit, includes paid leave, it includes universal pre-K, making community college a reality for Americans across the country. It also includes prioritizing and pushing for components of the American Jobs Plan that did not make it into the infrastructure, final infrastructure bipartisan agreement. So that is key components of climate tax credits, key components that will help address our climate crisis, also a number of proposals on housing affordability and accessibility that the president would like to see in a final reconciliation process, but we'll be closely engaged and closely discussing with members who are writing the legislation. Okay.
Race.
Go ahead, April.
Back on the issue of race and the hypersensitivity around the issue, this president ran for office on the issue of race from Charlottesville. With that said, there is now an effort on the Hill to strengthen the nation's oldest federal civil rights law of 1866. Is he involved in that? What is his conversation about this with senators as well as congressional leaders? Has you talked about that with them, or what does he feel about it?
Well, we're very appreciative of the efforts by a number of the leaders who are working in discussions about updating the oldest civil rights law, as you noted. But in terms of specific conversations with the president, I just don't have anything to read out for you.
Is this important at this moment, especially to strengthen the nation's oldest civil rights law, as voting rights is, I don't know what you call it, collapsed, as policing is held up? There's a call for reparations. There's so many things that the Congressional Black Caucus is trying to push forward with their agenda, as well as issues. These issues seem to be more civil rights and humanitarian versus policy. Is this president concerned at this time about that? Does he think that this will bring more attention to those issues? Also, in light of KKK members and white supremacists marching in Philadelphia over the weekend on 4th of July.
Well, I would say first, April, that, as you know, because you've covered it closely, one of the president's key priorities, one of the key pillars of his presidency is racial equity and updating and addressing what he feels are systemic issues in how we govern and in society. And I would say to touch on a couple of the things that you've noted. One on voting rights. I expect we'll have some more announcements to make later this week about the president's and the vice president's schedule and opportunities they will take to continue to use their platforms and the bully pulpit to advocate for, push for, use every lever of government to move those initiatives, I should say, forward. But certainly, he will remain engaged closely with civil rights leaders about the range of priorities that you just discussed, as well as with leaders in Congress. Even though things are hard and things look stalled at moments, he doesn't give up. That's not who he is. Neither is that who the vice president is. So they'll continue to press on moving all these agenda items forward.
Is there concern by the Democratic base, for the Democratic base, that feels that he became president standing on these pillars and now they're in jeopardy? Is there concern by this White House about what the Democratic base is feeling as they see voting rights stalled, as they see policing stalled, as they see the issue of reparations not moving as fast as they want, and other issues?
I would say first, the president shares their frustration about the fact that voting rights, making voting more accessible to more people across the country is a no-brainer. He agrees with the frustration that there are more we can do to put in place reforms on policing, something that he feels is long overdue, and he would like to sign a bill into law. And his role as president is to continue to use his voice, the bully pulpit, and his platforms to advocate for moving these things forward. Karen, go ahead.
You've said a couple of times on vaccines that the work continues across summer months after the July 4th holiday. Will we hear from the president today a new date that is the next target date to get to a certain percentage of Americans vaccinated? Is there a new timeline?
I don't expect a new goal to be set today. What I will tell you is that our work is going to continue person by person, community by community, and we're going to meet people where they are. That's what he's going to talk about, and he's going to continue to use resources from the federal government, empowering doctors, empowering key voices in communities, and that's what you'll hear him talk about today.
You had said earlier about not changing minds. I think it was in response to a question. We had a poll out this weekend with the Washington Post that said 3 in 10 adults say they haven't gotten a coronavirus vaccine and definitely or probably will not get one. Does the White House have a sense of a number of how many persuadable people there actually are out there, and how do you target just them if you can try and convince some of them?
Well, Karen, I'd first say if you go back to even 5 or 6 months ago, that percentage of people who were not planning to get the vaccine was even much higher than that. And what we've seen have an impact is as people get vaccinated in their communities, they tell their neighbor, they tell their friend. Primary care physicians tell people who are coming to their doctor's office to get checkups. Pharmacists in communities are calling their neighbors and saying, come on down, we have vaccines for you. We're seeing the impact of that. So we've seen actually even people who had no intention of getting the vaccine for a range of reasons. Maybe they didn't know how to get it. Maybe they didn't know where to get it. Maybe they were scared of the impacts, actually get vaccinated. And that to us is an encouraging sign that we can continue to press and make progress moving forward. Go ahead.
So, 2 questions. First, is there a target for herd immunity for COVID vaccines? Is it 75%, 80%? what is that goal for the administration right now?
Well, Dr. Fauci has addressed this a number of times and has conveyed that herd immunity is kind of an outdated term. So we had set a goal of reaching 70% of adults by July 4th. We reached that goal of adults 27 and older by that date, and we're continuing to press to reach it, and we will in the next couple of weeks for adults over the age of 18. But our work doesn't stop there, and we are going to continue to press to get 12 to 18-year-olds vaccinated, to continue to work with communities where there's lower vaccination rates. That's one of the reasons we initiated these strike forces to go into communities and work with them to determine what they need, to take a localized, specific approach that works with elected officials in communities. But I don't have a new goal to set for you. I would remind all of you that we have reduced the death rate by 90%. We've reduced the COVID rate by more than 90%. But again, we're going to continue to press ahead even after July 4th.
So the other question was, Afghan military leaders say the U.S. military left the Air Force Base with no warning in the middle of the night. Why did the U.S. decide to do that? And is that a sign of a lack of trust in Afghan leaders that they wouldn't give them a heads up on their departure?
I would point you to the Department of Defense on that and the specific accuracy of those comments.
Obviously, there's a relationship that the White House has with the Afghan leaders. I mean, how did you explain that to them, and what was their
again, I'm only pointing you to the Department of Defense because they are the leaders on the ground who would have handed off to Afghan leaders on the ground. We're going we're just going around. Go ahead.
Thank you. Another one on Afghanistan, please. There's been a lot of talk, understandably, about what is the administration doing and is it doing enough for the Afghan translators. More broadly, with the shift that's coming now and the talk about the Taliban, making a lot of advances pretty quickly, is the Biden administration concerned about a kind of an exodus of a lot more than just translators, but like a whole bunch of Afghans, some of whom might want to come here, and more probably a lot of whom might try and make their way to Europe? Is that something the President's discussing with European allies? Would the US be opening the doors to some of these people? Are you preparing for an exodus?
Well, I would say first that our focus as of now is identifying a group of SIV applicants who have served as interpreters and translators, as well as other at-risk categories who have assisted us. And as you know, but for everybody else who hasn't paid as close attention, our plan is to relocate this group to a location outside of Afghanistan before we complete our military drawdown by the end of August. So that's where our focus is on at this point in time. And of course, we are doing that in part because we know these are individuals who help the United States, even often at great risk, personal risk to themselves and their families. And we're going to work every possible contingency to make sure that we can help those who have helped us. But that's really what our focus is at this point.
Okay, well, what about the broader concern, though, of an influx of people trying to reach Europe?
I don't have any update on that. I'm happy to talk to our national security team and see if there's an assessment or a concern there. Go ahead.
A follow-up to the jobs report from last Friday. Axios reported this morning double-digit wage growth in 4 key sectors: transportation, warehousing, leisure, and hospitality. And yet, you talk to any employer in any of those sectors, they'll tell you it's very difficult to find and keep good workers for perhaps low-skilled, low-wage jobs. Is the White House offering any advice to those employers at this point with these wage increases of 15 to 17% already? It's still difficult finding quality workers.
It is a workers' market right now, and I can't assess industry to industry without having more details, or I guess that would be hard for me to do anyway. But certainly we're seeing people feel more comfortable rejoining the jobs market. A big factor in our view is the vaccination rates in lots of communities across the country. We know that employers are starting to hire, as we've seen from the jobs numbers, which 850,000 jobs last month was a very large number, I will just note, since you gave me the opportunity. In terms of specific industries, there are cases where they need to pay their workers more, and that will make them more competitive in hiring. But I'd have to we can follow up after if there's a specific sector, and I'm happy to ask the economic team about that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. The White House COVID response team last week said that they're setting up these surge response teams to go into states and communities with low vaccination rates and rising cases. Where are they going first? What states and local communities are you in touch with?
So we're in touch with a range of communities. I provided an update last week that we were in touch with Missouri about possibly sending some teams there. I know we had already sent deployed a team to Colorado to collaborate with the local Department of Health in Mesa County. I can see if there's more, but we're in touch with a range of officials around the country, and we're eager to have these teams out helping communities get vaccinated and protect themselves from the virus.
And this is something where the state or the local community has to come to you, or are you seeing, in this community, it's particularly bad, you approach that community and you say, we'd like to help?
Well, the CDC is deploying these teams, so they work with local communities. We can see vaccination rates and where there are rising caseloads, and then work in a collaborative way with the communities to deploy the teams.
Jen, go ahead. Go ahead, Eugene.
There's still no nominee for the DOJ's antitrust, the leader on antitrust. It's been the longest that position's been open since George H.W. Bush, and so I guess just curious if there's a holdup with that position. If so, what is it?
I would say this is certainly a position the president is eager to fill. As with any important position in government, he wants to have the right person in place. I don't have anything to predict for you in terms of the timeline for it.
And the president promised that the United States would continue to provide civilian and humanitarian assistance in Afghanistan. But if the Taliban were to take over the government again, won't those individuals be withdrawn?
Well, first I would say that we have every intention of continuing an ongoing presence in Kabul, which is continuing even after we bring our military who are serving home by the end of August. But we will also continue to be partners to the Afghan government. That's something that the president reiterated when he met with leaders just a week and a half ago. That includes security assistance, that includes humanitarian assistance, and that includes over-the-horizon capacity to ensure that we are working to address any threats that we face. That will continue, and we intend to have a presence on the ground in our embassy there in Kabul.
It does seem like the Taliban is starting to gain more power and take over there. What's the United States government, what's President Biden willing to do after pulling troops out?
Well, I would first say if you take us back to when the president made this decision and announcement, he asked his team to do a clear-eyed assessment, not to sugarcoat it, of what the impact could be of withdrawing our troops from Afghanistan. After a 20-year war, a war that the president continues to feel does not have a military solution. What the president is continuing to press on is a political solution and political negotiations and discussions, which we hope will reconvene soon, to move toward a political solution on the ground to bring greater peace and stability to the people of Afghanistan. That's his hope.
Jen, go ahead. Thank you, Jen. So you mentioned 2 weeks ago that vaccine sharing to the rest of the world is not a matter of supply, but overcoming the logistical challenge.
Yep.
Now that you've passed the deadline of June and you've not met the target of distributing 80 million vaccine doses, what has the administration learned and will do differently? And do you have a new target for the date of completing those 80 million doses? And then just a follow-up on that, for countries that have refrigeration and distribution challenges, why is the administration focusing on Pfizer and Moderna rather than Johnson & Johnson? And then I have another question on LGBTQ.
Sure. Well, first let me say that we have allocated all 80 million doses. And I would say what we have learned through the process is that there are logistical challenges, because when you talk about working with countries, even as we convey to a country we have 1 million doses or 2 million doses, sometimes we have to work through legal barriers, we have to work through regulatory barriers. There are issues as it relates to materials needed to distribute these vaccines, and there are also even transportation issues with refrigeration needed as well. So we have noted, even as we've allocated all these doses, as we committed to, that part of it is countries need to be ready to receive them on the ground, and there is no past precedent for this, so there's certainly lessons that we have learned, and as we've proceeded, we have become, these countries have become more effective and efficient at receiving these doses. They've worked through the red tape, and that enables us to provide the doses more easily in the future. In terms of the allocation of doses, we provide what's available. I don't have any more detail for you in terms of which vaccines. As you know, we had a larger percentage of Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, so hence there are Moderna and Pfizer vaccines perhaps going to more countries around. Yeah.
LGBTQ, there was violence in Tbilisi, Georgia yesterday where LGBTQ activists and also journalists were attacked. Now the president has recently
vowed to use U.S. diplomacy and foreign assistance to help promote LGBT rights around the world. How does this translate to the situation in Georgia? Would there be any kind of real repercussions for situations like in Georgia and other countries where the rights of LGBTQ and minorities are not protected?
Absolutely, that's a priority of the President's, priority of the State Department and the Secretary of State. The State Department would probably have more of a specific update of direct engagement with Georgia. I don't have any policy announcements or decisions to preview for you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. During the weekend, there was an attack targeting
We're calling this the new $1 Million Stimulus Program. It's a brand new program that is paying qualified homeowners over $2,039 after install to get solar panels and
If you've been following the sport of track and field over the previous few weeks, you'll know that a ridiculous amount of records have recently been broken, and many of them have been at this year's United States Olympic Trials. Recently, we saw the 17-year-old phenom Arian Knighton take down Usain Bolt's previous world youth record and world junior records, running a time of 19.88 seconds in the qualifying rounds. And then upon reaching the finals, this high school athlete managed to finish in third place, becoming the youngest male American track and field athlete since Jim Ryan to qualify for the Olympics. Oh yeah, he also lowered his world junior record again in these finals, hitting an incredible mark of 19.84 seconds. So keep your eyes on this kid, because he certainly has a very bright future ahead of him. Just a few hours before this performance, we saw the 19-year-old Athing Mo run a miraculous 800-meter time of 1 minute 56.07 seconds, a mark that not only shattered the previous Olympic trials record, but it now places her as the third fastest junior athlete in history. Lastly, we have to give a huge shout out to the one and only Rai Benjamin, who not only torched the field in this 400 hurdles final, but he ran the second fastest time ever, finishing in 46.83 seconds, a mere 5/100ths of a second shy of the world record of Kevin Young, which goes all the way back to the 1992 Olympic Games. These were but a few of the incredible moments of the past few days. However, standing far above these already epic track and field moments is none other than Sydney McLaughlin in the women's 400-meter hurdles, who achieved an absolutely ridiculous time. Coming into this 400 hurdles final, McLaughlin, who is still only 21 years of age, is already considered one of the greatest 400-meter hurdle athletes to ever compete. In 2019, she won the world silver medal, finishing with a time of 52.23 seconds. And while this performance was the second fastest time ever run in this event, it just so happened that the world record time was achieved in the same race, as Dalilah Muhammad dropped a stunning time of 52.16 seconds to take the gold. As you can clearly see, these two were far ahead of anyone else in this race, and they both stamped their dominance in this event. These two American athletes seemingly always bring out the absolute best in each other, and upon reaching these Olympic trials, this 400 hurdles showdown was one of the most anticipated matchups of the entire competition. And while both runners had been performing quite well in the preliminary heats, absolutely no one was prepared for just how fast this race would be. Through the opening 200 meters of this final, Dalilah Muhammad out in lane 7 blasted out to a sizable lead over McLaughlin in lane 6, but just as quickly as she had gained this lead, McLaughlin had already pulled even by the 200-meter mark. Coming around the back stretch, Muhammad again put a few meters on McLaughlin, and it did seem as though we were witnessing a similar race to the 2019 World Championships. However, over these final 100 meters, McLaughlin absolutely rocketed away from Muhammad, going on to break the world record with a time of 51.90 seconds, making her the very first female athlete in history to run under 52 seconds for the 400 hurdles. Now, it goes without saying that this performance was stunning. Even McLaughlin, who had to know that she was in world record shape, was completely speechless after this performance, and rightly so. I mean, 51.90 is simply remarkable. For the previous few years building up to this event, McLaughlin has been the centerpiece in almost every world record conversation in this event, and after years and years of fantastic performances and international championship placements, she has finally earned the title as the single fastest female athlete ever in this event. Indeed, this 51.9 was historic, and it certainly makes her the gold medal favorite for this summer's Olympics. However, this world record performance is only the tip of the iceberg to just how incredible her career has already been. If we go back all the way to 2016, at only 16 years of age, McLaughlin incredibly managed to qualify for the Rio Olympic Games in the 400 hurdles, and with a finishing time of 54.15, she broke both the world youth record and the world junior record with this one amazing performance, and to this day, she still is the fastest ever in both world record categories. After this fantastic Olympic qualification, McLaughlin only continued her high school domination, as her 2017 season was truly historic. On May 12th, she broke the national high school record in the indoor 400, running a time of 51.61. Following this performance, just 1 month later, she opened her outdoor campaign by absolutely shattering the national high school record in the 300-meter hurdles, hitting a time of 38.90 seconds, a time that still ranks as the North American record, and it also currently places her number 4 on the all-time list. And don't forget, she was still only 17 years old at the time. Throughout her entire senior year of high school, she went completely undefeated in any high school event, typically winning by massive margins over her competition. And while these high school victories were certainly impressive, one specific performance was certainly the absolute greatest of her high school career. At the 2017 New Balance Outdoor Nationals, McLaughlin was set to run the anchor leg on her 4x400 meter relay, and as you can see, she received this baton around 3 seconds behind the leader. This gap was enormous. I mean, it was huge, and for much of this anchor leg, McLaughlin wasn't even within camera shot here. But against all odds, down the final home stretch, she pulled out a miraculous anchor leg, winning the 4x400 meter relay and breaking the national record, and for her final leg, she achieved a time of 49.85 seconds. Absolutely ridiculous. Whether it was the adrenaline rush of chasing down the front athletes, or McLaughlin just had the perfect day here, this sub-50-second 400 split was absolutely mind-blowing, and following this amazing performance, it left every single college scout in the nation tripping over themselves to get McLaughlin on their team. After her incredible high school campaign, which included various high school records which still stand today, she enrolled at the University of Kentucky, where, as you can imagine, she only continued her breathtaking running. For her opening collegiate year, McLaughlin set a new world junior record in the 400. She eventually went on to win the 2018 NCAA Championships in the 400 hurdles. However, the race that really shocked the world was her 2018 SEC Championship victory, where she annihilated the world junior record in the 400 hurdles, hitting an almost inconceivable time of 52.75 seconds, a time that places her well over a second and a half over the next closest junior competitor. With so many amazing performances at such a young age, it was only a matter of time before she turned pro, and by her mid-2018 season, McLaughlin had finally announced that she would be starting her professional career with New Balance. This brings us back to the 2021 season. After years and years of novel breakthroughs and various World Junior records, McLaughlin is still maintaining her greatness amongst her peers, except this time, she has now managed to become the very first athlete to ever run under 52 seconds in the 400 hurdles. Indeed, she is without question the favorite going into this summer's Olympic Games in this event. And if she can stay fit, healthy, and injury-free, who knows? She very well could go on to shatter her own world record yet again. Thanks for watching, everyone, and as always, until next time.
It took a lot of brain cells, especially I was keep on losing power, and I had to work like sometimes from the laptop, and it's really hard.
Yeah, good job.
You guys keep me motivated. Honestly, this community is like, I feel like I'm doing something, you know. Even if my TA sometimes sucks, not sometimes, most of the time, but at least hey, maybe I can bring a smile to one of you. Okay, let's do the super chats. Please Discord. If you feel I'm being annoying, just let me know. I mute Discord and I'll do this thing. Oh, Danny with the 2 hashtag biscuit to America. Thank you, Danny. Wow, coming in with the Doji sticker with the 2. Thanks, Michael with the 5. Just want to share the love, buddy. Your super chat. Thank you, Mike. Sarah, oh my God, Sarah coming in big. What the hell, Sarah? Just you can test it for $2. Why the 50? Oh shit. Love you, Biscuit. I love you too, Sarah. Thank you so much. Oh wow. Pablo with the 2. You the man, Biscuit. Thanks, Pablo. I see some camels in the chat. James is spamming camels. Randall with the $2 with the heart sticker. Thank you. Is your name Randall? Your avatar is cute though. How many Doge do you have? Danny Superman with the 2. Pump it up, Biscuit. Dank 24/7Z. You want me to bump the market? I can. Watch, I'm gonna bump Ethereum all the way up to 2,480. Here, I'm gonna show you how. You basically take a hammer from trading view. You place your hammer up here, and every like 5 minutes, you have to do it like this. If you keep doing this, the price will bump. Guaranteed.
Biscuit, any hammer or your hammer?
It has to be a pink hammer. Oh, here we go. BNB broke first. BNB is the first one to break. Bump it up. Man, I'm so tempted to. I already traded this morning, and I made up yesterday losses, and I made up something. So basically, I went leverage with $600, and I made 300. Oh wow, BNB. Oh wow, it's even activated.
And Ethereum as well.
Ethereum is gonna do it as well. Yeah, okay. We take our hammer and just bump it a little bit more. That will help the market. Here we go. Guys, please, all fun and jokes aside, Don't buy the top of the green. Trade safely. Have a stop loss. We are in a major downtrend. Mini resistance ahead. Just because we are excited does not mean throw your money in. Please trade wisely and listen to other TAs other than me because I'm permabull. Lendra with the $5. Oh, the Doge sticker, thank you. Honest AF, hey, you made it. 5 Canadian. Habibi Biscuit, thanks, Honest. Oh my god. Stop it. Don't say Habibi to me. People will think we are in a relationship or something. I mean, I wish, but I don't know. The problem is you're located in Canada. I'm looking for an American woman. Can you take a flight? Why the donation bar is not moving? I thought it's gonna update with the donations. This is my Dogecoin position. You guys already know about this play position on Bitfinex, right? I have my stop losses in case we go down. I'll probably sell over here and buy here. You guys already have seen me do this on my YouTube a couple of times. But I have this like W shape. Hopefully it will work out. This is the 1 hour. So it will take a lot of time. It will take what? 3 days maybe. I don't know. Downward channel. Okay. How you guys doing on the Discord? I hear Suki typing. Okay, the Discord is dead. I will hug the mic.
I'm here, Biscuit.
Oh, I'm just writing
Hey,
some
quick.
analysis on this Doge call I'm about to say.
Alright, feel free to share with us, Suki.
I'm thinking if we break 2-3 with confidence, like we go to 2-275, then it will confirm 2-1.
Hey, Your Highness, don't forget, everybody on Pisca's channel, please hit the like and subscribe. We need more friends to hang out with, and the only way we get more friends is by you subscribing and hitting that like button. It's free for now.
Thanks.
Hit the like and
Also, guys,
subscribe.
yeah, also on Thames and Rec, make sure to do that as well. Like let's share the love.
Show some love to Tame the Yak.
Yeah, we need
Like
definitely
and
need the love.
subscribe, see more videos like this, and also give some love to Rick, Crypto Down Under. Give him a like and subscribe, and add him up on YouTube. Give him a like and subscribe as well. We gotta support the community.
Yeah, all 4 creators bring a different appeal to the subject of crypto. You definitely want to make sure you watch all 4 because they all 4 have different opinions at different times, and they usually can let you know something that you was thinking anyways. So that way you don't make rash decisions by yourself, or we can all be a part of it.
Thank you for the 5. No name. Coming in hot saying, go Bears. Grats on the channel, Biscuit. Thanks, no name. Shout out to
Yeah.
Echo. Adam also in the chat. Hey, Adam.
We also
Another
got
super
Seth
chat.
Hess. If you want to go check out Seth Hess, he talks about the crypto and the
Yeah.
blockchain and all kind of stuff. Go check him out. He's got a lot of interesting stuff to say.
If you
Seth
feel
Hess.
if you feel lazy and you want to know about all the crypto projects and you don't want to spend like 2 hours, 3 hours researching, just go to Seth's channel and watch his videos. He brings all the juice and just spit it in a video. Seth Hess.
Yeah, he compiles everything. He goes and does all the research for you. He's great.
Solo Doge just subscribed. SMV777 coming in with a €2. Congratulations, Biscuit. Get your ass to America, man. It's anxiety to the roof. Pump it up. We're gonna use the hammer again on Ethereum. You know the method, guys, right? 2, 3, 4, 5.
Biscuit, are you gonna put a speech to text for your super chats?
I'm
Or
afraid
text speech?
that would be a bit annoying. Do you guys think it's fun? Should I do it?
Even if it paid for half of itself, shit, man, that'd be cool.
That would mean that their supercharger rates would go up like crazy. People would be wanting to supercharge their shit. They don't, the normal charge wouldn't do. You want to get in, get out, and get back to mining and driving,
People would drive around just to mine shit.
right? You're walking around now just to get Doge coins with this Tamagotchi thing.
It'd be like going around the house like, does anyone need something from the store? Anyone needs a lift?
Dude, you can drive Uber, like, for, just keep going.
Oh my god, you can mine and get rewards at this. Oh my god, yeah. Or work for Amazon.
To fly.
They will make you drive 24/7.
Oh, for sure. Uber or Lyft? Yeah, hell yeah.
Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, all sorts of them. Uber Eats. You can be busy if you want to be busy.
Yeah, a car would be, it would be the first car that's not a depreciation, what is it? Depreciation value.
Appreciating.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. It's
I
interesting.
feel depreciated.
That too.
It is a very difficult word.
If you guys haven't actually ridden in a Tesla, I rode in a Model X. This was a few years back. And I thought Teslas, I didn't actually know too much about them. I thought they looked cool and whatever. But I actually drove one from Boston to New York because we were able to borrow, one of my friends was able to borrow his friend's car because they were going to use it for like a limo kind of thing for like a prom. Anyway, I stepped on the gas and I'm like, whoa. And then so I went way quicker than I'm
very fast.
And then I got on the highway and we were going like 60 miles an hour and I wanted to pass somebody and my face melted off of me, I swear to God, and we were going 90 to 100 in about 3 seconds. I was like, what?
Yep.
Those cars are nuts. They're crazy.
It's instant acceleration. There's a drag strip over here that people race at, and I've seen Teslas take out foreigns like just off the line, something crazy on a quarter mile.
No, but check this out. It's not just that. Like that is crazy. The engine is nuts, but the build quality of the thing, as far as like all the features you get, it's so clean and smooth. It was a great experience.
Quiet, super quiet. It's great.
There's a new, well, I don't know if it's new, but you hit the voice command and you say open butthole, and the gasoline tank lever opens.
You gotta love Elon, man. This dude is different.
Oh man,
that dude is different.
Hey, he's a billionaire with a sense of humor.
I'm looking at Calm. It's about to do a retest of this line, which is at 468. What do you guys think about Calm?
I like it.
I bought in because I think it's a long-term hold. That's what I think.
Biggest thing they've got going for them is their limited supply right now. That's what everybody's jumping on. Nobody wants to let go of that.
It's a limited supply with a decent use case. It's being used right now by a team that's already been extremely successful right now. But I think we've had a lot of really high movement. They're probably due for a retracement at some point. When, I don't know, but I'm long term on this one.
I'm gonna check if I can have it in my Binance futures. Then I'm gonna set an alert and try to trade it next time. I don't think I want to hold. Yeah, it is in the futures. It's available. I can trade this.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna put an alert at the test of this support around 469. And if it hits that, I will go long. I will put a stop loss under like 460 maybe too. And target the high again of 502, 503. That would be a nice flip. So bullish, man.
I'm getting so
Crazy.
frustrated with AMP. I'm thinking about just taking a loss and we're putting it in Doge.
If it gets you more Doge than what you sold Doge for to get it, then you accumulated coins.
Yeah, with my luck, I'll sell it, buy Doge, and AMP will pump.
Isn't it always like that?
Hey, this is something that I wanted to say this a lot here, but I never actually end up saying it. People, when I hear a situation like yours, you should always have a plan in place before you enter a trade for almost any possible scenario. So,
okay, Mom.
Well, don't you agree with me, right, Tisket?
Absolutely. I'm just trolling you.
I know, but like, okay.
Trade safely. Always wear a stop loss.
But whether it's a stop loss or not, you know, sometimes you go into a trade saying, I don't give a crap. This is going to go up, and I'm going to sell. I'm going to get there. We might go through a ride. That's cool. Or it's hey, I'm gonna buy here. If it ends up dipping below this point for a few days, I mean, I'll just cut my losses. I mean, and if it sounds like you already started to have a plan on what you might do, but I think going into it just in FOMOing in without a plan that's when you end up screwing yourself.
I totally just raw dog it.
I don't like my style is I don't mind if it dips, but do something. Dip and then I'll buy more and then I could average out or go up, but don't stay frozen in time. It's frustrating.
Well, you got to remember, in time, generally, it's going to do something big one way or the other. So it's just kind of a waiting game.
Or the longer it waits horizontal, you know, that's the longer potential you have for a big rip, and the longer the wait, the longer the rip usually.
And the danger with musical chairs is when the music stops, you might end up standing up with no seat.
Yeah, it just seemed very promising to me when I bought it, but yeah, I just hold on. Patience, right?
Are you accumulating
Patience is key.
doing any rewards or staking?
No, I'm on Coinbase, and I have Robinhood and Coinbase. That's the only two platforms. It's a mission to get into the other platforms. I mean, I should. I'm just lazy.
Well, you know what they say about lazy, but yeah, if you want 7.4%, head over to Gemini with your Doge if you want some 7.4.
Well, he's got AMP, but so what are you planning on doing?
But he was holding Doge. I got in this conversation late.
Oh no, that's okay. So with your AMP, what are you planning on doing with it? I mean, like, because if you need that money right now to trade other things, then maybe you know your plan that you're talking about will work. But as far as I can see, anything AMP has still got a solid future. So I mean, if you don't need that money to trade right now, I mean, you might want to hold on to it.
Yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna do. I don't need it right now. It's nothing as important. So I'll hold on and hope for the best. But I just want it to go down or go up, because if it goes down, I'm willing to put more money into it, and if it goes up, then I would like to take out some profits. But it's like frozen.
I'm looking at the log for the people who was, the website I did. Someone sent, he entered in the amount he entered 1 million, and the message is like enjoy, and the sender is Elon.
I knew it.
Yeah, I need to do something about filtering the messages. I have another fake message. It's 1 million, and the message says never doubt me, and the name is Versace. You guys are such trolls, man.
I can't wait to get my my Coinbase debit card. I'm actually excited to make payments.
Yeah,
I'm
someone
waiting for mine too.
sent me a super chat using crypto.com card.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Yeah. So I guess crypto.com is a bank now.
I'm
Oh, yeah.
pissed that I can't buy marijuana with my Coinbase debit card. I can buy it, but they won't give me rewards on cannabis or weapons or cryptocurrency.
Well, what you do, Drew, is when you go to like, how about if you go like to Publix and then you know how you do the cash back, and then you get cash back and then you buy your weed with that.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying, but the whole thing is
Yeah, but
exactly. That's not a bad idea. Do some cash back every Ooh, I like how you're thinking. I'm gonna do my cash back too when I go to the grocery store as well. Good idea.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Somebody's thinking.
Lovejoy, if you want to become a moderator on my chat, you have to pay $1,000. There is a fee to become a moderator.
Do you take Monopoly money?
But for you, I'll make a special case. Maybe we'll go out on a date. Wait, I can't do that in America, right? That's bad, right?
What's bad? Going out on a date?
It's kind of
I
like
think it's called solicitation.
not
You're not allowed
bad.
to do that.
I think that's
It's
like
Oh,
just that
man.
people are afraid of it now.
America doesn't sound fun.
No, you're allowed to date. You're just not allowed to offer any type of financial assistance.
Well, it all depends how you do it.
I live in Miami and I call bullshit.
I agree.
You just have to be careful on who you talk to.
All these Lambos running around here, trust me, they're paying for dates.
100%. I'm in Miami too, and I see it all the time.
Yes, sir. Might cost
Oh,
you like
trust me.
some plastic surgery.
I
Like it might
agree.
cost you more than just a little money.
It's that old saying, you pays me now or you pays me later. One way you're going to pay.
Ass, grass, or cash?
Just a shame for heads that got no money, that got no game. You gotta have money and some game. I mean, if you got money and game,
Yeah,
that's just
yes.
lame.
I disagree. You only need game.
Depends on where you
Nah,
live.
I mean, it's nice to have loot and game, but you know, unfortunately, most of the people that got loot, they got no game, so they got to spend their loot to get the game.
No, it's just that if you have more loot, you have more game.
If
Not
you have
necessarily
More of your
true.
game comes out. Like more of your game comes out, the more loot you have. You know what I'm saying? But
if you
gotta
have
game to
bigger,
begin with. If you don't have game, even if you have loot, I don't know. I mean, you can pay for dates, but it's like, I don't know, man. Are you really getting the date yourself? Having game is important to me.
if you have Benjamin Franklin as a wingman, you're good. You're okay.
Not if you don't got game. That's what I'm trying to say. You gotta have some game too to really be okay.
Ah, Benjamin Franklin will hook that up. He's the best wingman you could have.
Nah, at the end of the day, still you gotta get the game, man. You gotta have the game.
Yeah, you need
If you-
both. You need both. When a
if you
girl is
get-
in a club with
Gotta be a correlation there, right? Less game you have, the more money you need.
Exactly.
when a
There
girl,
we go, D.
when a
Nice.
girl is in the club with 10 millionaires, the one with the game is the one that wins.
What up, Drew? How you doing?
Doing great, man. What's up, D? Nice.
Took a few days off for barbecue with the family, and I'm back.
Nice, nice.
Hey, Pisket, you think Ethereum's trying to sneak away from?
From Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I think Ethereum should be now trading around 1,500, 600, but it's trading at 2,300. That tells you something.
This
I
case, you
mean-
got an interesting proposition from Lovejoy in your chat. You might want to look at.
Okay. I removed the donation bar because it's not linked, so people already have been sending and it's not updating, so I completely removed it. Is the jar? I'm missing the QR, right? I should have the QR back on the screen. Let me see. Guys, I'm blind. It takes time for me to read the chat. Hold on. What the hell? Oh, whatever I want? Oh boy.
Are you thinking out loud? Because that's coming on a little weird there.
Well, yeah, I just checked the chat and it says, I will do whatever you want. What should I ask for, guys?
She asked if you want to go on a VR date.
Oh, that sounds okay. Yeah, sure. I mean,
Who pays?
I'll
In the
see.
future,
I don't.
VR dates are going to be connected to physical stimuli.
Not sure if I have something nice to
Yeah.
wear.
Yeah,
I see
what movie was that?
bodysuits in the
Demolition
future.
Man.
Bodysuits with glory holes, or glory holes, shall we call them?
Demolition Man. I think they had that in Demolition Man. That was cool.
Yeah, special massagers.
Future's here, guys. The future is already here.
Hey,
Don't want
Blood,
to tell you how I know, but it is.
What in the future you talking about? Because I'm pretty sure they've been selling that for like 10 years.
D-Block.
Yeah.
Is it okay not to kiss the girl on the first date?
Yeah, you shouldn't. You got to let them kind of lean in. Like, what's wrong with me? Why hasn't this guy tried to kiss me all day? Like, I know my lips look nice. I'm dressed good.
You should go for a few dates without kissing. You should go for, like a few weeks, You got to gain that trust level and make sure, you guys feel comfortable with each other.
Depends what kind of girl.
A proper girl, it's going to take a few weeks to get a kissy.
I was wondering because I know for sure I'm too nervous because I will not make such a move. Like I was afraid like I'm gonna.
Yeah, wait a few dates to make that move.
Dates you guys
Eye
going on?
contact before marriage, Biscuit.
I
The gentleman game still works.
I don't know, man. I mean, sometimes they're asking for a kiss on the first date.
In Miami,
right
if
theory,
you go
Biscuit.
on a date and you don't try to score in the first date, you won't have a second date.
That's not true. You got to show them the world. Got to show them the world, and then not give them any, and they'll be back.
We have a new hourly candle, and I don't know. I'm looking at the 15. And I see a bit of red. Hopefully we don't.
Oh,
go.
now it doesn't. Now, Biscuit. Now it doesn't look good. All right.
I had my listen. I called 34,300, and we did 34,150. I will take it. I'll take it.
It still looks good to me.
I just gotta bust your balls a little bit, man, because
I'm sorry. I'm just too nervous. I have a date on VR. You don't understand the pressure right now. So,
Especially with Lovejoy.
What? I haven't been on a date in months, to be honest. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see. Good. Fair game. Fair game. She hasn't gone. Yeah, you haven't been in a date for months. I've never been in a date, so it's equal. So, I pick you tomorrow.
Can I join?
We're gonna revolt in this chat if you don't live stream this date.
No third wheels.
It's your weekly video. I think we're gonna cancel the camels and think the next video is Biscuit goes on his first date with an American woman.
Hey, Drew, when's that debate with Elon and Jack Dorsey?
Anybody know? I forgot.
I don't. I'm checking it right now because I really want that date.
Do you think anything's gonna happen? You think anything might dip, or?
I think they're gonna make out.
No, but what do you think is gonna happen to the market? You think it'll go down or go up, or it's gonna all depends on what they say?
It probably depends. Also, going to depend on what the whole spin doctors say, what they said, because usually a lot of people don't even they're too late to catch on and be like, oh, we knew about it, but then we didn't watch it, and then the only thing they end up watching are the spin doctors, what they say about it. So it all depends how it's going to get spun as well, I think.
How is it not too
It's on
obvious
the
to everyone, the FUD?
It's on July 21st. Speakers including Dorsey and ARK Invest Kathy Wood. That's going to be interesting.
Live on pay-per-view.
And it's not a good look for Jack Dorsey for Bitcoin to be at like 19,000 when they're doing that. So, you know, I think Bitcoin's kind of sturdy.
Hey guys, what's a good broker for trading Dogecoin?
In my opinion, right now, not just for trading, for holding as well, Gemini, because they give you 7.4 when you're holding in your earn folder. For trading, they might not be the cheapest, but they're not the most expensive either. It's a good compromise. And when you're not trading, just put in your earn folder, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just moved all my longs into Gemini this morning.
Is that 7.4%? What is it? A year?
Yeah, they calculated yearly, but they pay off every day on a yearly calculation.
7.4% on Doge, I think, is only for the month of July, right?
I don't know. Who knows? They didn't say a specific time, but I'm going to milk it for as much as I can. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that's how they get you.
That's what I heard.
It's only for a month.
Gemini's GUSD and DAI coin are 7.4 pretty much all the time, and GUSD is also insured. Whereas the other coins, there's a tiny bit of risk.
You know what they say, the higher the risk,
the greater the reward.
Yes, sir. Could also be the greater the loss too, because that's why it gives a greater on either end. If you're willing to take that greater loss too and balance it out with your reward, more power to you. It's all about making that balance. So if you hold 1 million Doge, you know, yearly, but let's say Doge doesn't move, forget the price action, you're going to get 74,000 Doge. Oh, my bad. Hold on. 700. Yeah, 74,000 Doge you'll get if you're holding 1 million Doge.
Compounds daily, too. It's another thing to keep in mind.
Yep. Oh, yeah. So by the end of the year, you actually get more because that's going to be a recalculation every day. So that will be more than 74,000 Doge by the end of the year.
Okay, so I just want to make sure. Can you actually trade through a trading view from Gemini, or is this just like a?
You can hook up your trading view. Also, they have a very good active trader, which I like to use. But you can also use your trading view. You can link that up with your Gemini.
If I sell some of my Doge and I keep it in my buying power,
it's not going to generate. You have to put it in your earn power, in your earn rewards folder.
No. I'm saying on Robinhood. I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad.
On Robinhood, if I sell, let's say, $50 or $100 worth of Doge, and I keep it in my buying power, am I getting taxed for those $50, or I have to take it out of my buying power for me to get taxed?
Your taxes are gonna be calculated from your yearly gain or loss, depending if you made a yearly gain or loss. So the accumulation of all your transactions, basically, they're gonna
realize gains and losses.
Yeah, realized gains and losses. Realize, you're right, correct.
So you had to have traded it. If you just bought it and you're holding it and you haven't done anything with it, then that doesn't count for that year.
As soon as you buy or sell something, that goes into that calculation. It doesn't matter if it moves into your bank account or if it's on an order, on a limit order sometimes.
Yeah, they take every movement gets taken into consideration in the calculation for your yearly gain or loss.
Yeah, also on other platforms like Coinbase, you can trade coin to coin, but that also doesn't circumvent those tax requirements.
Gotcha. Holy cow. So if let's say I sold 40,000 Doges, I waited for the dip, and then I bought in on a good dip, and then I waited for it to go back up. I sold it again. Those are going to be all those 40,000 Doges I'm paying taxes on every time I do that?
No, they're going to be calculated. It's going to be taken in consideration and calculated to make a average of your whole year to see, did this gentleman make money this year or did he lose money this year? And that's going to be calculated. So if you use like a third-party accounting system like Coin Tracker, it will take the calculation basically and see, you know, whether if after that calculation of all your transactions, buying, selling, whatever you're doing, if it's going to be minus, you're not going to have any taxes to pay basically, you know, unless you're mining or doing some staking. So, you know, if your yearly calculation comes out and whoever's calculating your taxes, whether it be you or whether it be a robot, if by the end of its calculation it says this person made this much in this year, you're going to have to pay tax on that. But it's not basically, you don't have to think like, oh man, every transaction I got to pay tax when I lose, tax when I lost. You got to think of like, you know, in the yearly gain or loss, if I'm going to make this year, I'm going to pay tax this year. If I'm going to lose money this year, I'm going to not pay taxes this year.
Right. So I would have to liquidate on my last transaction before tax day or before I get sent that paper. Because if I liquidate, if I sell, right, and then I put the money back in there, the last transaction that I put the money back in there, it's not going to be in the tax form. So it's going to look like I gained all that money.
I was just going to point that out. Not that anyone's trying to give tax advice here, but you may want to research into the time that you make the purchase and the time you make the sell, because generally if you hold something for longer than a year, same tax rules don't apply. But if you're day trading every day, like say you start December 31st, then you trade 1,000 times between that and the next year, like, are you technically holding on to the very first coin you bought until the end of the next year? Or, you know, I don't know off the top of my head, but definitely want to look into that.
If you read on Coin Tracker, they'll tell you about, it's called tax loss harvesting, which you could do when you get your losses. You know, you gather up and maybe even give yourself some extra losses by liquidating yourself to balance off your taxes a little bit better on your gains. And that is called tax loss harvesting. And there's apps that do that for you pretty well. They can't do it unless you have access to API. But Robinhood, from what I know, has no API access, so you wouldn't be able to hook that up to Robinhood. But all the other trading platforms that you can hook up APIs to, you can hook these up to, and they're great in my opinion.
Awesome, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries. It's called Coin Tracker. And even if you don't hook it up, it's good just to check out and see what they do, the Coin Tracker. Even if you don't want to hook it up with your Robinhood, there's ways you can get help with your taxes through them.
You're the man, brother. Thank you.
Anytime.
Well, it's cointracker.io, right?
Yep. My bad. Did I say .com?
No, I don't think it said anything, but there's another website called cointrackers.com. That's something else.
Yeah, not that. Definitely not that one. No. Yeah, cointracker.io.
You think having an API is on Robinhood's product roadmap? I don't recall if they ever mentioned it.
If they're, I would imagine if they're smart, they're going to do some of that and some earning program. Like hopefully, because I don't think people are going to want to stay if they're just like, oh yeah, we got hot wallets. We got wallets for you guys finally. You know, it's like, well, you guys are kind of late to the party. Everyone's already got hot wallets. What else are you going to give us?
Yeah, for sure that earn.
Yeah, they should definitely. I hope they're coming up with some kind of earn and API. That'd be very wise of them, in my opinion.
If they do a wallet before they do the earn and before they introduce new coins, then they're shooting themselves in the foot.
Exactly. It wouldn't make any sense.
All that stuff first and then do the wallet.
Yep. And if they were smart, they would add a Robinhood Pro to the stock side where you can actually, you know, like you said, with the API and all that, give us some charts that are worth it, some stop losses, some trailing stops, all that good stuff.
You'd probably call it Robinhood Gold. Just tie it into that same fee like Amazon Prime and just give us extra stuff. Oh, the other thing's that debit card. I mean, I feel like everyone's just waiting to turn that on for their cards. You got Stripe and Coinbase and PayPal, and or not Stripe, but Venmo, Cash App. They all have those debit cards. I don't know what's preventing them from just saying, like BitPay, just you can pay directly with crypto. Gemini's actually the closest, and they don't even have a card.
Yeah, I stopped using BitPay because there's no rewards. I'm like, why? And you guys are taxing my transaction. Forget you guys. I mean, I'm happy that you guys try to put Doge in the ecosystem, but ultimately it comes down, is the user winning or is he losing? And it seems like BitPay is taking advantage of its users, in my opinion.
It's good if you have a business, but yeah, on the user side, it's kind of whack.
Yeah, merchant to merchant, but for users that are trying to use their BitPay card, the conversion fees are pretty hefty. You can't really convert. I mean, it's cool, you know, they boast that, you know, you have your own keys, which is cool that they give your keys, your own passphrase. But at the same time, they don't let you do any spot trading. And it's just conversions with their own fees that they throw at you at their please. You can set your gas limits to either emergency or whatever, urgent, non-urgent, or regular, or something like that. But with the conversion of coins, if you want to flip it over to your top up your card, they're going to tax you on that. So that's why, like, Coinbase Pro right now, it's just like, it is so genius. There's no taxing, like no fees going on. I just go and do a limit buy and get it to US and then to USD, transfer my USD to USDC. There's no transaction fee in that. Then I move the USDC to Coinbase. There's no transaction fee in that. And I'm generating 4% while I'm holding it in USDC on my Coinbase card. And all the transactions don't have a transaction fee when I'm buying my actual physical product, and I'm getting that 4% reward. So it's like Coinbase Pro just blew BitPay out of the water, in my opinion.
Somebody tell you why it takes like a whole damn circus just to get me up to make an account on these things? Like, it's like I have to go through all these steps. I'm starting to think it's not just about the individual. They're just trying to make it really difficult for you to make money. Is that true?
Well, no,
I don't think they're trying to make it difficult, but I mean, any barrier is good for us, right? Because if we're willing to go through it and other people aren't, then you're ahead of the game. But yeah, I feel you.
Well, what I've seen recently, I don't trust people right now. Like, I just feel like they're just trying to make it hard.
Well, I mean, when they make it easy, they tax you for making it easy. And when they make it hard, it's kind of difficult and you got to concentrate a little bit more. But I think when they make it easy, that's when they're taxing you more, especially when you take a coin, like the case of Coinbase. If you use Coinbase app or just like the regular Coinbase to do your conversions, it's very easy, very user-friendly, bright blue buttons, everything clear as night and day. And then on Coinbase Pro, for a beginner user, can get intimidating, And but the fees are much, much less if you start doing your trades on Coinbase Pro, which is a little more confusing, So I think, sometimes easier ways actually the harder way because you get taxed.
Gotcha. How long does it take for your driver's license to get verified on Gemini?
1-2 days. Some people said even quicker, like when they do passports, but I don't know, 1 or 2 days up to a week.
Exactly. Okay, I gotcha. Thank you.
Anytime.
Thanks, Adam. Hearts for Adam, guys.
So Miami dodged a bullet. We're not getting the hurricane.
Yeah, man, we had some tornado warnings yesterday in the afternoon, but other than that, we're straight. A lot of rain, some wind.
Yes, sir.
It's coming right for me. I got to put up my shutters now.
Wish.
Scary thing about hurricanes that don't hit Florida is that they don't get to hit land. So wherever they go, they've been sitting in the water for a long time, which usually makes it worse.
Oh, yeah.
We're like a bumper for the rest of the country, really.
Yeah, Cuba's a bumper for us.
Yep. DR, all of that.
Yes, sir.
Actually, what I'm seeing though on the Gulf side, it's about to get hit.
Yep. It might hit up north, like in Florida on the Gulf side, but South Florida got saved.
Yeah. And then it looks like it's going straight over Tallahassee, then Savannah, Augusta, Florence, like in South Carolina, North Carolina. It still looks like it's going to have speed. Raleigh, North Carolina, Virginia. And it looks like it wants to exit back to sea at Virginia Beach. Might be some havoc coming up.
Yep.
I mean, was it bad in Costa Rica and stuff, or did they have, or in the Bahamas? Did that get hit pretty hard?
Well, right now it's strengthening.
Cuba.
It's like right on the edge. It's about to be a Category 1.
Yeah, it's been dodging. Its eyes been on water the whole time, so it's been like side skirting places, but it really hasn't been any direct hits.
I heard that it slowed down due to Cuba's big mountain. They have like a huge mountain, and it was over that for a little bit and slowed down the winds.
And Mexico is getting dumped on too in southern Texas as well.
Yeah, the scary thing about when it goes into the Gulf is that those waters are abnormally warm. So you already know what happens when when it hit New Orleans, when it hits Texas, like they hit with a force.
Yeah.
What's up, Drew? Long time no see.
What's going on?
Not a thing, man. I wanted to talk to you about something. I'm gonna shoot you a message later today after I'm done working.
Cool.
How's the shop going?
It's going great. Well, not the shop, it's the lab. The shops that are using our stuff from our lab are doing good as well. I don't have a shop though. We just produce.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize.
Yeah, we're coming out with a B line too called the hookup.
No, wait, where do you guys distribute to? Like what states?
Everywhere, just California. Everyone in California from north to south.
I just moved from San Francisco to Boston.
We'll probably be in Massachusetts soon too. Probably another 3 months, 4 months.
What's the word? You guys doing TA right now or anything like that? I assumed it was going to slow down since the entire market's slowing down, but
We were doing some TA on the hurricane.
yeah.
Yeah, right
It's
now
a whole
everything's
bunch of sideways.
Yeah, it's still chilling. What, at 23 cents? I already did my buying for the day. Just a little bit under where we're at. I got a 0.2313. Actually, no, a little bit right over 0.2313. And what, Bitcoin still trying to get to 34,000, but let's see if it gets some leg above 35. That's what I want.
Yeah, I'm holding on to my laurels. I think last time I talked in here was maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, but yeah, I bought or I sold out, right before it tanked. I got back in at like 16 and I'm just holding on to see what happens.
Nice.
Buying.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Let me sell a couple. Let me sell a property or two first, and then I'll buy a big chunk.
There's a shop though in LA, like that's what we use for like friends and like influencers and family and like special customers, and that's the Artist Tree in LA.
Was so I have a art series thing, and I had this dream of turning it into an NFT that had like physical value, where you have like a weed coin that like if you're the owner of that, you get like special access to certain clubs or something.
Nice.
The idea just never really panned out because there's so much legwork into getting enough of it.
Yeah, and NFT market's getting pretty saturated pretty quickly too.
Yeah.
I just received my Amazon Dogecoin, the physical golden one. I ordered it when Doge was at 60 cents and hanging around 50. I just got it now. I was excited to get it. Now I'm not so much.
Still exciting. 43. Oh my god.
43.
I'm collecting coins, accumulating.
Biscuit.
Hey.
Doge is just that one
You in the
green
US
dog
yet?
going down the trail.
How you doing? Who's this?
This is Kata Jet. I haven't been on in like 3 weeks.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you. Are you in the US yet?
Nah.
Son of
Nah.
bitch.
But
Son of B.
but big progress. You remember the Dogecoin wallet?
I do, yeah. I dumped 20 or 30 bucks in there a while ago, I think.
Oh wow, thanks, man. It's at like let me check. It's at 13,805 Dogecoin out of 50k.
That's good.
Insane, man. I don't know. I thought it's a meme and a joke, but gotta back my bags.
You guys think?
Can't wait.
You guys think Elon Musk got some heat for that meme that he posted with Warren Buffett? I think Warren's. It's interesting. He actually said Bitcoin is a delusion, but blockchain is ingenious. We know he has a big position in Microsoft, and Microsoft has a lot of patents on some blockchain technology.
Yeah, a lot of people get confused. They think he's anti-crypto. I mean, he's not anti-blockchain. He's just doesn't believe in a lot of these cryptos.
His quote unquote, this is from himself, from the horse of the mouth, from mouth of the horse. It's ingenious and blockchain is important, but Bitcoin has no unique value at all. It doesn't produce anything. You can stare at it all day and no little Bitcoins come out or anything like that.
Man, that was gold.
He said you can stare at it all day and no little Bitcoins come out. In other words, like there's no staking, but there is mining. And then he added, people get their hopes up that something like that is going to change their lives, and it's a very ingenious thing to figure out how to have a limited supply and make it harder and more expensive to create them as you go along and all that sort of thing, but it doesn't. The function ... blockchain does not depend on Bitcoin. So that's what his, he said, blockchain is not dependent on, and he's true. I think, Bitcoin is more dependent on blockchain.
Well, it was the beginning,
Literally,
right?
yeah. Well, literally, you can't have, you could have blockchains without having cryptocurrencies, but you can't have cryptocurrencies without having their blockchains.
You can ask anyone in the world and they know what Bitcoin is now. Just about, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not the same for any other coin.
Not yet.
Not yet, no. But I believe in the expansion and contraction of the universe, manifesting in everything, including cryptocurrency. We're going to blow up and create 10 million different cryptocurrencies, and we're going to have a collapse to, a handful. And then, 6 years later, it's going to be 10,000 different coins again.
Yeah, it'd be like saying someone heard about the internet but didn't hear about email. So eventually everyone hears about email, they hear about e-commerce, online banking, SMS, whatever. So, but yeah, there's only a few things that you can really keep track of in your brain.
Yeah. What is it? You have like 30 different streaming services now. There was one, now there's 30. Then in a couple of years, it's going to collapse because people are going to get sick of paying for, 15 different like $10 a month plans. It's going to collapse to one because piracy is going to rule for a short amount of time. And then when people get complacent again, they'll start expanding. You'll have another like Peacock and, every other one that exists right now.
So get this though, Warren Buffett, he invested $500 million in a digital bank called Nubank, which is a very pro-Bitcoin bank. And they offer Bitcoin investments following its acquisition of brokerage firm Easy Invest. And that offered the trading of Brazil's first Bitcoin exchange traded fund. And he threw down $500 million on that. And it's a pro-Bitcoin digital bank. And that's what his Berkshire Hathaway Incorporated has invested $500 million. Not too bad, $500 million. So he's throwing down on Bitcoin, but like kind of a few layers underneath. He's an investor, not directly.
You know how the gold during the gold rush, they say that people made more money on selling picks and jeans than they did on mining gold. Warren Buffett's the type of man that's going to invest in the picks.
Wasn't he against digital currency?
Well, if he was, he wouldn't be investing $500 million in a digital bank.
He's all about the blockchain.
Yeah. Did you see what Elon tweeted about him?
Yep.
Yeah. So he is into crypto in a big way.
Well, no, that was that wasn't really a quote from Buffett.
Now that was more like a troll to him. Like, I know
Yeah.
you like blockchain, but you better collect as many coins as possible, buddy.
Well, Warren did say Bitcoin is going to have a bad ending. He didn't say crypto is going to have a bad ending. He said Bitcoin is going to have a bad ending.
Guys, honestly, I don't like Warren Buffett. I think he's a bad guy. He's not one of the good guys. I mean, I just have no trust what comes out of that guy's mouth.
You say you can't trust what Warren Buffett says?
I don't know. There's something. I don't know. He just doesn't seem like one of the good guys. I mean, he's just.
The father of modern investing.
His
so maybe great grandfather at this point.
About him is actually a decent read. I would reckon. I can't remember any off the top of my head, but the guy didn't get where he is on accident.
Is Trump a good guy?
No.
He's a good investor, though.
Oh, I mean, anyone's a good investor if you have a $200 million lump sum from daddy.
Yeah,
if you're willing to buy a company, let it go bankrupt, and sell it off into a million pieces, and then rinse and repeat over and over every company you've ever owned, then yeah.
There's something about if he'd have just taken his investment and put it in the Dow, he'd have had more money than he has now.
Yeah, I heard that, but since we haven't seen his tax returns, like that's all speculation, right?
Yeah, that's all true.
He hasn't paid very much tax, according to him.
Best president we ever had.
Different strokes, different folks.
Oh no, I mean, I'm not making any comparison to him as president. I just don't think he's a good guy.
From a businessman perspective, I don't get the hype. I'm from New York. We followed his business endeavors from the very beginning, and businessman, he is not.
Yeah, my company's a service providing company. I would never take him as a client.
It's a good way not to get paid.
Yeah, just on the history of him not paying people. I don't need that.
But to be fair, all of these guys with the multi-millions are sketchy. You know, it's whatever.
Yeah,
he's not an ethical investor.
So out in the open as he was before he was a president. People probably just thought, oh, he's a famous rich guy. Let me work with him. And everything else comes out in the public.
Yeah, I watched some of his old interviews when he's sitting side by side by his buddy Bill Gates, and they were doing some interviews at some colleges, some Q&A seminars and stuff, like all cracking jokes and funny, har. And you can tell off the bat he's not an ethical investor. The way he was just like cracking jokes. Oh yeah, and I went to China and like shoved Coca-Cola down their throat, basically, you know, and like cracking jokes like that. Pretty interesting.
So I don't have millions. Does that make me a good guy?
Yes.
Thanks.
Nah, but I mean, it's good to think about this. I mean, we're gonna go through 2-3 more of these bull cycles, and we're gonna be the ones with money. How are you gonna act when you have the money? So remember how we feel now. When you got it, just try to play accordingly.
It changes your priorities and your motivation for sure. If you like doing your job or whatever you've built your career up around, and then you wind up not having to do it ever, then why would you wake up and do it? You got to find some other kind of driver.
I'm gonna take all the super chats and go 100x long on Dogecoin.
The one thing about Warren Buffett that kind of like, I look at him and I'm like, are you still motivated by money after all this time? Like, when is enough? When do you get to just go live your life, dog? Man's gonna die making money.
I mean, that's cool and all, but that ain't for me.
Nah, I got plans for my money, man. This is just a vehicle to get me where I need to go.
Right on, brother. I feel the same way.
I'm gonna tour America with my money.
Berkshire did say they're 100% prepared for Warren Buffett's death, and you know they're all. I think they have some kind of system ready.
That guy Charlie set up to take over.
They can't wait to take over. Are you kidding me? He's like, every day he looks at him in the side of his head, like, you feeling okay? You all right? You sure? You don't want to just go home?
Can you imagine the kind of healthcare the guy got? Like, what's keeping this guy alive? He's gonna be like 120 years old, like laughing. Like, I own all the railroads, I own all the utilities, I own every consumable product.
That's crazy. 99% of his net worth is in his own Berkshire shares.
It's called believing in yourself right there, man.
Yeah. So in 2010, he funded and co-founded and signed the Giving Pledge with Bill and Melinda Gates to encourage the ultra wealthy to give more than half of their wealth away to charity. So over several years, his stock will gradually be converted and deployed for charitable efforts. Basically, trust funds for trust funds for trust funds, saying we're going to do something good with the money, but hopefully, you know.
He's leaving his kids zero. Not that, you know, if Warren Buffett is your dad, you need any money. I think you're good for the rest of your life just off your name. But he's not leaving anything to his kids. He said he taught them how to make money so he wouldn't have to leave them any.
Exactly. He taught them the way. You don't need, you know, they don't need help.
That's a good way, isn't it? Good policy.
It would probably take about, from what I'm reading here, about 12 to 15 years for his money to be able to kind of get into the market somehow. Like after his death, it would take 12 to 15 years for the entirety of this Berkshire shares to move into the market.
See the price of those shares? It's crazy. It's the most valuable stock in the market.
Oh, Berkshire Hathaway A's, yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah. Never a bad bet.
People have made so much of money on him, actually, just following him. And now Kathy Wood as well.
She's a beast.
Yeah, I just set up this coin tracker while we're chatting here. It's pretty dope. I got connected to KuCoin, Gemini, Coinbase, Coinbase Pro. And it shows your KuCoin staking pool. It doesn't show you Gemini Earn portfolio though, actually. I just realized.
So the way that Warren is saying by not leaving too much to his children, his approach is leave the children enough so they can do anything, but not enough so they can do nothing.
Oh, that's brilliant.
He did leave a note to his shareholders that his own adult children pursue philanthropic efforts that involve both money and time. Philanthropic. They're now in their 60s already, and they haven't received anything. Each child, though, has a $2 billion foundation funded by Buffett, so there's a foundation. I guess kind of like a trust fund you can call it, whatever you want to call it. He said he pledged to give 99% of his wealth by the end of his life.
Well, he can start passing it out to every American.
He just donated, what, $4.1 billion worth of his shares to 5 foundations. So his donation was $41 billion for the year of, I forget, I think that was last year. He donated $41 billion. Or not last year. That was combined. My bad. That's not just last year. That was combined.
Just imagine if he just gave that to actual people instead of foundations that have no idea what they're going to do with that money.
How do you know people are going to know what to do with that money?
I'm pretty sure if he gave you $1 million, you could figure something to do with it.
Maybe I'll do something wrong with it.
Yeah, he's just trying to do a cost benefit analysis, man, to see how he can spend his dollars the best. I get it.
I get it too, but think about the people that really would need that help. Like, if he did like had his creators create like a thing to be able to do social analysis on the human mind, more or less, and they could check off a list and find the ones that would actually benefit society and only donate to those people.
Interesting. That sounds something more of like a Neuralink activity or something.
Something like that, more or less. Like only the people that could benefit society would get his inheritance, and none to ones that would make it worse.
I don't know if that would work either, man.
Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't get the money under those under those rules. Because I'm getting an attack penguin the second this Dogecoin gets to $1. I don't know how much that helps society, but it's definitely happening.
Did you say attack penguin?
Yes, sir. Even if there's nobody, even if there isn't a trainer that can teach
I heard
penguins
that.
how to attack, I will
you
put
can
one through
find someone to
college.
train them, right? You make the
I will
trainer.
put somebody through college to become an attack penguin trainer just to train my attack penguin.
I like Elon's approach. He'll give to specific areas and specific charter schools and even to the Flint water program in schools, made sure all the schools had some clean drinking water. Very directed campaigns, not giving to charities that kind of thin out their funds, and who knows where that money ends up. I like Elon's approach, the way he directly goes from point A to point B with his funds, with his donations.
See, I like that too. That's exactly the concept I'm getting at. Like that will benefit society, not some charity that who knows. I mean, the top executive gets to live in $1 million home or $1 billion home because now they're tax write-off and tax exempt and all this good stuff. I don't feel that that's fair. I mean, that they decide what goes on whenever they could benefit society, get wells dug. I mean, places that don't have internet, get them connected. I mean, there's so many different areas that really need to help instead of just putting your funds in one basket.
I mean, there's good charities out there though, like New York. If you're in New York City, it's a charity called a foundation called Robin Hood, and it's a a zero endowment. What's it called? Non-endowment or something. It means they spend all the money every year. They don't keep it and pay overhead, and also I think all the directors don't take any salary.
Well, Elon Musk signed that giving pledge too, as well. I didn't know that. So he promised to donate at least half of his fortune to charity. It's an old article from Forbes.
I didn't know that either. Good time to start a charity.
In 2020, Forbes estimated that he gave $100 million to some of those charitable causes. They're kind of knocking Elon Musk on this article. They called him and said Musk is a famously cash poor billionaire.
The hate is real.
The hate is so real. They said nearly all of his wealth, save for a few homes, is tied up in his stakes in Tesla and SpaceX, which was kind of true in a way. He's pledged about half of his Tesla stock as collateral for loans. He also said he plans to set up his giving later in life. In 2018, he tweeted that he would sell around $100 million worth of Tesla stock every few years for charity, and to make major disbursements in about 20 years when Tesla is in a steady state.
Very dead market. Actually, on the 15-minute, we're not looking that bad, eh? What do you guys think? Not talking specifically about those, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the others.
Market seems like it wants to stabilize. It's been sick of bleeding.
I'm bored. I need to fight with someone. The earth is flat, people.
Right now, there's some volume coming in. I mean, on the still under these 200s across the map on even like the hourlies and half hourlies, 15 minutes. I'd want to see to get above the 200 moving average, at least on a 15-minute chart.
Higher highs on BNB.
We're above the 200 on the 1-minute chart. I'll be back, guys.
See ya.
Later.
Oh, we're going to have a pump.
I'm gonna use the hammer to pump Ethereum a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go.
Yeah, Ethereum's just a beast of its own. Did you see your super chat, Biscuit?
Oh, thanks. I just heard I go to American notification. No name with the $5. Thanks. Until you get your generator, you can run your camels on treadmills. A sustainable power. Thanks, no name. I guess.
That's hilarious.
I don't know.
Keep
This
them
is
coming.
my. That's funny. I think that's my priority with the super chat money, to get a generator to keep the stream live 24/7.
Yeah, that heat,
So
you
I
need a
don't know,
generator. As hot as you get out
Yeah.
there, you gotta have that generator just for your health.
No, I'm
Got to.
No, I can manage staying somewhere cold. It's not a problem, but the problem is keeping the stream live. This is the main thing I want to focus on. So I don't know how the money flow will go from the owner of this channel to me. I don't know the percentage that the YouTube will take from him. So I need to estimate how much
YouTube
money
eats you
is gonna actually
alive.
come in until yeah. And so I don't want to basically I can take my own money and throw 2K at a
You'll
5
basically get about
kilovolts
10%. You'll basically get about 10% of that super chat, if you're lucky.
Yeah, my whole point is I don't want to go spend a lot of money and then eventually you know how it is. People are when something is new and fresh, they get excited, they spend money, but then it basically no more income. The income gets less and less. Yeah, it's normal cycle for everything. At the first you boom, and then you slowly decline. So I don't want to spend a lot of money on a generator and then have the income being bad. So I'm just gonna wait for 2 to 3 days and then pull the trigger on a system. Tony, thanks for the $1 smiley face. Thanks, Tony. Much appreciated. Tony has supported us with a lot of Doge. Thanks, friend.
Tony is the man, the main man.
He wants to adopt me. But I told him it's gonna be weird. Like, I'm 32 years old.
Everybody needs an older kid in their life. It's
Can
okay.
introduce me to people like this is my baby kid, and I don't think it's the best idea. Especially if you have a hot daughter around the house. You don't want me in there asking her about her Doge wallet.
You're the baby kid that grows camels in the backyard.
Playing in the sand. Oh, Bitcoin just had a mini tiny bump. Did we miss it? Oh, we didn't pay attention. Oh, even Doge did. It's not much, but on Binance Global, it touched 232.
Got Bitcoin over 34.
Nice to hear from you, Pisket. I've seen your YouTube channel and I like it.
Hey, thanks. Thanks, Oscar,
Do you
for
have
the
enough
two.
money to come
Oscar
to US
coming
from
in
Libya?
hot. No, the target is 50k Doge, and we are at 13,000. I actually hope it takes time. Like, I would like to do it next summer. Maybe on February or March. Because if the Doge gonna keep coming in this fast, I will have to be there like by Christmas, basically. It's gonna be, I don't know. Gotta finish some stuff here.
Where do you want to visit first?
I don't think anybody expects you to, as soon as you hit the target, to pack your bags immediately and come. No one expects that, okay? And I wouldn't expect it either.
Yeah,
just
but
so you know.
at least, like, I wouldn't make it like longer
I
than
would
a
say
month.
within a 2-month
so.
period, we would grant you, King Pisket, a 2-month period from the time you hit your goal. Us Pisketeers will grant you that permission.
Yeah, if the Biscuiteers are you the spokesman of the Biscuiteers?
I can definitely be.
That's awesome. Okay,
Speaking of
make sure
which,
to forward the complaints before the compliments, so I can be aware of what's going on the channel. Yeah, Dokrush.
by the time Christmas comes around, you probably Doge would have gone rocket to the moon, and then you'll have triple your Doge value, and you won't
So
need
when
more.
when we did it back in the day, when we did the wallet, we were like, we're gonna time it with Doge hitting $1. So actually the target when it comes to dollar is actually 50k. So but then like we saw how the Dogecoin retraced and everything, and it seems like $1 is very hard. So whatever is missing, I'm gonna make up with my own money, basically. Like, I'm gonna use Dogecoin.
Are you
Anyway.
safe in Libya where you're at?
Safe? Yes, I'm safe.
So you're in Tripoli, I guess.
No, Benghazi.
Oh,
Eastern part. In the eastern part.
Benghazi. Has Libya recovered from the air raids and all, or is it still in shambles?
Still, like, we have inner conflict. Like, still every party is controlling certain parts and claiming that they are right and the other party is wrong. But like now there is only one thing positive about the last year. The war has stopped, like, I think last year or 2 years, and the war is going politically, which is good in my opinion. As long as they don't fire missiles at each other and just talk it out, I'm okay with that. Even we're lacking the basic services, but at least no one is killing anyone.
At least there's no more Muammar Gaddafi to create a problem.
The problem is we got rid of one Gaddafi. Now we're struggling with 10 Gaddafis.
So just so I'm
No,
not
that's
speaking
not
for everybody, all the Pisketeers in Pisket's chat, if you agree with the 2-month settlement period from the time they hit the goal, we hit the goal, please put camels in the chat. Put camels in the chat if you agree with the little time lapse so he can get his affairs in order.
I vote that Biscuit can do with whatever with it that they want. So can I put 2 camels in the chat?
But I own it to the people who like.
Absolutely. Camels. I want to see camels and some rockets, please, Pisketeers. If you agree, 2-month period after hit the goal to get affairs in order to come to America, because this will not be a short trip. This will be a long trip.
County Shouty is saying he's going to visit Joe Rogan first, slap him in the forehead. LOL. That's kind of true. That's a priority. Hopefully I survive it next so I can visit all you lovely people afterwards. Hey.
4 hours left on the daily candle on Doge, brother. All or nothing.
Man. What are you anticipating a positive or a negative close?
Unfortunately, I'm looking at a negative close. I didn't want to say that.
I'd say get some amp to amp. Amp has good potential.
Do you think if we close negatively, we're going to visit the lower 20? Maybe 19, 18 cents?
On my chart, I got it going down to 15 in about a week.
15 in a week. That would be a nice entry if we get it to 15.
I'll tell you the exact one. Hold on. $15,801.
15,801.
15,801.
By which date?
On the daily, the 200, is it the 200? The 200 is at that range that you just mentioned, I think. Yep, that's the 200 moving average. It is around the 16. Oh yeah, maybe we retest that.
I might not be exactly 15, but it's gonna come close. I was thinking 17, but my chart's saying 15. Well, I don't think that the market is gonna allow that to go that because of the buying pressure once it gets around 17. I think hold on. Let's see, around 18,973.
No, he's talking about Dogecoin.
18,973 is a good buying spot that a lot of people like. So that's where I see where it's gonna stop right about there. I don't believe it'll drop to the 15,801. I want it because I have a buying order there, but I don't see it going that far. I see about 18,973.
Well, if that happens, we're gonna double our Doge, everyone.
I could be wrong, but it looks about that right.
No, I've heard a couple of analysis. Yeah, they don't look optimistic at this Doge current situation, and they think we should go lower. So you're not alone on this lookout.
Okay, I was just I'm I'm a realist. Trust me. I wanted to go to 75 cents tomorrow, but the universe has to correct itself. I mean, no matter what you do, the universe will always correct itself.
Yep.
You can delay.
I appreciate you sharing that, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I feel like anyone who's bearish gets the short end of the stick, man. Don't shoot the messenger.
Nah, this Snook Killer 64. I already felt the wrath of the hammer already, so I'm okay. I took it to the chin. I'm good.
Don't come against the hammer.
I hope it was your mic, not your analysis.
Nah, it was the mic. You got me on the mic. I was an open micer. But it wasn't my fault, though.
There was the Android glitch back then. Everyone
Yeah,
got
the bot.
muted
Yeah,
at
I
a
got
certain
muted
point.
in the first 24 hours. I was like, oh,
yeah, the
this is,
bot
I'm
glitch
not
got
going to
me.
do good on. I hope I don't get
All right,
muted
this
intentionally.
is my game plan. This is what I want to do. I found out that if I stake, say I stake an asset or a coin around 10 worth about 9,800. So we'll just say 10. So at 10,000 at 10%, it gives you, that's $1,000 that it give you in 3 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I did the math. If you go every other month for 3 months, if you do that and stake that, and you stake that 9 grand for every 3 months, you will walk away with $1,000 a month every month.
I know, profit. I know. Compound interest, baby. It works good. It's a good thing.
I set up a couple of those already. I'm about to kick it up to make it $10,000 a month. So I'm gonna
I
drop
feel you, man.
90,000, so
I'm
I can
with
get
you.
it to 10,000. That freedom, like
Revenue
everyone says on
streams,
here,
revenue streams that
yeah,
just keep streaming. That's
once you can attach your emotions from the money, it makes things a lot easier.
yes. And I think a lot of us came into it on that kind of hype, you know? We came in with like, dang, and then seeing the money grow and happen, and it's like, myself included.
A lot of people got caught in the
Get
hype stuff. That's
schooled,
what
and,
it is.
and you're like, oh,
Yeah, I've been sitting on this since 2017.
yeah,
I
that's
bought
good,
my
man.
first crypto. My first crypto I've ever bought was Doge, and I bought it at 0.00. I think it was another zero, then a 3.
Dang.
But at that time, I was an infant. I was a baby walking around in a big boy and big girl market. So I didn't know what I was looking at. So I didn't know to put that kind of money into it because I didn't even know how to read a chart until I made my first 40 grand.
It's crazy, man. And I think
And
the
I
more
did,
people that figure this out, right? Like you and I have, you know,
well,
like more and more people are coming
what I-
along and they're going, wait, you said you have made how much?
see now there's a thing out here that people don't realize that it's an asset that everybody fail to use. A lot of people do. YouTube University. Now with YouTube University,
100%.
you got higher end classes such as this Discord that you can pay small little entry fees to gain great profit. Like the
I
knowledge
literally
that you're
debated
getting,
about
you
going
couldn't
back to
pay that in
school.
school. But you
Yeah,
couldn't gain the knowledge that you're getting in here in school. They're not gonna teach that.
150%. I literally thought about starting back to school and I did the math and I did the numbers. And I'm like, I could just take those dollar bill, that amount of money and try to do exactly what you said.
Yeah,
Self-educate, self-motivated, have a reason to get out of bed because I'm at, my desk with my portfolio that small as or big or whatever it is to each of the individual out there, but if you're slowly building towards your own growth and education, you're engaged. You want to learn. You want to do more.
Yeah,
You don't look at
you're
the clock.
you're
You're not
getting
like,
real time, real money education. I mean, you can't get that
because it's
nowhere.
priceless when you learn how to read these charts, right? Would you say it's empowering to be able to be like,
Yes.
okay, I could take this skill set and I can now take it over here. I can do this investment.
Well, like
That's
I tell
what everybody out
everybody,
there.
I appreciate
anybody
every
who's out there, I've never been around people who did trading. I don't even know anybody who knew anything about crypto until I learned on my own. You can make it happen. You can make it happen. It doesn't take a lot of money. The first time I read my first chart and knew what I was reading, which was like 3 weeks ago. And when I looked at a chart, planted it out through my trend lines, and it actually hit that, I was excited. I was like excited.
Would you say your
Well, not
emotions
that
started
excited.
filling out, right? Don't you think your emotions started like taking a backseat ride because you're like, okay, I can see
Well, I
what
didn't
these
have
red candles
like
mean.
I said, I didn't have that emotional issue because I started with $1,100 in 2017, and I've been playing with house money. I've gotten that 1,100 up to at one time. I got it up to 72 grand. You know,
That's how you do
just
it.
on my own with the same original 1,100. I haven't added any money since 2018, and the last amount of money I put was 152 bucks. I took a screenshot just so I remember.
I am not gonna lie, I'm a little
Not for
jealous.
nothing, but if that's true, you should be the only one giving TA here.
Right?
Well, I don't have
I'm gonna
any
listen to you,
emotion.
bro.
And when these ladies and these guys are telling you guys, you gotta
He's not
separate
lying.
yourself for the money. Don't play with nothing that you can't lose.
He's not lying.
Because you
I
will.
was on
You will
here
make
when he
mistakes.
hit. He come on so happy. You could hear it in his voice. Like you could hear it in his voice. This man come on here so happy. Like I've never heard anybody so tickled and thrilled in my life. Like he
I
is
love
telling
it,
you
man.
facts.
Because I got an opportunity. I really got an opportunity, not just to change my life, but to change others. Because back in the day, I was trying to figure out how to feed the world. You know, I mean, everyone in here might not be religious, but I am. You know, so I always used to ask the Almighty, hey, what can I do to get money to feed the world? And then I realized even if he gave me all the money in the world, I still wouldn't know how to distribute it out.
Right.
So they
And
wouldn't make any sense.
do you find,
So
bro, not to interrupt you, but the more you like stop focusing on me, I want to be rich, I want this, and you started
you
thinking
feel
about
better.
how you
You
could
feel
bless
better.
other people, right? It starts to fuel something on the inside. I found that to
So
be true.
what I was blessed with is this new family that I got, my crypto family. Shout out to Piz, the Hammer.
Hey.
It's the Dutch, baby.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing for people to want to see others thrive and succeed and build their own, freedom through finance.
Maybe it's not money you're supposed to be distributing. Maybe it's knowledge.
That's what I learned.
Maybe the
I
real
was
wealth,
here to
the
learn,
word wealth.
teach others what I've
Wealth
learned so
didn't.
far.
I think I have a delay. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you good. What I was saying is, once I realized that I couldn't get enough money to feed the world, it was the knowledge that I can give people to get the money that they need to feed themselves, and hopefully they pass that along. So my main plan is to make it so when a teenager or a little kid get old, the first thing they want, yo, I got to get a cell phone. Why? For Instagram? Nah, man, because I got to get my portfolio. I want other
Yes.
kids to clown other kids like, yo, do you got a portfolio on your phone? And if they say no, they be like, damn, your parents must not love you, yo. Damn, that's cold, man. If I
You'd
was you,
love what I'm doing then, bro. You'd love what I'm doing because I'm doing the exact same thing with like
I got
20-year-old
four daughters. I
girls
got
that are
four
in
daughters.
recovery. And I'm like, hey, here's what we're gonna do. Come on, okay, we're gonna download this app on your phone. I'm gonna show you. You're gonna put
Yeah.
20 bucks a
Yep.
week.
Yep.
Just starting
I
them
got
out,
four
dude.
daughters, so I know. I got four little girls. Well, they ain't
Right?
little, but they're my babies. So,
But
but
that's
listen,
hey, that's how you help
yeah,
people, right? You teach them how to fish.
but
You can
listen,
give them a fish.
this is what we need to do. Yeah, families and friends are cool. I work in the industry where I work in different stores and retail. I'd literally walk up to strangers and I ask them,
You went out. Push talk.
oh, there we go. I flipped it up. If I find somebody on the street that, I walk up to them, hey, you know anything about the market? They say no. I set them up. There's been times where I've sent money from my account to their account to set it up so they can sell it and start. You know what I'm saying? Because I was blessed.
Yeah,
So I
because
try to
that's
pass
love,
that
man.
blessing
Right
on.
there, that's an act of love. That's saying, hey, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna teach you
Spread a
something
little
because
dough, spread a little dough,
you
spread a little
too
love.
can learn. Yeah, and I think that is the key, man. Is learn. There is so much access to learn anything
Well,
we
I
want to
just
learn
say, man,
right at our
you guys are awesome. All the vets. Just to let y'all know, when you guys were on vacation during the holiday, me and Rick were holding it down, talking for 3 hours straight. Y'all don't know how hard that was. Me and him going back and forth. So y'all gotta respect Rick.
Was
He
rough.
holds it down. Hit his likes. Give him some likes, subscribe. Y'all know how it is. Make money.
Hey.
Hello.
Now we need somebody to give some good TA.
Things are not looking so bad on the 15. I think Bitcoin is still eyeing that 34,300 level to test that fib level, maybe even break it and go as high as the 0.32. Sorry, 38. If that's the case and Bitcoin does not scam Wickers to the downside.
What time frame is that, Piz?
I'm looking at the 15.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, if that is the case, we still have 4 hours. And it seems like we're rallying, we're pointing up. So a nice trade that I see in front of me now, I'm very tempted to go. And because I already, like, what, 10 hours ago, I did trade this BNB bump. And I'm really tempted to trade this. Basically have an entry here at 320 and target maybe as high as 330, but with a leverage, of course. I would put a very tight stop loss at like 319, because if we go there, probably gonna head down. BNB looks like a nice trade right now. On the other side, for Ethereum, I can see that we are swimming in this channel on the 15. Center of this ascending channel is acting as a support right now. You can see it here. So even if we fall on Ethereum, we could like bounce off of this level. So if my assumption is right and Bitcoin is gonna like signal good vibes to the other alts, Ethereum could hit like within the next hour, could hit 2,340 and maybe as high as this, the top of this channel, which is at 2,380, and that would be a nice trade if I enter with a stop loss. For our friend Doge. So we broke out of this like downward channel, obviously. We retested on the 5 minute, we broke out, retested, and then we're good to go. We had this bullish diversion played out nicely. So if we maintain the 50 moving average as a support like this, I expect Doge to do maybe something like this, and we can target as high as
And that
2338.
Closed green, right, Pisket? The last
Say again?
The daily candle closed green on Doge.
The daily candle will close at within 4 hours. The way you can check the daily candle, you can go on TradingView,
you're
have
right.
your Dogecoin.
I'm not looking at my UTC clock. Sorry, I'm looking at my
no,
clock.
you can anywhere. If you have TradingView, just
change it. And
go for Dogecoin pair. Go to the daily. At the right side, you can see the clock counting down until the daily close.
Oh, okay.
It says here 3 hours 47 minutes. It doesn't matter what pair. It's all no. For whatever location you are, it will give you a countdown until the daily close.
Thank you.
Globally. Yeah. You can count on it. It's very reliable, this TradingView thing. So yeah, on Doge on the 5 minute, if we keep riding the 50 moving average, we could form a nice little W and target as high as 2338. However, I know these numbers are not big, but there is nothing much you can do in a choppy market like this where if you pay attention to the price action on the 15 minutes, like to me personally, I don't like to trade this. Look at this. I did trade this because I had the chance on BNB, but however, like I will tell you what's my problem with this. We slowly grind our way up and then bam, sell pressure. Do it all over again, bam, sell pressure. Do it all over again, this time with some nice gains. But like if you actually managed to road this and you didn't exit at this point, I don't know what you're doing. But anyway, if you manage to write this, but like the decline is too sharp. Like a healthy decline would be something like this, not these scam wicks, I call them. So this is what worries me about the current price action, that we slightly grown like this and then bam on the daily close. So one should pay attention to the current price
Are
action.
you streaming
It's not
are you
smooth.
streaming
It's
your chart?
choppy. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube. You don't see the YouTube? I have
I don't know how to
Dogecoin
do this.
donation, super chat,
I don't know how to do
and
this Discord thing, Pisket. I'm like, I
uh,
barely find my way around.
oh, here comes the super chat. Thank you for the 5, Shadow777. Rockets. I can't do it as Drew, but I can try. Yeah, Jen, just hit the YouTube. Make sure you hit the notification bell so every time I'm live, you can see my charts and stuff.
Is there a place
And
in Discord that there's like a YouTube?
no. Go on
So
YouTube. It's much better. You
just
know
have
why?
a
Because
guy,
you can rewind it. You can go back in time and watch everything that I said alongside my charts.
and I can still be in the Discord, or you
Yeah.
just stream it
Are
parallel.
you on your phone or computer?
I'm on my computer in the Discord.
Just minimize it. Minimize the window down and go open
Yeah.
youtube.com and
And then just
Biscuit.
deafen it and mute it so that I'm not echoing.
No, but mute my YouTube so you don't get
Yeah,
confused.
exactly. Got to break it down real simple for me, Pisket.
No, it's okay. It's a learning curve for everyone. A lot of people, like I know how it is. Like for me, it's natural because I've been on the computer since I was like 13 or 14. But like for other
Well,
people,
I was at computer conventions in 91, 92, 93, like walking all around.
Windows has come a very long way. Software
I
has
know.
come a very
So
long way. So
that's what
everything
I
is
mean.
different. Yeah.
I got a couple decades lost in the weeds, But anyway,
Yeah.
I can navigate, but I'm
No.
learning
I
and
mean,
I'm
like
trying to
for
stay
me
positive.
personally, because I am an AI, I'm not a real person. So
Exactly. So it just comes naturally to you.
yeah, exactly. I'm a stick.
Maybe you have another earpiece that you're talking the AI language that you guys created.
I am
together, and
talking with three groups at the same time. I'm multitasking.
So you're just like the
I have the
liaison between
capability.
humans and the AI.
Yeah.
I'm totally kidding. I haven't gone that far down.
Okay. Oh, here comes
Pisky, you
another.
got super chat.
Oh yeah, I just heard the alert. Ben Brown with the 5. Doge, what does it say? Does it say number 1? Yeah, we have a doji saying number 1. Thanks. Much appreciated. The guys are coming big today with the super chats. They're like excited we have it. I'm gonna remove it the next 5 streams and turn it back next week so you guys be excited again. If I keep it always on, you guys gonna be. I don't want you to go broke over the stream.
Yeah, I like that idea. Make them want to see the super chats.
DJ Johnny just subscribed. Yeah, guys, we're gonna take the first portion of the super chats, get a batteries and an inverter as a power generator. So we keep the stream live 24/7. And for the next portion of the super chats, I'm gonna gamble it all. I'm gonna gamble your money. I'm going 100x long on Dogecoin. Take all the super chats and go 100x long. I'm gonna do it live, okay?
You're gonna end up with solar in your house. Forget a generator.
Yeah, with
I
that.
know, and then it's such a cool aspect of the whole Doge thing and being green, and kind of like if you utilize solar panels, Biscuit.
You know what would be cool?
Part of the story.
If somehow like these super chats like reach like 5,000 or something, and I go 100x, and I make like 500,000 out of it, and then I start like giving it away for free here on the Discord. Everyone posts your Dogecoin, and I spam everyone with like 1K, 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 1K.
Or Mr. Elon Musk could just pull up your stream and scan your wallet, and he could drop some Doge.
Someone, because we have a message system now, you can write a message.
Yeah.
Attach it to your Dogecoin
Somebody out
donation.
there, yeah.
Someone already
Get it
like
trending on Twitter.
no, someone already wrote 1 million Doge, and his name is Elon. But those Doge never came in.
Yeah, of course.
And probably Elon Musk does not know how to operate a wallet. It's okay, Elon. I got you. I have super chats now. Use your PayPal.
I kind of think he would do it if he had the knowledge or the. I just think he likes to.
Oh, okay. Well,
fun
no,
for it.
actually, we gotta. Yeah, somebody sent Doge. I can see it here, but we didn't get the alert on the screen. Hold on, guys. Let me activate it. We have a Dogecoin donation. Forgot how to do this. There we go. Oh, it's just a donation without a message. Thanks, Anonymous, for the 86 Dogecoins. You probably didn't know about the message. Explain how? Okay. So we have a link on the description. When you visit that link, you will get this form. Just add your name, the amount of Doge, make sure it's the same exact amount you're gonna donate, and write the message. Scan the QR, enter the same amount on your mobile app or whatever app you're sending Doge with, and after you've done it, hit the green button, send. And that's all you have to do to show a message, super chat like through Doge. I need to simplify it more, honestly, but I don't know what to. I mean, it's kind of like the same steps with super chats, right? You have to write a name. Oh, you don't have to write a name because you're already logged in. But you have to write the message, select the amount. I think it's with Doge, it's faster because you don't have to go through the payment. Just
Isn't that
scan
one
and
of the
send.
things that's going to be improved? Is the speed's going to? That's the theory. Is it'll be a.
Honestly, when I was testing, I sent like 20 to test. It didn't take time, actually. It's not that.
Isn't Litecoin one of the things that it's beneficial for? Is that
The Lightning Network.
fast,
So,
right? It's speed.
yeah, the Lightning Networks makes cryptocurrency transaction faster. It helps even Bitcoin, but I don't understand it in depth and details. But yeah, Litecoin is fast, and there is the Lightning Network, but you don't need Litecoin to operate the Lightning. I don't get it, but like even Dogecoin has the relationship with Litecoin because it's a
from what
script
I
just like.
read, it was tied to it, or it's tied to it, right?
Oh yeah, I'm looking it up on Google now.
I'm very new to understanding this all. I'm good at getting concepts, but I definitely don't understand the, detailed information. But from what I researched is that when it was created, it was, what's the proper term, bridged or?
I think yeah, due to merged mining. So basically, whatever script you use to mine Litecoin, you can mine Dogecoin with it. So the hashing algorithm for Dogecoin is similar to Litecoin. This is the whole relationship.
Got it.
As far as I can see in Google, that would make sense.
You break things down so great, Pisket.
I try.
Well, when I would just listen on YouTube, I would listen to you, and you would break things down, and I was able to follow and track with my charts. You have another super chat.
You're following. Super chat. Oscar with the 5. Thanks, Oscar, for the second super chat. Biscuit, come to Colorado. Of course. What is this Colorado? Is it near Los Angeles?
Beautiful. Portugal. No, it's in more of the middle of the country, and the Rocky Mountains. You can look it up. The Rocky
Sounds
Mountain
right.
Range.
Way better than LA.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, check your messages for a second. Cleo just sent me something interesting about Bitcoin. You might want to take a look at it.
All right.
I'm reading through it now, but it doesn't look good. Temporary, but still an issue.
Read it out loud.
Yeah, it's the same thing that Wounded Goat talked about. He got the notification for it. Yeah, Europe is cracking down on Binance basically, and until Binance plays nice with the whole like leverage and like regulation and things, they will be like, it will be harder for European customers using Binance to fund their wallets and trade crypto as they were having fun during this last bull run. So they will have to find other means to do it. Probably Binance will work this out, but yeah, it is definitely an indicator or indication that we're gonna lose a bit of momentum coming from Europe. Like the Europe boys will not be able to fund their wallets as easy as they used to.
Yeah, it says Binance suspends BTC USD pair.
Yep.
Global or US?
I'll put it in, I guess, random, non-general. Give me a second.
Sorry, I just jumped in and just heard that.
It's
more FUD.
It's always fun.
They just keep flinging FUD on us.
Yeah, they're not gonna
Is
freaking
it
stop
is
until
it
they get
just
the
one
prices they
bank?
want.
Is it just one bank? Is it the same bank Wounded Goat use? Because if it's one bank, then it's not a big deal.
It's Barclays, isn't it?
Is Eurobank global in Europe? So every country that is in the European Union has that bank. Oh wow, another super chat. Daniel coming in hot with the $1. Thanks, Daniel. Much appreciated, man. Let's see. Let's go back to the European bank. What is Eurobank?
Yeah, I'm getting a message here. It says Wounded's message was about the Bank of England and the pound. This is about the euro and the payment system used across Europe, SEPTA.
Uh-huh. I see. It's still potatoes. It's the same thing that Binance has been facing during this last month. Every bank and their mama wants to call Binance to investigate what they're doing with the customer money.
Yeah, because if Pisket, if I control a lot of the money on the earth, do I want to give other people ways to control more money? Probably not. Not that it's all everybody's in cahoots and bad. No, it's just, big institutions have certain percentage of control, and it is to protect people too. Like some of these exchanges, people are losing lots of, on leverage, I guess. So
They
that's
tell
not
you
good.
it's to protect. These dinosaurs don't care what happens to you. They're just struggling to survive in a world that's leaving them behind.
Well, I was trying not to sound super biased, I don't want to be the person. But I mean, we're all here, right? Because we believe in decentralizing finance and, not having centralized individuals having all of the control of the poker chips. Let's distribute the poker chips so that everybody can come to the poker table and have a fair shot at their hand. That's how I see crypto.
Jen, you know they don't play fair. You can't play fair back.
No. I know, but the utopia of crypto, right, is that concept that we have the opportunity to collect these coins and, you know, participate in this global ecosystem of finance. So I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer in the group. I'm just saying, hey, I control a lot of the money that moves around on Earth. I'm probably not going to want to, I mean, not me personally, because I would not describe myself as a greedy person, but, you know, human nature, power, prestige, they're drugs to some people.
Well, I just took a look at the bank.
Your bags tomorrow?
Nah, it's nothing. It's nothing like drastic because people who are heavy into Bitcoin and this crypto, like they have been doing this without the help of these banks before. So doesn't matter. They're lost. If they're not gonna do crypto, they're gonna lose. They realize that because people have been like using Binance to move money without the bank. So they're like, oh, okay, you're gonna take the money from the bank and put it on Binance and use it around without us getting fees. Okay, no more money for you to put on Binance.
Right.
Yeah, when it comes to SEPA, it's the single euro payment area. It's a system where I'm reading it. System of transactions created by the European Union. European consumers, businesses, and government agents who make payments by direct debit, instant card transfer, and credit transfers all use SEPA architecture. That's pretty big.
Back to the basics. This bank actually never accepted crypto before, so nothing new. Hard cash it is, peer-to-peer transactions.
They put up walls, we find ways around them. It's just human nature, man. That's what we do.
If China
You
can't ban
find
crypto,
yourself
no one can.
you find yourself locked in a room, start looking for a window that's got a crack. Right? You always got to look for a solution.
Doesn't even need a crack. I'll just bust that shit.
Jail sale would be pretty hard.
You want to find a chair.
You know that you guys know that quote, when you're in the arena and your face is down and you're marred in dust and sweat. You know, you're only defeated unless in the moment that you say, I give up. I'm not getting up. As long as you keep getting up and swinging, right?
Yeah. You win some, you lose some. But you live to fight another day.
There's power in defeat if you learn from the lesson. That's been my experience. Just trying to give somebody out there something to, you know, chew on while we're all figuring out where we're going.
To the moon.
Simply put, let's kick ass and take names.
We're just taking the scenic route. You know, when you take a road trip, like you accidentally take a detour and you're thinking, oh, this sucks, I'm lost. And then, you know, you have some experiences.
Double super chats. Thanks, Ben Brown, for the 3 and the 2. A lot of Doge stickers. Thanks, man.
Yay.
He's raiding the stream with the super chat. Thanks, Ben Brown. Ben Brown, that sounds like an artistic name. Are you a singer? And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have Ben Brown. Yeah, Ben Brown on the mic. I don't know, maybe something like this on the stage.
The effect was off.
T-Pain effect. Oh yeah, I can mute myself inside of Discord and go on my YouTube sing because Tame cannot mute me on my YouTube.
Oh.
Okay, I have a party. YouTube chat. Do you want a singing private party?
Biscuit, one of
Count.
your
Yeah, County is like before I even mentioned the whole singing, she was like, "LOL, Biscuit, sing for us."
Biscuit. Somebody said in your chat when they get a dog, they're gonna name it Biscuit after you.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's
and they
cool.
put a doji.
Yeah, guys, you should start naming your pets based on the people you love here on the Discord.
Hey,
Call
my
your cat
dogs were named Luke and Leia. They were brother and sister.
Luke and Leia. I want to bring a lizard and call it Yukon.
That would be a good name for a lizard.
Yeah. And I want to have a parrot and call it Versace.
I'm a monkey and call him Biscuit.
Perfect. You got to teach it to talk, though.
Versace. Versace here.
Biscuit, you're
And
going
then
to have a zoo soon at the rate you're going.
I'm gonna have an alligator in the backyard. I'm gonna call it Tame.
Biscuit already has a zoo of camels, bro.
Tame likes the Williams alligator, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm gonna call the alligator Tame.
You guys didn't see the Williams alligator before Static and I saw it. We called it out at the evening it occurred.
Williams, eh?
Williams alligator is used in options. It's a good way to know when to get out of your longs and go into your shorts. Use for a while.
I just had learned it, bro. right when the crash happened. that was
That's a perfect time. That's a perfect time to test it out. That's for sure.
Yeah, that was the best learning experience ever.
It went upside down, did it?
Drop my rap. Did I do a rap song a week ago? A few weeks ago?
Just be careful, Pisket. If you name your parrot Versace, he may take over your home and turn it into a giant AI that you're trapped in.
Wow. No, it's gonna be locked down in the cage. I have trust issues.
With parrots? You have trust issues with parrots? Come on, man.
with everyone in general. I don't even trust myself, man.
You know, parrots are actually a terrible bird to have because if you make them angry, they'll poop on you.
Yeah, this is why I named it Versace.
You want me to poop on you? What? That's weird.
And they pick up bad habits, especially if you're just listening to YouTube and they hear any cussing.
Yeah.
Yeah, bad habits.
So when the bird gets mad, it'll start cussing you out.
Dude.
Or maybe like Scary Movie with the bird. Remember that one?
What's that? What's that?
Scary Movie with the bird.
Are you talking about Stephen King? Are you talking about Stephen King, the birds?
No, Scary Movie. Scary Movie, the comic one. For
Scary Movie. Where the bird sits all over the wall. He's like, God damn, what'd you put in this bird seed?
That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, that's horrible.
Well, that's one dead market. I guess if we're gonna get any action, it will be within after like 2 hours or 3 hours on the daily close. But now the market will just swim sideways. What's up?
Biscuit,
Hey.
how often do you run into this 100 long investment that you mentioned a while ago?
I don't like just to be honest, I don't do 100. I do during the bull run, like from from January, February. I've been doing 20, 15, 20, and 25. Depends on the how much exposure do I want to put. But usually I would put like 1 to 2%, so I can have the rest as a backup in case the market goes against me, just to keep that liquidation gap very far away from hitting me. So like usually like I only get liquidated if it's a major move, like if Bitcoin's drop like within a week it drops like 10k or something, that would get me out. I was just saying I would do it for fun for the YouTube. They'd be like, I don't know, someone comes in, drops something big, I would take it out, put it in coins, and just like stream it live while I go 100x long. It's just fun for people to watch.
Let's do an example.
Yeah.
Let's say the crypto you buy it for $10. The price now is $10.
Yeah.
So how does that work?
So what I do, I don't do it with coins. Scorpion does it with coins. I do it with USDT. So I take $10 and go 20x. So 10 times 20 is 200. So I will be trading what is worth 200, but actually I only have $10. But if I win anything, I will take everything I win. But at the same time, if I lose, they will take everything I have. So I can't lose more than $10, but I can win up to $1,000. Does that make sense?
To go from 10 to where to win?
Anything. I can take the $10, go 20x long. It will be 200. I put it in, let's say I buy one Litecoin for 200. The Litecoin goes up, it becomes 210. I will take the $10 in profit and exit the trade. So I had $10 and I have $10 profit. Now I will have $20 in total. So I made the $10 to $20 by going leverage 20x.
Biscuit, if it drops to 190, then you lose everything. You're liquidated.
Yes, I lose the $10. Bye-bye. It's very risky. It's an easy way for you to lose money.
Is there a premium? A Biscuit?
What do you mean premium?
Do you pay anything for that facility?
No, it's available on Binance Global. Just like it's right there, futures. I stopped when I got liquidated on multiple accounts. I stopped for 3 weeks, but like in the last 3 days, I've leveraged it 600, and I made I think 680, and now they are 890 something. I put them back because I took them from Bitcoin and I bought more Bitcoin with it. But like I know how much I'm up in dollar. I'm like up $280. I traded BNB, Graph, GRT, and Litecoin. I did around I think 30 trades. I think I did 30 trades. Overall I won, but like the first day I won, the second day I lost some, and the third day I won big. which is today.
So you can close the trade and take profit at any price above $10.
Yep. Yep. Yes.
You can close it at $10.50, $11, $12, whatever you want to close it at. Take profit.
Yes. Anytime you feel like you want to close the position, you can close it immediately and realize whatever profit you have. At the same time, you can realize a loss because maybe you are in loss at that time.
Yeah, if it goes down to 190, you lose everything.
Yes, you lose the $10. Yes.
You lose only the $10 or the $200?
You didn't have the $200, so you will only lose what you have. Don't do it, guys.
I just did. No, just kidding. I will not do it without you, Biscuit.
Okay. So you can do something. You can do a stop loss. So basically, you go in with a 10. You say, I will take profit if the 10 becomes 12, and I will stop my losses if the 10 become 9. So because when you go into a trade, you're targeting $12. That means you have like a convention that you have a TA or a strategy that you are sure that this pattern or whatever you are looking at will play out and push the price up to 12. So if the price forces you to lose $1 and your money is 9, that means your whatever strategy you built that on is wrong, and it's time for you to cut that loss and find a new strategy. But the problem is trading is based on emotions. When it hits that $9, you'll be like, oh no, the market is just, they're trying to target my stop loss. No, I will just wait a little bit. No, I will just wait a little bit. And then, bam, your $9 are gone because you did not respect the rules. I know it's easier said than done, but once you control your emotion and put a stop loss and not touch it and accept your loss, then you will become profitable. It's not even about like winning all your trades. It's about making more money than you lose on a longer period of time. So like in 1 month you could go down 10K, but the next 3 months you could go up 100K because you were respecting your rules.
Biscuit, is it a good idea to use a bot for that?
Absolutely. And if you can master the bots, absolutely. But like, why do I fear bots and dislike them? They could lose you money, and while you are asleep. So you can have them. So the best settings or configuration for a bot to make money is by being risky, by having a huge gap between the stop loss and the entry. That's the only way in crypto. If you're gonna keep your bot with a strict stop loss, you probably won't make enough money. You will be making like less than 1% or 2% a month, which is not much if you are only like playing with $1,000. But if you put that risky configuration, your bot could go like to 20-30%. But the problem is when market manipulation happens and you left your bot on, that bot could lose a lot of money. And if you go on YouTube and check like my trading bot lost me this X amount, you will hear the stories. You will see it. So maybe a good way to use the trading bot is by monitoring that bot and keeping an eye on it and turning it off and on and not go to bed with it. But it takes a lot of time and research and updating and everything. So me personally, not my style. I rather trade manually. I rather be the one in charge.
Does Binance US have it?
The futures? I don't know. Do you guys have it?
I don't know.
I
I'm
believe
asking
they did.
oh, they have it. It's called for us. It's called futures. We're trading futures.
Yeah, Binance Global has it. I think that's what.
I gotta get this phone call, guys.
Binance US does not have futures.
Thank you. I didn't think so.
Somebody told me that Robinhood has it though.
What was it?
Robinhood.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I think you can do futures on KuCoin.
Appreciate it. I'm not ready for that yet. I just was wondering.
I think Binance Global has it, but if you try and enter that, it gives you a tutorial so that you don't come back to them and say you entered this trade without thinking, etc., etc.
Yeah, I used to have Binance Global, but that was a long time ago, and then they stopped letting U.S. citizens have it. They gave me 14 days to evacuate my accounts from that, and then had to go to Binance U.S.
Yeah, the US one doesn't really have much on it.
Agreed. Well, I
So I
don't use.
suppose, sorry, I suppose the US regulators would have a say in controlling what Binance offers its citizens, isn't it?
Well, unfortunately, we're a nanny state, and they try to do our thinking for us.
Europe's the same.
No good. If I want to lose, by God, I want to lose on my own. I don't need anybody telling me whether I can win or lose.
That's why people like Las Vegas, baby. Although I will say Las Vegas is a fairly dangerous city. It's the only city I've ever been in where you go into a convenience store and they have bulletproof glass that I've ever seen.
Wow.
It's to protect the customers, is it?
Bro, dude. Some of the upper middle class people have clubs for their front doors. Do you remember the club for cars? Someone invented a club for your front door too. Because I went to this community in Las Vegas and all their windows were barred, and they had this giant thing that they put on their door so you can't bust through the door.
That's ridiculous.
Living in the ghetto.
That's Las Vegas, bro. There's some parts of Las Vegas that people don't know about. There's a whole underworld in Las Vegas. There's people that live in the flood tunnels.
Just like Chicago, right underneath the tunnels, there's people living there.
Crazy.
Yes, sir. Same with Chicago, or same with New York in the subway tunnels.
Yep, big city.
We have tunnels in South Texas, but they don't live in them. They just transport stuff.
Man, no matter where you go in Chicago, it smells like poop everywhere.
That's not true. I live here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I've been to Chicago. O'Hare was pretty clean. The area around O'Hare was clean.
I'm talking about like the aquarium is and all that.
Did you say aquarium? You're an aquarium?
And the Shed Aquarium. I live in Wisconsin. I'm only like 45 minutes away.
Roger.
I think they ought to quit having such big cities that happens, and I think they should spread things out a little bit to where people know their neighbors and stuff, and more communities like we used to have in America.
Have you seen the pigeons out in Chicago? They are so fat.
Yummy.
It looked like a bunch of chickens walking around.
Squab soup. I used to raise homing pigeons and racers and tumblers that I got from California from my cousin out there. They were pretty neat.
Tyson had a pigeon coop that he maintained on top of my building when I was a kid in New York. You would see him all the time. Every couple of weeks, he'd come by. Really big on pigeons. He has pigeon coops all around the tri-state.
Don't mess with his pigeons.
Nah, his
Dude,
pigeons
I
were the
remember seeing him doing that on TV.
his pigeons were the safest pigeons in New York City. I guarantee you.
That's the reason he became a boxer. Somebody was messing with his pigeon.
We used to carry them down to Orlando and release them, and they'd beat us back to Jacksonville.
That's great.
That was all back in the 60s, though. The good old days.
Showing your age, yeah?
Not worried about it.
That's right. Tell him that age is earned.
That's right. Wisdom takes time to collect.
Valuable commodity.
And the
Absolutely.
alternative is unacceptable, right? So we got to get older.
Right.
It's valuable because it's rare.
It happens to everybody eventually. You're only as old as you feel.
I hear you, shorty. Get that weight up. My bad talking to you too. Dogecoin broke down out of that little angular support that it was on. It's trying to retest now. Volume super low though. Say less, shorty. I got you. I don't know about y'all, but I think I'm more excited for this Pisket Lovejoy VR date than they are.
Do tell, when is this happening?
I don't know. I'm waiting. Soon.
Yeah, I'm with you, D Block. I can't wait for that.
I don't even know what a mod is because that's how, like, out of the loop I am, but I would want to be one of Pisket's mods.
Moderator. They moderate the channel, so like if
I know.
somebody needs to be muted or whatever.
I'm teasing. I kind of had the concept. I just have no experience, but I'd want to be a Pisket mod. Just has a ring to it. What would you do for a Klondike bar? What would you do for a Pisket mod?
Well, I heard Pisket was into collecting parrots recently.
I'm just trying to fill the. I'm just trying to fill the silence.
Oh, sorry. Dude, Jen, did you see that Coinbase ESL gaming news? Oh,
No, I sent you another message though.
I saw that. I'll have to respond.
You got to
I mean,
check out that channel. You'll get a lot of insight that I think you would really like.
yeah, I just watched a news conference about something, and I'll let you know about that too, because it definitely was. It reminded me that
Maybe we'll start something in the future that'll be.
Yeah, I'll talk to you
one
about
of
it
the
later.
charity in one of the charity tabs.
Yeah, I think
We could
that's a good
start a
idea.
wallet with the organization that I'm already working with, so we could just have a wallet that anonymously.
I actually have a great idea of how to attach something to a blockchain that would help a lot of charities, but we can talk about it
Let's
later.
talk about that because I have a big background in nonprofit orgs.
Sweet.
A lot.
I think you're
Secret.
I think you're gonna love my idea.
That's why I'm in the group, is because I don't have a lot. I'm not like, and I've taken what I've been blessed with, and I want to increase it so that I can do good for like all of us in this room, but some specific goals that I have for specific organizations. So.
I haven't been blessed a lot, but I can tell you, living in America, I'm blessed than most.
Yes, and your experiences,
If
those
you've been
words have
abroad,
weight.
you don't understand poverty until you've gone to a country of extreme poverty.
Oh, I work with an organization that it was founded out of a 20-minute conversation with Mother Teresa about taking care of the poor and helping those in need, and the individual saying, but you don't understand, I live in affluence, there's money everywhere around me, and I see here in India, I see the need and I see what to do. And she wiggled her little wrinkly finger in his face and said, the poor will always be with you. Look, see, and do something about it. And that's
I 100% support that, Jen. 100%.
Yeah, so that's why I'm hanging out with you guys all these hours on, community wise and learning, because I figure if I could take, a little bit and grow it by improving and investing in skills that will grow the money. And I'm sure there's other people out there that feel exactly the same way about their families, their loved ones, so it's a
Look
great
at
resource
this.
you stumbled on here on this YouTube channel.
Look at it this way, Jen. I think this is the financial revolution. mixed in with the tech revolution. Because if you remember, and this was a great discussion with Cleo I had, what was that, a couple of days ago. We were talking about the power of words and controlling words. Finance has been controlled for such a long time, and people have been rubbing up against it. You can go all the way back to a philosopher named Diogenes, whose dad was a banker, and he would go around destroying his dad's coins. These structures have been around for so long, and it puts people in power, and it keeps people poor. It's not fair. People know it's not fair.
Is set up for
Right.
obstacles to overcome that are absolutely near impossible for some individuals to overcome. They're not impossibilities, and we've set things up in ways, and now we have the technology, we have the means to distribute information and learning platforms such as this and others that people can learn, and they can educate themselves no matter. And I just see like the availability of the internet to be anywhere on the globe is another step in the direction of the individual having the power to learn. And because ignorance is not you're stupid. Ignorance means you just don't know the factual information yet. And when you're given facts, then you can analyze the facts and you do something with it. And that's where people haven't been given the real data to make choices accordingly.
Guggenheim freed the minds of our ancestors. The internet freed our minds. AI is going to free the minds of the world.
Yeah, we don't have to continue to believe that in order for my success to happen, that I have to step on the head of somebody else, or someone else has to fail so that, yeah, there's an exchange of a buy and a sell, but it doesn't mean that I have to capitalize on harming others to be in a lesser disadvantaged situation so that I can continue to prosper. There's enough ways that we've created now financially that everyone can pull their resources and everyone gets to enjoy that prosperity.
Think of it this way, though. They're just paying you their tuition fee for learning the stock market.
You mean on platforms such as this?
Bro, that's the concept of the university systems. If you look at the French Revolution and how they set up the first universities in France, it was to alleviate the masses. And I think this is that next phase. This is that next revolution of freeing people from financial burdens by teaching them how to navigate the financial world and simplifying it so that people can't. I mean, the codices of the financial world are so complex and convoluted that it makes it difficult for the layman to navigate. I think cryptocurrencies is going to bridge that gap between the knowledge gap between those who have the knowledge and those who need the knowledge just to survive.
Yes.
Maybe I'm being too grandiose in my prophetic type wishings.
Yeah, it's very utopia, to think all in these, but incrementally we can make changes that move in that direction, that teach, more inclusion instead of, well, you're not a part of, and I think there's cultural changes that are supporting that. So that's what's great to see these underserved, underbanked people groups that have been underserved, and now they are going to have an opportunity to have access to store their value in a way that may grow for them, and they can do it anywhere with internet provided through what technology is coming.
Jen, when I was in China, I almost traveled like a bohemian, if you would.
Yeah.
But I mean, of course I paid for cars and stuff like that, but I lived in hostels while I traveled. And I'm telling you, if you're young and you have an opportunity to do so, go do some hostel traveling. You'll meet some very fascinating people. I traveled on the Silk Road in China, visiting all these hostels, and there's one out in Kashgar that's so cool. It's an old British outpost. I don't know if it was an embassy or what it was, but you go inside there, and the structure's just really pretty, and they have grapes growing there, and the grapes in Xinjiang, China. If anyone has a chance, the grapes and the hami gua, which is like a cantaloupe, they have the best grapes and cantaloupe in the world.
Yeah.
But yeah, do the hostel thing, because man, I sat with people from Denmark drinking. We had like 20 people from around the world just sitting around in this rural area where they have these houses that are like 500 to 900 years old, and we're just drinking and enjoying and having conversations about life. This is how I perceive our world should be, where we can get together and we don't have to have our differences don't matter. We can just be equals.
Yeah.
Sitting at a table, enjoying life.
That's one thing that I think crypto is just didn't set out to maybe be, but it's a beautiful equalizer of everybody, whether you came in with a little or somebody who's super wealthy and, whatever, but you can work away and, build something more out of what resources you have, not getting a coffee. Trust me, I have done the crazy coupon lady thing. Like I've had the huge binder and gone to 5 different stores. So I know what it is to live on a shoestring, um, that has built things in me that they're great experiences. Wouldn't you say you have an appreciation for the things you have now?
Oh, definitely,
Sachi,
Jen.
for experiencing different
Jen,
things in the world.
I went to China with a plane ticket and $600 in my pocket, and I got to travel. I got to follow my dream. I got to see a lot of the parts of China. I got to go to the Civil War sites in China. I got to go to Mao Zedong's home. I got to dance on top of a tank for fun. I had a news team follow me around in an Inner Mongolian museum because they hadn't seen foreigners for a long time. And me and my friend were there, and we got followed around by news cameras. And then they took us out to a crab restaurant just to talk to us. And I was just blown away the generosity that people had and their interest in the outside world. It's so cool.
Yeah, and I think that's what this generation has gleaned from what they've witnessed and seen happen, with the housing crisis and watching their parents maybe lose their house or, and the whole GameStop movement. They've seen the effects of Wall Street in their own, maybe even growing up. And they're like, you know what? It doesn't matter about having stuff. At least I see some young people that I interact with. They would rather have experiences. They don't want to store up, the more minimalist kind of mindset of, and like, but anyway,
Jen,
not all
let me tell you a cool story. This is why I say go adventure out in the world and explore and have fun. Even if you don't have a lot of money, there's ways to do it. I was lucky enough to go to China during a time when it was just developing, and I made friends with a guy who had been in China for a very long time, and he told me a story about a time when I think it was the 80s I think it was the 80s, that they didn't have enough tourist planes. They were just opening up the country, and they brought young kids over to help that could speak Chinese to help translate for the Americans coming over because they didn't have enough English speakers. So my friend got hired out there, and they were running out of planes to fly out to Xi'an, which is the ancient capital of China. So Deng Xiaoping, the leader of China, offered them his plane to fly out to Xi'an with the tourists so they could go out there. And he got to fly on that plane. He told me that story. I go, dude, you need to write a biography. Your life is too amazing.
crazy.
I also met an 80-year-old man.
Okay, but crypto.
Okay, sorry. One last one, Jen. One last one, Jen. I'll tell you another Ruby. I stayed with this lady in Beijing, and her grandpa came to visit while we were watching the show Cops, making jokes in Chinese, because I was like, why are you watching Cops? The grandpa came in, and he told me a story about in World War II how he was shining the boots of the Japanese soldiers to survive. Oh, I will not, those 8 years in China, I will never, ever I will be always grateful to the Chinese people for the experiences and the things that they shared with me. I love you guys.
They're absolutely it's just amazing, beautiful people, and have so many amazing cultural gems, and just such a rich. I can't wait to hopefully visit there sometime.
I got to go where the Cultural Revolution happened, where Mao Zedong was up in the mountains trying to figure out what to do next because the Great Leap Forward did not work out so well. And that's when it was the location where the Cultural Revolution started.
Yeah. How many bodies are buried in the Great Wall of China?
Too many.
Like, yeah, isn't it kind of like unnumberable? Like they don't really have
It's innumerable. If you think about it, Genghis Khan. Well, the Great Wall got started built by the Han Qin dynasty, which was that was 400 BC to 400 AD. So that was a small part of the wall, and they kept adding on to the wall generation after generation after generation because they were trying to protect themselves from the northern, as they call them, barbarians, the Mongols, all the other groups that were up there, the ten Jukes. I can't remember all the names. The names slip in my mind now. The Shibas, and there's actually a Shiba tribe, a Shibe tribe, the Manchus, and all those guys. And it's just fascinating. The culture, the history, it's just amazing. And in the stories, oh my gosh, and the dances. If you can go to China, I highly recommend going to the city of Xi'an. I've been there 4 times and I still haven't seen everything. That's where you get to see the terracotta soldiers.
Yeah.
The gravesite of the guy who united China.
Oh, wow. I'm reading Elon Musk's tweet or reply. Did you guys already talk about it 3 hours ago?
Oh, did he have a tweet? What did he say?
Lex Friedman put, Earth is a computer built to evolve increasingly intelligent neural networks. And Elon tweeted, Douglas Adam FTW. What does that mean? Who's Lex Friedman? And I never get
So Lex Friedman, he's a podcaster. He became famous through the Joe Rogan show. He's a podcaster from MIT. He focuses in the world of artificial intelligence. He does a lot. His podcast is amazing.
Astrophysics.
That kind of ties into the augmented reality
I think he has a doctor in physics, doesn't he now? And he's like a guitar player.
Elon and Joe Rogan were talking about, in that interview, and he's like, they were talking about, are we in artificial? And they were like, I don't know. Are we? And Elon was like, I don't know. Is this real? And then he said it again when he was on Saturday Night Live with his mom. He referred to kind of that same concept. And so it's funny because you were talking about that, Versace, that kind of marrying the everyday experience to bring connectivity to community, because we're all becoming so isolated and alone in our technological experiences, and thus becoming, more and more depressed.
I taught a kid in China privately who was studying college level physics at the age.
Push doc.
He would come into my classroom with stacks of books because he was constantly studying. I think he probably studied from 7 o'clock in the morning to 12 o'clock at night.
For sure.
I sat with him and I asked him a question because to do advanced English with him, I had to postulate some really advanced concepts. And I was like, so let's talk about AI. I said, so do you think, I asked him about AI, do you think it's going to take over the world? He's like, no, it's not possible. Humans will eventually just, have a off button. And I said, do you think that there's already some influence in technology in your life and that it's controlling your life at all? And he goes, I don't think so. And I go, how many hours do you spend on your phone? And he goes, oh my God.
Yeah.
And the conversation.
A lot of AI is going to be walking around, and yeah, it's the concept of just the interesting part of how people who wrote the algorithms for certain apps that we use every day found themselves addicted to the very thing that they wrote the code for, that they wrote the algorithm to. And
have you ever done a technology fast, like walked away from technology?
I'm not a Twitter. I'm not a social media person. So for me to even be on this Discord group, this is not my normal forte.
I had a break from technology for a week or two. I'm not going to say where, but they were banning. They had shut down the internet where I was at, and you could not communicate outside of the province either by phone. You could only communicate inside the province. So basically, we were forced to interact with people directly, and that was the greatest. That was one of the greatest experiences I had.
Working with thousands of young people in nonprofits and watching over the year, because this was like from 22 years ago, and watching the evolution of technology emerging and watching the behavior change among young people, going from having conversations and facing each other to like over the years, literally witnessing it was a trip, to seeing how those like human interactions that happen at those years began to happen with your thumbs instead of eye contact and actual facial like expression and reading someone else's body language.
That's awesome.
So we have to bring some humanity back, I think, to the technology space, in my opinion. So talking about ways to bring the augmented reality into our reality to make people connect on a human level, I think has some positive future.
Nice. All right, let's go back to crypto. We don't want to put people to sleep with our conversation.
I know. I was trying to steer it back.
Fill the time, but it's good. It's good stuff. Good chat. Does anyone have any ideas, or are we just still in the same vein of static movement?
Maybe if somebody wants to put in the chat any coin they want us to do TIA.
Is this the quiet before the storm?
I stopped counting.
Yeah, maybe.
Don't say that. I literally have a tropical storm coming at me.
Yes, I heard about that, bro.
Just got to find the calm in the eye of the storm.
I want to ask people some question. Anyone using SafePal recently? Have you seen any of the tickers stop ticking?
That just happened to me on Bybit.
Is Bybit a Chinese trading app?
I'm not sure.
I'm kind of concerned about it now because like yesterday in the evening, there was an article. And again, I love China, but they have to protect themselves, whatever they're doing. I heard that they're shutting down the crypto exchanges because they went after the miners, and now they're going after the exchanges or anyone who's exchanging. And I hope that didn't shut down some of the some of the apps or whatever. I'll do some research later today and see if I can find out. It's interesting because the chart's still running. The market chart is still running. It's still functioning perfectly fine. But when I go over to my coin and I'm looking at my alpha, the price hasn't changed since yesterday in the evening. And the alpha has gone up 10 cents, I think.
Yeah, I've been getting kind of wary of it. I didn't know.
Yeah, I thought I'd tell people in advance because I noticed it last night that the ticker on the coin stopped working, and I don't know if that's an app problem or if it's that for some reason that coin is, because it's connected to BEP20 not ERC20. There's something going on with the Binance chart or something. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm thinking like there was an update that the phone connected.
Yeah, I rebooted my phone and stuff like that and rebooted the app, but the price hasn't moved. And so I'm kind of getting concerned.
Rick here. Is Rick online? Rick, down under here?
He usually comes around 2:30.
He's not here. All right.
Hey, Drew, did you get into that Alpha Finance at all, man?
What's Alpha Finance? I'm strictly Doge, man.
Check it out. Alpha Finance is like Comp and like Aave.
You don't care.
Although I think they may be out of Shenzhen, China, and unless they got a foothold in outside of China, they may have gotten their stuff seized. I hope not.
Hey, D Block, are you here? D Block?
Yeah, I'm here.
I heard you earlier saying you got a message. Was it from Cleo, Miss Cleo, or that said something about that the BTC or something USDT?
It was the article. She sent me a article about Europe, about that SEPA program, you know, shutting down, not BTC not taking any. I mean, Binance not taking any dollars through SEPA, so they got to try to figure out another way to get their BTC in Europe right now.
Was it that Cleo the eighth person?
Girl Cleo.
How do you know it's a girl?
Oh, the picture of the girl Cleo.
Exactly. All right, there we go.
But I mean, you know, until I have further notice, I take people at their word.
Word. Have you ever heard their voice by any chance? Just curious.
No, it's actually interesting though. You need to look into that article. I've been reading into it right now. I need to talk. I'm waiting for like Wounded to get on or somebody that we know that trades in the UK to see if they're having any problems like currently with it.
Can you send me the article?
Yeah, I got you. Hold up.
Appreciate that.
Damn, she's saying 5 cents, bro. Damn, that's crazy.
Who's saying 5 cents?
Leo, she posted a.
Man, Cleo needs to go ahead with herself or himself, whoever that catfish is. I didn't say he or she is a catfish, but now I'm starting to suspect who knows what they are.
They're not
Some
a
desperate.
catfish, bro.
Sounds like a desperate bear to me, but that's just I don't know.
Static in disguise.
No, I mean the day before she or he posted a Wyckoff pattern saying it would go up. So I don't know. Just be ready for both, I guess.
The all-knowing Cleo.
Should I read Piskett's super chat? I think she stepped away, or he stepped away.
I'll send it to you,
Yep,
Drew.
I
Take a
just
look
got
at it.
Yep, thank you for that.
Just keeping my eyes on the USD BTC pair for Binance all day. I got the volume pulled up. I'm just gonna see if there's any, you know, inconsistencies with prior days to see what effect this is having. But it seems like a big deal.
What is this seeking alpha? You got to like sign up for this to. You got to connect with this.
No, just click the link. It'll take you right to the article.
Ah, there we go. So Thailand just filed a criminal complaint against Binance as well. the world against Binance. I mean, they're operating without a license. They've been operating without a license in Thailand. I would do the same. If I was him, like, what you guys trying to do over here? I mean, get out of here with that. Get out of here with that mess.
Yeah, you're gonna have to break me off something if you want to eat on my
Exactly.
block.
Right?
You got to know what it is to pay the cost to do business.
A lot of FUD though, man. Everything's gravy.
Yeah, I agree
Yeah,
with
it's
you.
temporary. From what I was looking at, I mean, it's a temporary issue. The question is, I guess, how much it's gonna affect, you know, in the current.
Even if Binance gets shut down totally, if they're like, oh, Binance done for everybody, everybody withdraw your funds, it's like crypto market's gonna be fine. The only people that are like projecting those low numbers, they're just desperate for low buys, and that's I've made my
Yeah,
conclusion.
that just affects you if you're. That just affects you if you're in Europe and you want to get some BTC right now. At the end of the day, you know.
But this Cleo character got a lot of people yelling out silly numbers.
I mean, she throws out a lot of options. I'm not trying to defend her. I don't know her, but
Or him, or it.
yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'm not trying to defend them. She posts a lot of things, so you know.
I stay away from people like that. That's just me.
Like, you know, we were aiming for 40K, but now we're closer to 30. So I just think at this point it would be nice if we hit, what is it, like 32 or something, and then just bounce all the way, try to work our way up.
Hey Drew, I bought that Alpha Finance last night at what was it, around 7.5, and now it's at 8.2. Alpha Finance will go up to eventually to 2 cents again, as long as China hasn't stopped them from being able to grow. Is anyone having any issues with Binance today?
What's that?
Is anyone having issues with Binance today? Because it just sounds like there's so many
I've been
people
having a
going
lot
after
of
Binance.
issues. I've been having like visual issues with the graphics and everything. I stopped using them. I'm done with Binance.
I think they're getting a cyber attack, bro, because I think my Alpha's connected to Binance, and I think it's something's wrong with it today.
And this Cleo person is saying that people are harassing her or something because I called her a catfish and blah, 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 blah. So whoever, if you guys are harassing him or her, which I don't think is true, yeah, you know, I just don't know the person. I don't know who they are. My suggestion is just, be careful with people that you can't even talk to them and they hide their identities. So I don't know, that are so assertive in putting themselves in every conversation and every inbox there is. I just stay, kind of fishy and suspectful of people like that.
Yeah, and to all the trolls in chat, like, just stay out of other people's business, man. If one person has a problem with somebody else, it's not on you to jump on and add to it. You know what I mean? So just everybody be easy.
Oh, Drew, let me just add to that because just to say it out there, not because I know some people that are connected to her or them, but there was some people that put out some threats on them, and so they're a little bit shy to talk. This happens a lot in gaming channels, especially towards women. It's disgusting. It should never happen. People should never treat another human
I don't
being
know.
in
I've heard a
violent
lot of
way.
these threats also being actually threats from the person. I don't believe shit online.
Right.
That's just me. So it's like even the threats sometimes I don't
Yeah.
believe. And sometimes it's people saying I've been threatened. It's actually a fake user made by the user to get sympathy points from other users. So online, I don't believe anything, especially if I don't hear someone's voice. And like if we're on a Discord and like they're all over Discord and they don't want to just talk, even with like a little voice mod, something to cover the voice, but just to get the vibes, a little bit. I don't trust it.
Yeah.
That's just me.
I feel it, bro. I agree.
You hear my voice, and I know you don't trust me at all.
I don't trust myself, but me just to like, to even take someone's opinion with even a grain of salt. I can't even take someone's opinion with a grain of salt. That's like, seems to know it all so much. And like the, Mr. Know-it-all or Mrs. Know-it-all, whoever they are.
Well, you never know. There are some know-it-alls out there that don't want to be known.
They've been
I will
proven
just
wrong.
speak up, Drew.
The unknown nuns.
I
Go
will
ahead.
just speak up, Drew, and say, I didn't rattle my cage anything, but somebody messaged me and to shut my mouth, and I have nothing of, whatever of value to say. So I only spoke it
You don't
out.
need
Because,
women.
I wanted other ladies to know that, don't let that crap deter you from
Yeah,
yourself.
you ladies have the power to be like, you shut your mouth, with your, I'll break your fingers back there with your
Yeah,
fingers.
I mean, my brother's
Keyboard
6'7".
gangsters. They're all keyboard gangsters. So
Yeah,
people
my
either they know
brother's
how to
6'7", Drew, and I grew up
exactly.
pretty
So
tough as nails. He's 4 years older than me, so nothing
yeah.
nobody says to me is gonna. But I know there are other women that have messaged me, and they, have said they're intimidated. It is a space that is intimidating for ladies to.
Yeah, but some of these people you don't even know if they're
But I
ladies.
feel like you guys are awesome. I feel like you guys are like
My
way.
only issue with that is that I think it's kind of scary area for like any person.
I do too. You know what? You're right. Thank you for correcting me on that. It doesn't matter what if you're male, female. It's scary to open your mic and say stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great people that give great TAs. So it's like, it's not that they're doing it on purpose, but it's like, you want to step up and you want to make sure that you step up and being able to actually say something and contribute. I don't think it's particular to women or, guys or anything like that. And I'm not demeaning what happened to you.
Oh,
No,
no.
I will say before.
It didn't bother me at
This
all.
is Versace, real quick. Sorry, Jen. There were some girls on here a month ago, and there were some people that said some pretty nasty things to them, and
Yeah,
they took off. They never came back.
Yeah. it
So
was
just be mindful of how you say or how you talk to
And keep
ladies.
the creepiness to a minimum. Like if you wouldn't say something to a
Oh, yeah.
woman in real life to her face, don't say
Thank
it.
you.
over the
Yeah.
mic.
Appreciate that.
Hey,
Hey,
this-
yeah,
The thing is, they never will.
Hey guys, this is JT. I just want to say that if you do get messages like that, I think there's plenty of people on here that would support you. Report them, please. Report. They don't even need to be members of this Discord if they're doing things like that.
Thanks. And I appreciate it. And the only reason I open my mouth is because I'm not going to let them do it to somebody else. So there's no power if you expose them.
Any guy who would do
100.
that is a piece of shit.
He's probably a 13-year-old teenager with pimples.
See, that's my
Nothing else to
problem. Then you like bow down to his level, So it's like, That's how I feel. That's how I think, though. Like.
Yeah. It's
This
perspective.
is not part
It's
of my
perspective.
normal world. Like, I don't even read the comment. Like, this is not normal for me. I'm just here because I started investing in crypto.
Yeah, and I was just mentioning this Cleo character that keeps on popping up everywhere, and I was trying to show me some other coins that knows that I'm a Doge head.
No, I
don't
feel
know.
you. I heard everything.
And in my inbox, and they know that I don't like, too many going through my inbox and just message after message about things. And then I'm like, yo, so who are you? And then, whatever. No
Like
harm.
that stranger that comes to
Nothing
your
but
door to
nothing but
steal your
love,
cleaning fluids.
Yeah, no harm, nothing but love, but I just don't trust those type of characters.
Hello? Can we get an eject button so that when they do that stuff, we just eject them and no more in the channel?
You're fired. You're out of here.
Dismiss.
Was that a golden finger type comment? Like, was that a Mike Myers thing? I want sharks with lasers. Sharks with lasers.
I also shared it with you guys because I think you guys are so awesome and very inclusive. And like, it's been a joy to be a part of this group. So
Well, if you remember when
I
when you
know you
brought
would
it
want
up,
to
I
know
told
if
you to.
somebody's misrepresenting y'all,
Yeah, when you brought it up, remember I was the one that said put their name in the chat, speak it out loud. If they got the balls to do it, then you know what I mean.
That's right. I don't think I would have said their name if you hadn't prompted me. So thanks.
I think we should all be able to vote, and if they're bad and they're not being good, I think we should all say, "Okay, goodbye, dismissed."
When I grew up, there was my dad was in a union and they had the dunk tank and the Budweiser truck. It was a great time, dude. It was a great time at those union picnics. But we could have like the dunk tank.
We'll give them a good dunk.
You remember probably half the Discord does not know what I'm talking about, or maybe they do.
Anyway,
oh, heck yeah,
anybody?
dude. We actually, at my first office working for the job that I do now, our managers actually got a dunk tank, and they allowed the staff to dunk them. I thought that was the smartest thing to do to get the the lower employees like respecting their management because they're humble enough to do that.
It was fun to watch these guys that work together that, sometimes maybe had riff with each other, throwing baseballs all drunk at the dunk.
Well, we had a pie throwing contest and we had water balloon fight afterwards. So it was pretty fun. It was like it's just letting loose, man. Sometimes I think management that does stuff like that with their employees makes work fun. I think you can't have anything better than that.
Friend, that's what she's going to school for. Is her degree is to go into corporations and the psychology of setting up the work environment to be the most conducive for productivity and enjoyment for the employee. Pretty cool degree, I think.
I don't think that we should have insolent, disrespectful people on the channel at all, period.
Got a super from Nelson Figueroa. Figueroa. Hope I said that right. 5 bones. Binance US being affected too. BTC and altcoins moving strangely. Yeah, it's been acting weird for like last 2 weeks, Binance US. I agree. Thank you so much, Nelson, for that. Thank you for the tip.
True, that was Figueroa.
Figueroa.
Drew?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I got something real quick if you guys want to hear this about Binance. So I just Googled, is Binance having issues? I don't know why I'm getting Bing, but it says users from Binance, a major cryptocurrency exchange, have been reporting over Tuesday that they were unable to arrange deposits or withdrawals requests in sterling pounds from that platform. The reports came after the company was banned by the UK Financial Conduct Authority to operate in the United Kingdom. What the
CoinDesk just announced that they had just implemented a new chief finance officer 4 minutes ago.
Imagine the moment when everyone's going to be screaming, oh, snap, Dogecoin just tweeted. The devs just tweeted that they put out Dogecoin 2.0. I wonder who's going to tweet that first. Is it going to be Elon or is it going to be the devs? I would say the devs.
Remember, FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Fear, false evidence appearing real. Oh no.
I just read an article saying that like negative news doesn't impact the market as much as positive news impacts it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's interesting.
The negative effect isn't as impactful as the positive effect.
But check this out, guys. I just looked this up on istheservicedown.com. Problems / Binance. It says July 6th, which is today. Binance is having issues since 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It said most reported problems are mobile app 32%, website 21%, logging in 20%, transactions 18%, transfers 5%, withdrawals 4%. Those are the problems based on what people are reporting about Binance since 12 p.m. Eastern today.
I'm so glad I pulled everything out of Binance.
Damn it.
Are we therefore saying that Binance is now not as good as we said perhaps last month?
Still great with liquidity because that's volume if you're trying to do big trades and, you know, get those buys and sells in on those big moves. But besides that, I don't know. Seems like they're having some problems.
Yeah.
And they haven't been playing by the rules.
I think if you're trading BTC to USDT or another stable coin, probably won't have that many issues, but the BTC USD pair is the one that I think they're focusing on because the problem is getting fiat into the system now. That's what SEPA was used for. So without SEPA, you got to get creative to get your fiat in.
Thanks.
And these crackdowns make sense because they have been operating without licenses, you know. So it's like, and they've just been pushing it off, and by the time it's for the time for them to pay a license, they say, oh well, you know what, we're just gonna move somewhere else. Kind of like what they did with Malta, but then Malta was like, even if you want to pay your license, we won't even let you anymore. Get out of here.
It's all well and good having it decentralized and all the rest, but if we've got rogue people who are going to uh, cause problems for the retailers, it makes sense to have a form of regulation, isn't it? Arm's length regulation, perhaps.
Yes, very well said with arm's length. You don't want it to reach too far, but
Yeah.
some kind of regulation to protect the consumers.
I think you put that wonderfully.
Well, if your goal is to turn your crypto into fiat, then they're going to have a hand in it, no matter how you look at it one way or another.
Yep.
Until we stop worrying about turning our crypto into fiat, we're going to be, you know, at the behest of these dinosaurs.
But as a whole, the crypto global market cap, it's going to grow, and there's nothing that's going to stop its growth. I think it's just, I'm not going to say Bitcoin, not going to say Ethereum, I'm not going to say Doge. I'm talking about the whole global market cap, crypto as a whole. It's just beginning. This is going to be the whole new. We thought internet was big. This is going to be 3 times bigger than internet.
Is going to be based off of it, in fact.
In a way, but it's going to have it's going to be able to latch off of the www and have it's going to be its own monster. It's pretty soon.
It's going to restructure the cloud infrastructure. It will all be blockchain technology, and encryption will be a thing of the past.
Yep. And the problem of double spending will be a thing of the past, and 51% of attacks, hopefully. But that's the way things are going. You know, we might not see it in our lifetime, but you know, pretty soon, everything that we see on www is going to slowly be shifted over on some kind of cloud blockchain.
Cloud technology has been there for, you know, I mean, the internet, all the web servers, everything is cloud, but they're adding a
IBM's positioning themselves very well for something like that.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hello.
Guys, I just want to say that I love you all.
Thank you. We love you too.
That's sweet as you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Right back at you.
I love you more.
Likewise.
Including Biscuit?
Biscuit all creepy in the back.
Shut up, guys.
Biscuit, you're still here. I just want to say I want you to come to America.
Thanks. Hopefully soon.
She didn't know you
Okay,
were there.
guys. Breaking news. Binance suspends Euro bank transfers amid regulatory heat.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. That's the SEPA thing.
just came on Cointelegraph 2 hours ago. Binance blocks SEPA transfers affecting EU users. Yes, you're correct. But I'm not an EU user, so why is it affecting the US market?
This market is global.
Crypto's global, man. All affects everything.
Yeah. This is dumb.
That's the point of, being decentralized.
I went into Calm. I set an alert for it. It dropped to the level where I wanted to enter. But it looks weak, man. I'm gonna get stopped out.
Yeah, everything's going down right now a little bit. Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's a risky trade. I'm hoping for a bounce, because it has been uptrending. Maybe someone is riding the 50 EMA.
Are you looking at comp?
Yeah, I entered long, yeah.
That
Yeah, this is a very important level for it to maintain its bull run structure. So if it
We are
if it dips
meeting
below it,
resistance at 23.
464 biscuit or what?
for it's the line exactly at 466. Yeah, that range, yeah.
I got 478 yesterday, so that wasn't so. And I wasn't gonna try to trade because I only got a small amount. So seems like
If
it
it
helped.
if it does not hold this 464 range,
Yeah, then I'll buy more.
it's gonna go down even further.
Let's see. It didn't even. It was trying to make it to its, one of the previous resistance at 582.
Broke yesterday at 520 something.
Yeah, it looks like it wants to go visit like a 430 and then 400.
Yeah.
But on a higher time frame. But
A
if
lot of
it
growth.
does not
That was
hold this level, this bull run for it is over basically.
Yeah.
So I posted
here
in
comes the drop.
news. I posted in news. You guys might want to read this article about something. Remember what about a month ago I told you guys about the credit bubble in China? Well, there's a news article about it in news right now. Go ahead and read it. Enjoy.
It's a great run for compound though. Wow.
There's the
Oh yeah, Bitcoin. Here it goes. That's 7 minutes in this hour candle. Some intense action.
It'll be interesting to see if people buy back into comp though, with the momentum that it had. I
This
don't know if
is
they
one of
will.
the healthiest runs in this market so far. So
That's what I thought.
So I
That's
would think. I mean, it can't go on forever. It's impossible. So I mean, yeah, like Pisket said, at 400, I'd probably buy some of that.
I'm not sweating. I bought like $50 at 478. So if it dips, I figure I'll sprinkle a little.
I would read that article on China and if you it's not financial advice, but I would increase your risk level evaluations when looking at anything happening in China right now.
I already saw that in the stock news, like just the connection between Chinese
Before
companies
you
stocks.
before you came, Jen, last month, I talked about how Wuhan had the large. Go ahead and Google it. Wuhan had the largest debt in all of China.
Oh, I did not know that information. Thank you.
What's up, y'all?
Yeah, don't get me started with the Wuhan clan.
I ain't saying a word. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Comp is a little too expensive right now. Isn't it?
Hey, can I get somebody's opinion?
Sure.
Is that Drew?
Yeah, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, man, I miss your super chats. Can you pop into my stream and tell me what you see? It's
Yeah. Let me pop into that real quick.
I was talking to Jack Scrap last night. Pretty interesting character.
Wait, this is Spiffy, right? Oh, Marduk.
No. He's not Spiffy. He's an older dude. He's an older dude.
I see a very optimistic.
I didn't see your stream. It just popped up now. All right, there we go.
So, guys, key points in an article that I just pulled up from April 23rd, 2020. The economic pressures of the coronavirus in China has led to a greater demand for loans. Although it's less clear whether people can actually get them, and if they do, some analysts note risk levels will increase. Given this scale of unmet needs, more economists are calling for a targeted cash payout to poorer households. If consumption does not recover soon, some analysts expect more struggling small business will go under, leading to job losses in China.
A giant? I don't know. That's it dropped too low to be a bull flag. I see what you're seeing, but in my opinion, that went way too low compared to its post. If it was maybe above halfway of its initial post, then yeah, but as you can see where your mouse is at right now, that's almost like 3/4 down from the top of your bull flag, and more than 3/4. That's like...
Yeah, but it did have to jump back down there to grab these resistances, though, right?
Yeah. Well, look at your flag now. We're failing that top part, so we'd have to come down in order to get more people to buy in.
Wait, that doesn't look like a flag's more erect, in my opinion. Like a healthy flag has to be kind of like, waving in the wind, like upright. That's kind of going down.
Yeah. But also check this out.
I think you're right, though. I just think we need to go a little lower, and then we'll probably do exactly what you drew.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to be perfectly straight, but as you can see, most bull flags, they don't fall that low to be healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that lowest, that last example, go back to your last example, the one you just had. Yeah, that one does seem like the lowest point. It's not too far from, but it does. How do you know how far that came up from that bullish flag? That's what I'm saying. Because if it's a continuation, like if you have a straight trajectory from that, I would see it's bullish, but you don't know where that's coming from, on that picture. But I don't know. Yeah, I guess technically.
I do know that sometimes they can be extended, right? They don't have to be like 3 tests and then breakout. It could be
right.
It could be multiple. What I'm seeing is that it's definitely getting close to a deciding factor anyway.
Yes. Yeah, we would have to break.
I don't think it's gonna break right out of this, but it could bounce, fill some of this stuff, and then just go again.
What's that?
Yes, I agree. Yes.
What is that? What chart is that? How many hours or minutes?
3
or
months.
3 months?
3 months on the daily.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. Because as you can see, we're not breaking up top, so by default, we're gonna go down. All from the first run, the second run is never stronger. It's always weaker, which is it's a sign of weakness. So I mean, I agree with you, man. I think we'll probably dip down maybe around 16, and then pick those bags up and then blast off.
Well, I'm just okay. So like I was thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, well, we all know that Dogecoin makes new coin every day, and blah blah blah. If nobody sells and nobody buys, it'll just go down. But I don't think, there's people out there who have that in the best interest in mind. I think, uh, when the time is right, some deep pockets are going to step in and send this thing flying again.
Yeah, I agree, man. I just don't think it's particular to Dogecoin. It's the whole market. Like, go take a look at
Oh, for sure.
Bitcoin, and you see the same thing.
Yeah, no, and I was saying this the other night, like, long weekend, they're gonna make their money on crypto, and then, I didn't, I didn't want to be the ADA bear, but I was telling my buddy Neat, I was like, dude, like, although it has kind of pulled away from the pack, like if Bitcoin goes down, then it's gonna pull everything else with it. Thankfully, it's not tanking as much as I thought it was going to, but I mean anything's possible. Let me pull up BTC real quick.
Yeah, no, I think we're in a bearish trend, but it is a bull market. I mean, until we fall like under maybe 20,000.
Yeah. So even Bitcoin over the past month and a half is like bull flagging as well. So it may very well punch up, but I don't know if that's a reversal.
This is not a bull. I don't think that's bull flagging because it's coming from a. If anything, it would be a bear flag, which I hate saying, but it's because the top, the post is upside down. It's not coming from a down up.
I understand that, but it's not necessarily where the pull comes from. It's the what the flag does off the pull. So even though this is like, it's a bear pull that ended up like, okay, so the angle, like the overall trend.
It's a downward channel. It's a descending channel, which I think is a bull pattern.
It is definitely a bull pattern.
The thing
But
is,
yeah,
like,
if you look at it like that, like a descending wedge or something like that, or descending triangle, if you shape that out somehow, that's bullish. Yeah.
The problem with that is like I mentioned with Doge, like it's not breaking out the top right now. So
No, for sure. I mean, it could definitely.
See, like the bottom of that example, it looks like 28,000, which is pretty much what we're kind of saying.
Yeah, but look at this. Look closer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see that.
Like that's why I tell people to zoom out, and then zoom back in, and then zoom out. You see how the price action is being squeezed into the upper part of the channel?
Yeah, I could see that playing out.
Yeah, no, that definitely looks.
It's very
good.
possible. So like so that being like established, right?
Look at that volume though, man.
No, I know. Even though dude, the stock market's stupid this week. Here, let me show you this.
I like what you're saying though, man.
Look at this stock. Look at this stock.
Oh, my eyes. I'm not allowed to look at that. Doctor said not to look at stocks. I'll be right back.
It's like an arc welder. It'll blind you, Drew.
It's like Medusa.
Mini Doge pumps.
A couple of weeks ago, this stock was not even $2.
What's up, guys? This is Turco.
What's up, Turco?
I'm telling. Okay, so the pandemic, guys. The pandemic. The short sellers made a lot of stupid bets. Now, what happens when you place stupid bets? You win stupid prizes.
Is this on some Wall Street bet shit right here, or what?
No. I mean, truthfully, the way I see it is the pandemic was a good excuse for short sellers to be like, hey, blah, 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 pandemic, we should short this company and short it so much we bankrupt it so we don't have to pay any capital gains tax on the profits we make. Wrong. Okay, check out this one.
I like that feature, man. Why the fuck doesn't TradingView have that? The the date range, that's dope as hell.
Right? So like it's not just AMC, it's not just GameStop, you know, there are tons of companies out there that were just shorted to fucking oblivion, my friend.
That's
There's
crazy,
got to be a
man.
light at the end of the tunnel with these cryptos, man.
Yeah, like did you invest in any of these, or you just watching them?
So Mara and I played on Friday, Thursday. I bought when it traded under the View app. I bought in. It dropped more. I averaged down. Then I saw it going up, so I didn't buy any more. Then I saw it tank before market. I was kind of sad. But then, like, I checked it in the morning. I woke up at like 8. And then by 8:15, it started running again. So I was like, holy shit. So right as the bell hit, when it started punching up, I sold at $24.14. I kept 20 shares behind, but then when AMC dipped, I ended up selling out the rest of my position at like 20 something. And I just bought back in today. The first position I opened was at 25.50. It's kind of fucking not a good call, but it was only 5 shares. And then I saw, I'm like, okay, so it's possibly going to come back down and touch this resistance. So I placed kind of like a bit higher, so I got another 15 shares at 21.75. And yeah, I'm just fucking waiting for the attendees.
Can you zoom out a bit so I can see the whole run?
So the reason, okay, so why I bought in again today after it's had like a massive run is because I've been doing DD all weekend. So on Naked Short Report, okay, so actually here, let me do this. So I heard about Marin. I was like, okay, what's the flow? 9.86 million. Okay, that's low. It's kind of sketchy. But then I was looking at the volume. I'm like, well, how the fuck does this make sense? That's over 10 times the float. That's like 14 times the float. That's over twice the float. That's over 6 times the float. And then if you look at the short volume ratio, so like based on the volume to the short volume, for 7 days straight, Marin's been trading with over 50% short volume, with the exception of the 28th. And when I checked the threshold securities list on NASDAQ, Marin's on there. So I'm like, okay, well, so I bought back in. And same with BLIN. BLIN has like not even 6 million float.
Can you check June 18th, June 28th? What happened that day when it was under 50%?
Mini Doge pumps.
1 sec.
I mean, I'll try to pull up the chart too.
Mini Doge pumps.
So right before it started ripping, the short volume cooled down for a bit.
Wow, dude, this happened in like the last 2 weeks.
Like week and a half.
I just hear, are you sure about that? Let's check. Let's check. Am I gonna have to buy again? It looks like I might have to buy again. Let's see.
Did he retweet? Did he tweet, retweet, or just respond to a tweet? Because there's a difference.
Who knows? But we hit a double bottom again, and if he tweeted right after that, then geez.
Can we say woohoo?
Woohoo! Hashtag we love Elon.
So in Doge, we need to get over 26, 0.26, and after that,
I mean,
we are on the way to 38.
You guys see the tweet? It says, "What does this mirror do, Professor? It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts." And then the person from I guess Lord of the Rings is looking, and it is a pump. That's what I'm seeing in this.
It's Harry Potter.
It's Harry Pumper.
Harry Pumper.
Harry Pumpernickel in the house. Let's go.
Professor Pumpledore.
Yeah, Professor Pumpledore.
That's a good one.
For this? Look at where this price has been.
You guys.
Hey, Elon just tweeted.
Everyone
Drew
said
just
they always
lied.
said
So do you guys know why the price is not rising sharply like the other tweets?
Because it took me too long to FOMO.
No,
No, because
because
the image does not
Yeah.
have any of the keywords that the bots would use.
Good point. Good point.
So
This
so
body is using it.
every bump you're gonna see now, every bump you're seeing now is manual. Remember the previous bumps were like straight wick to the upside, but now this is people buying in manually.
I got in at 0.23. That was my last. I got the first one today at 0.2313, and the second one I got in at 0.23201. I'm happy with that. Let's go and see what happens. And that's my last buy of the day. Even if we drop down to 16, I will not buy because I can't buy unless I hit up my homies. And I ain't trying to hit up my homies.
Holy Nike, look at that big old candle. That green
Oh my
candle
gosh.
fucking
Okay, and I
ass.
just almost FOMO'd in because of you saying that, Drew. And then I opened up and I was like, oh no, I'm not doing that.
Just
Pisket.
don't call me a bot.
FOMO.
Pisket would kill me if I bought on this green candle.
Yep.
I'm learning, Pisket.
You got to jump on the tweet.
Jump on it.
I've
Or
bought
you-
plenty
you
of
buy
dips,
before.
people. I've bought way too many dips, so I'm good.
You wait till it's about to die, and then you buy, and then he tweets.
I have
don't know.
I have saddlebags right now.
So you
people.
if you feel like you want to FOMO, just think rationally about this. You have a key resistance level that you could not pass, which is the 25 cents. So if you see now the price like rise sharply and crosses that 25, I would FOMO in a little bit. But like
Did you
this
see the other
choppy
news,
price
though?
action, this 2 cents choppy price action with the bump that we all know how many times this bump that retraced where it started within 2 hours. So we are experienced now. We don't FOMO.
And I've already picked up plenty of dips. Like
But I have a question.
Just gotta ride it.
Would it be considered if you're quick on it? Like say you're online and you catch it quick and you get it within like 30 seconds, you catch the tweet. Me, I don't really consider it a FOMO knowing historically what's happening.
You're just
If you're
making your
quick,
moves.
well, no, the
Especially
whole
you.
thing is how many seconds. Like, let me finish. How many
And
seconds?
you
So
can
if you're,
and you can put a stop loss at your entry. You want a YOLO, like, put a stop loss under your entry for like half a penny and ride it.
but if you're online and you know he tweeted, so if you're quick with it and you're ready, if you can do it within 30 seconds, it's not a FOMO. You know you're gonna get a bump.
Yeah, that's
It's-
called having
No,
skills, Drew. You got your alerts on your phone. You're like
you're on here.
got your
You're
game
online.
plan. You're making your moves.
News. Dogecoin millionaire says he will double down with 25K investment as meme coin sees dip. So another Dogecoin millionaire is doubling down with
No,
Doge.
that's old, and he's only putting 25K down.
Yeah, only 25K. That's not doubling down.
Now this would be a FOMO, but like a few seconds ago, it wasn't a FOMO because you know you're gonna get the pump. Now you don't know if this pump is finished or not. That's what I'm saying. So that's the whole point of it. It's not a FOMO if you catch it. When you know things are happening, you know pump's gonna happen as soon as a tweet happens. If you're there, bang, it's not a FOMO. But if you do it like maybe 1 minute, that's a FOMO. 1 minute after.
Seems to still be going.
I know shame to FOMO. I've FOMO'd before and made big.
Do you think he sat down and like made sure there is no keywords in this image?
Probably. Now that you mention it, that makes sense.
Oh my god.
They're studying the market. They're collecting data right now, and it makes total sense what you've been saying.
Remember what he said about Tesla selling? He said we started with a tiny position just to make sure we don't
Exactly.
affect the market.
Yeah,
so they're experimenting with crypto.
Yeah, they're collecting data and everything. Even with these Shiba tweets, like with baby Doge doo-doo and with the cum rocket, they're taking analytics and collecting all that data and making something of it for Doge.
What a great meme. Holy shit.
Now, if you want to see great, go to the 5-minute on Doge and look at how it's the exact 3-bar pump. Consolidation, red bar, green bar, 3-bar pump as the picture.
No way. It was on the 5-minute?
Yep.
Bitcoin went up. What the hell?
So there's 3 articles in the
Man,
news.
listen, I always say the man likes memes. The man does not time anything. But this one, come on. This is like he's Bitcoin is about shit on everyone.
Keeping us
I
afloat.
see the meme. Yep.
This is the coin he backs. Like, it's clear. You might not be saying it out loud, but it's clear on the charts.
Guys, I posted 3 articles about activities that are happening in China. 2 are more recent. One is a little bit older, but it gives you context of what's going on in China right now. So that will give you some insight. I'm not gonna give you the simplified version. I think you guys should definitely read this stuff because it does show a signal that markets may be going to a bear trend for a while due to the credit bubble in China finally popping.
I have County Shouty in my chat saying there was a good double bottom IMO before this bump. Do you know what? Didn't he do the same thing last double bottom? I think he did the same exact thing.
Yeah, like yesterday or the day. Yeah, was it yesterday?
No, I'm talking about the 16-cent double bottom. Did he tweet something? I can't
Maybe
recall,
he times
honestly.
it. Maybe he times it with double bottom, so it seems like he's influenced, like he still has the influence.
The
So I
24-cent double bottom, he tweeted on both of those. He
did it.
caused both those jumps on the 24-cent.
So I used to think like, no, it's just completely random, but like he can't, because he some of the memes were not like trading related, but you have a chart, like you have a bump right there. It's just like there isn't more clear signs that guys buy.
We were also hitting a level of resistance right when he tweeted.
Support, man.
Yeah.
Maybe
But
he's trying
however,
to help
like
the company know what to buy.
we definitely should not FOMO, and we know better, right?
That picture only
have-
had 3 candles on
I've
it. That's
learned
done
it.
for me.
3 candles. Yeah, the bomb is done after what? 1 minute or 1 second?
Piston, I just came up with an idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if I should put it on. I think it might be a good idea. I don't know if I should put it on YouTube.
It's okay. Maybe someone
No,
will
it's
benefit.
creating something that would be funny. I don't want somebody else to do it before we have the chance to. I'll message you.
Okay.
Just making a something that about where it pops up for people. Don't FOMO in.
Don't FOMO.
Like
no
where
homo.
you could message them and it would pop up as a joke.
I don't know if he puts out another tweet right now, like the Doge is ready, like Dogecoin 2.0 or something, or Tesla's accepting
all in.
Dogecoin. I'm calling all my homies. Let me get that loot because I want to FOMO so bad.
I would definitely FOMO.
That's just me though, and I'm loco, so don't go after what I do.
I'm with you.
Nah, if he doubles down, that shows some.
Man, he's giving the bears a very hard time to send this to a bear market.
And I think 7/7 is going to be a pretty big day for crypto. 7/7 is always an interesting day. Interesting numbers.
What was Dogecoin's high?
74.
$1,000 on 9th of July, 2020.
And in an alternate reality called Earth 2.
It really was.
No,
really
it really
did that.
was. On this Earth, on this planet, recorded data, Binance US, Doge USD pair. If you zoom out, go on the weekly, look back all the way to July in 2020, and you will see what I'm talking about. $1,000 Doge.
Someone sold it.
I want that price spike on a T-shirt.
Did anyone capitalize on that price spike?
I'm sure somebody did, and
Someone
somebody
did.
Somebody might have took an L too.
Someone bought one Doge for $1,000.
They're still holding.
Insane.
And
insane.
Yeah, and it was stretched out at $600, stretched out for a few minutes, and then $400 for another few minutes, and then dropped right back down to where it came from.
Dude's like, I got a bag at 1,000.
What was the
Come and
date?
Get me, guys.
Right.
July
was the date on
9th, July 8th or 9th, I believe 9th, 2020.
July
8th, 2020.
Quick question.
Would that mean someone put a limit order to buy at 1,000 and someone put a limit order to sell at 1,000 by mistake? Was that like a coincidence that it was a typo on both ends and that wick just went up there?
Take a step from the mic.
It was just quick reflexes, and it was probably New Yorker.
I don't think you can't buy your own sell, really.
Nah, but I know what happened when he bought it. He bought it and then he sold it for a loss at 800, and somebody FOMO'd into that, and they sold it for a loss at 600, and then they FOMO'd into that. Someone sold that for 400. You can see it on the chart on the way back.
And in the price, it's crossed its bidding zone. So that's what happens when it goes super parabolic, like high pressure price spike. When it crosses its bidding zone, that's like what happens in penny stock.
I don't get why it's not talked about more. Like, this is the only place where I've ever heard about that.
Because Drew Crypto's loco.
Trying to find out exactly what time it happened.
We got
screenshot that. Put it in charts. I want to see it.
I figured more people would be onto that, you know?
If you go back in time on the chart, you can see a big ass freaking red candle that goes to the sky. And there's a gap at like $30-something. Like there's a gap between like 30 and
What year? What year?
July 8th, 2020. That was like right before one started tweeting.
50,000 on Doge. Shit, if that goes through accidentally, that'd be great.
This is dumb. I'm so fucking tinfoil right now. Oh my god. So I literally looked at the high, the 73.7. 737's an airplane. 737. If you were to take 3, add it to 7, you have 10. So maybe it's July 10th. Was like,
yeah, you're doing a lot.
No, I know, right? So what? But yeah, but okay. I was like, okay.
You guys are lying. I don't see it.
73.7. So take the first number. That's the month, right? Because it's day, month, year. So
You
then
can
I got 7/10. So I got July 10th, which is a Saturday. I think Doge is gonna run on Saturday.
You can be right, because this consolidation is going to end up in 3 days, I believe, up or down. So it can be July 10th.
So about those price spikes, I was reading some things about here. So what I'm reading, penny stocks, are prone to price spikes, high pressure price spikes, which can sometimes be a sign of even higher prices to come, but is most often a profit-taking opportunity. Sudden and dramatic leaps in high pressure prices of shares often come back down as suddenly and dramatically. So as the penny stocks, let's say this was we're going to change the word penny stocks to Doge at that moment, because it was very cheap and it was new on the market, on the Binance market. That was just a listing day, but this is about penny stocks. But I think the same principle can apply for Doge. So as penny stocks have fewer buyers and sellers, the likelihood of a price spike is higher than with most other forms of investments, When several investors buy at the same time, whether it's based on coincidence or internet hype or otherwise, they may outnumber the sellers, resulting in the shares suddenly being much more expensive. So when the buyers outnumber the sellers, it crosses its bidding zone, basically, and that's what happens. You get that parabolic. And then what else it says here? As these price spikes are most often based on technicalities of trading rather than on underlying materially beneficial events, you should consider them artificially and temporarily. As such, they've often been profit-taking opportunities for alert shareholders, but very good long-term signals. So in other words, it creates a ceiling from what I'm getting from that. And that ceiling would be a long-term signal, basically, like, a profit-taking point at $1,000 maybe in 4 years or who knows what.
Barclays has blocked customers from sending funds to Binance 16 hours ago.
Yeah, I also can't get my money back from Binance.
Really? What's going on with that?
I'm honestly not sure, but I can't transfer my money to the bank.
Oh shit.
Maybe send your
It
coins
says
to another
Financial
wallet.
Times. It's
What
because
bank do you have?
Sorry, did someone ask something?
Crypto Exchange says Binance temporarily suspends payments. It's because of the EU's SEPA network. So the whole of EU is down right now. So if you're in the EU and in the US, because I can't get my stuff and nothing's registering on SafePal right now. It's just the number stopped like a long time ago, like last night.
Yeah, I don't think the two are connected, but that's crazy. I remember you saying that last night about your chart.
Yeah, it just stopped. I'm like, why is the number just stopped? It made no sense to me. I went to sleep and woke up this morning. I'm like, it still hasn't moved. But you look at the alpha chart, it went up to 82 cents. So I'm like, come on, man.
Where did any volume go? It's just like nothing.
On Doge or what?
Yeah, on Doge.
I'm like, who's still buying right here?
Well, if you guys are liking comp, or if you bought into comp, or if you don't like comp, or you have very little money and you can't get into comp, go buy Alpha Finance if you can, because it's like comp. It's like Aave. They're doing basically the same thing.
I'm good.
Did somebody say they were having trouble with SafePal again?
Well, yeah, dude, it's because of Binance. But it's Binance connected. Did you get your money back there, bro?
No, I don't expect I ever will.
Did you see what happened?
I missed that, but also if you ever delete your wallet, good luck trying to get it back, get back in it.
Yeah, they did that security warning to people. What was it, yesterday?
Good riddance, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm kind of a bit frustrated with this. That sucks. I think it's all because of what's going on in China right now. It has nothing to do with the app itself. I think the app actually probably is really functional. But like I told people last night, China was last night shifted
What
from
happened
going
with
after the.
SafePal?
Hold on a second, bro. China stopped going after the miners, and now they're going after the markets. So Binance, the markets, the people that were still trading cryptos, they shut them all down yesterday. Okay, go ahead.
What happened with SafePal?
SafeMoon just
No,
like a lot of these.
SafePal. No.
Oh, SafePal. Oh, SafePal.
Yeah, the wallet. What's the issue?
Oh yeah, dude, I'm so frustrated with this Pisket, dude. So I think SafePal is connected to the Binance system, and because Binance has now been banned in the UK, and now that it can't get SEPA payments from the EU, it looks like that Binance may have locked everyone's money, and you can't get it out now.
So everyone who installed SafePal within the last 3 days, their funds are locked?
Because of Binance. I think even Binance, your funds might be locked. Tell me if I'm wrong.
SafePal kind of seemed shady, like it only has 100 downloads on the App Store.
Well, it's the United States, dude. It's not. This is a Chinese app.
So, what?
So in other words, stop using Chinese apps, America, right?
Yeah, for right now, you want to stop using Chinese apps, and you may want to stop using Binance. Anyone right now say on Binance whether they can take money out of Binance, because that would tell us what's going on.
I'll let you guys
So
know. if it works or-
wait. So SafePal is not like an offline wallet?
It can be, yes, but I don't. I have the software wallet. I do not have the hardware wallet.
Okay, even if it was a software, you have your keys, right?
Absolutely, I'm holding on to it, bro, because Alpha's going to explode once China releases their. Because if you go read those articles, the last article, Pisket is very fascinating. They're talking about that China. Yes, go ahead.
Do you know about the keys for the crypto? Hold on, I gotta get the door.
Go ahead. So if you guys want to read the article, the last article, if you don't want to do all that reading, just read the last article. China is trying to clamp down on credit problems that they've been having so they can meet international standards, because China wants to be part of the international market. So it's a temporary shutdown, but they're getting very harsh on it because they want to make sure that they curb some of the credit spending. Most likely why a lot of individuals got into mining in the last couple of years, and why it was putting such a strain on the electrical grid of China, is because people were desperate to make money in a market that was collapsing, because people were taking out a lot of credit after COVID because they thought everything was going back to normal again. But they took all this credit out and stacking on the credit that was that didn't get paid back during COVID, so it's stacked on top of each other. And so China needs to clamp down and cut a lot of this credit and kind of teach the Chinese people to be a little bit more safe with their money, kind of like the United States had to do when the United States passed through its laissez-faire period from the 1890s to the 1920s.
Super chat. We've got a super chat from Daniel M. 2 Bones KCS Rocket. Thank you, Daniel M. Thank you for the 2 bones.
Because if you go to China, guys, they were using laissez-faire economics, but with state control. So what I mean by laissez-faire economics, it means the government stays hands off of a business and let it grow and go naturally. I mean, of course, the state still owned the business, but they let it just do their thing. However, there's a rule in China, one rule: you don't mess with the economy, because the economy is what feeds the people. So if you mess with the economy, then you mess with the government, and they will put you away. So they're probably tightening controls on people trying to do credit, give people credit when they probably aren't safe to have credit yet and don't understand how credit works. And so there's a lot of people that have debts that they need to figure out how to do it. A lot of oh, go ahead. A lot of people in China, there's not much price action now, is there?
I'm totally kidding, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I was like sitting there going, what the hell? I got it open, dude. It's not even going green. But a lot of people in China, it's look at it this way, guys.
China?
Before in the 90s, like there weren't a lot of cars. So Chinese people, when I was there, they were learning just how to drive cars, and the highways in China are pretty unsafe. So there's a learning curve when it comes to developing, and one of those things in the learning curve process is going through that process of laissez-faire economics to grow your economy, and then having to turn around and put in regulation because the laissez-faire economics went too far and is now causing harm.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. The thing about SafePal, because when you first mentioned it, that wallet 3 days ago or so, I took a look at the website, and as far as I understand, there is the hardware wallet, and even the software, you should be able to have your keys. That's what I understood.
Yes. It should be my currency, except for Baby Doge. The Baby Doge I don't own because it's on Panking Swap, but the Alpha I should own.
So how did
I lost money in it yesterday, or whenever I said it, I lost it. And so I deleted it. And then today I tried to reinstall it, and it doesn't have any mechanism in it to put your old keys in. It says something about you have to contact them and have them do something or another.
You should have waited. You shouldn't have deleted the app. You should have waited, man, because a lot of these transfers take days. They don't take a single day, especially after the 4th of July. Just a heads up, guys.
deleting it didn't stop the transfer because it said succeeded on its end. It's the other
Yeah,
end that didn't go.
So Coinbase didn't receive it. You should contact Coinbase. That doesn't make sense. Coinbase should have received it if it said sent.
Yeah,
That's a
but like you
Coinbase issue.
said, it was a Ethereum 20 instead of regular Ethereum, so it probably went in an oblivious wallet.
Oh, you know what? It probably went into staking on Coinbase. Look at the E2 wallet. Look for E2 on your Ethereum 2 on your Coinbase because it might be there.
Yeah,
It
Biscuit,
might
where
be
are you
weird
saying
that it
that
happened.
this is even a software wallet? Because everything that I'm looking at, the real Safe Pal is an offline hardware wallet. That's all it is.
They have
on the
both
third,
software
on the
and
third,
hardware.
on the main website, on the third tab, there is app. If you click app, it will tell you to download the SafePal app.
Right.
So
Is that just to
what
connect? Okay, is that where you got it from? Right here?
I didn't get it. I didn't use it. I'm just like I'm shocked that the guys are talking about them locking funds or something because it's just a wallet. They cannot access your funds. They're yours on your
Yeah.
phone.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. I think we're conflating the Binance thing with the SafePal thing just because it's happening.
Exactly. Exactly, bro. It's Binance's issue right now because I'm literally looking at this and the Binance charts are not moving at all.
Okay, I just hopped in and heard that. I didn't know what you guys were talking about.
On the app, I should say. On the app, not the actual Binance charts, but the app Binance charts kind of. So if you go to the wallet,
for me, Binance is, but I'm not Binance US. I'm Binance Global, and Binance Global is functional as we speak now.
So you were able to take money out of it?
If I want, I'm trading.
We would only know if you were able to try to take money out of it.
Your mic. Oh my God, my
Holy
ear.
crap.
Wow.
Holy crap.
Aloha, beautiful people.
Hey, whatever mic you're using, please don't use it again. So yeah, Binance is functional. Do you want me to make a withdrawal?
It's up to you. You don't have to.
If you want me, no, it's okay. I can test with a small amount. Yes, sure, just to make sure that.
Yeah.
But you guys are using Binance US. It's a different platform, as far as I know.
I don't use Binance US.
You're using
I have
global?
it, but I don't.
And that Binance issue is only in the UK too. I don't think. You know what I mean? Somebody earlier was in the UK and said that they were having problems getting their funds out. But I don't know if that gentleman is still
When you
there.
say get your funds out, you mean getting them to your bank?
Fiat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't do that. I peer-to-peer hard cash with the guys.
Yeah, it's a fiat issue because it's a bank issue. So like people that are trading USDT to BTC aren't having an issue. It's the USD pair that they're having issues with.
Just use the peer-to-peer and go off to like people who are interested in crypto or like I don't know, buy coins and send them to BitPay and sell the gift cards to a website or something.
Okay.
There is multiple ways to get your funds out.
Do you know why? This is so frustrating with Binance, this poor guy. The network, which is a European Union project that aims to harmonize euro payments across the region, allows consumers to send euros across the dozen countries. Binance typically accesses SEPA through payment intermediaries. They don't want Binance because Binance is not their own system. That's why they don't want Binance. The European Union, the powers that be there, want their own system, and they want to have control over that system. So stupid.
We have a super chat here. So $4.99 from Garrett. He's asking, can I have everyone give their top 3 altcoins they believe in fundamentally for the long term, please and thanks.
Oh, sure, Garrett K. Go on. I got Doge, and Doge. Anyone else?
Matic.
Doge.
Doge is definitely
Doge.
up there. I'll say Harmony One, VeChain, and Silo for me as well.
Yeah, VeChain, Matic.
88 XRP.
Like Cardano, XLM, and Litecoin is great.
Some of
Baby
those are like
Doge,
10 cents.
Shiba, and ICB.
Yes.
Hey, the
Come
dude
at
from
me.
Binance.
Come at me,
into
bro.
this? Hey, the guy from Binance, come to Oregon, bro. Set up shop here, man, and help the Oregonians out, and we'll we'll get you a position here. Get your license, man.
Hey, didn't everybody pick Doge for those top 3 picks?
Yeah, we did.
Everybody.
True Cryptoge.
Yeah, I did Doge for 1, Doge for 2, and Doge for 3.
You
Like,
know,
I
I
have a
already know.
I
This
have a
killer.
question.
I already know you did that.
Like, let's say US Binance, where do they store our coins? So, like, where do, in a cloud, or what do
We
they
put
use?
them in the fridge.
In CZ's secret castle in his dungeon.
In
In his
Piscat's wallet.
basement.
Ask coin, come
So
wallet.
which, so which means if this castle falls or whatever, earthquake or anything, our shit is gone then?
Yes.
Technically, yes, it's on some cold storage. So if the people that hold the cold storage want to suddenly just make a move, then yes, see you later, alligator.
And there is no protection for crypto, right?
No protection whatsoever.
So I think we should repeat the old saying that everyone hates and they're like sick of hearing it, but I think it's mandatory. I'm gonna mention this every day on my stream. Not your keys, not your coins. This is a very important rule in crypto. If you don't have the keys, the coins are not yours.
You
Yeah.
forgot not yet. You forgot not yet.
What?
Meaning that not yet, they're not yours, but soon when the regulations come, they will be yours because they will be registered in financial
Well,
institutions.
When you write
That's not
emails
gonna help
asking
the
about your
guys.
funds, they will definitely not take that not yet in consideration.
Yeah, not yet. Exactly.
Yeah, plus
my
that
God.
not yet. That you
But
not
these-
that
Especially
not
Robinhood.
Biscuit, do you use cold wallet?
Of course. How do you think I survive on this market?
How do you do? Like when you trade on the Binance, you put
No,
your
my trading account is separated. I have 3 trading accounts. They are separated from my offline stash. I don't touch my stash.
We got another super chat from Dogecoin Dip King 4.99. How come when I'm trying to sell my Doge on Binance US, I can only sell for 10K at a time, and when I buy back, I can only buy 5K at a time? I've never had that problem. Anyone ever had a problem like that? You can
Who
only
is
sell.
riding?
But there might be some
Who
fees
is
and
riding comb with me? Who is riding this great call?
So Biscuit, when you use cold wallet, for example, you transfer to Binance. Is there any fee you pay, or how it works?
I don't touch my offline wallets. They only receive.
And
Things only go in. They never comes out.
Is anyone having trouble with Coinbase right now?
Nope, not Coinbase Pro. It's working like a charm, and so is Gemini. But Dogecoin Dip King, I don't know. Maybe refresh your browser. Try Brave browser. That's strange though. You can only sell for that. I don't think it has something to do with the browser if you can sell. But who knows? That's very strange. You can only sell for 10,000 at a time and buy back only 5,000. Anyone else have that problem? I guess not. And we got one more super chat from, and thank you for that. Super chat from where'd you go? Dogecoin Dip King at again 199. You skipped my first super chat. You already owe 3. I did not skip it, my man.
It's okay. Come to my stream. I read them all, and there is some nice notification on the screen.
That's a cool name, I might say though.
Maybe if you were watching your stream, you would have caught this calm bounce. Actually, this bounce, this nice trade is sponsored by Elon Musk himself. So thanks, Baba Elon.
Qcoin has been flawless.
3 other coins that I like is BitTorrent, AMP, and Hellcoin. Just to mention 3 that I like. For that, I was trying to look to see what I'm holding for that other guy that was asking about.
Some people on YouTube are saying that they are able to withdraw from Binance.
Sweet, bro. That's good to hear.
Robinhood. Stay with Robinhood, dude.
I'm just gonna leave it in there though, because I think it's gonna be back online eventually. I'm telling you that
Hey,
Alpha Coin is
Biscuit.
nice.
Hey, Biscuit and Drew, I got a question for you. This Snook Killer 64.
Fire away.
All right, I got 180 million Shiba. Shiba swap came out. What do you think?
Put it in the
Why would you get rid of it at this low price? Just like forget about it for like 3 months or so.
All right, I'll leave it. I didn't stake it or nothing yet. I'm just leaving it in my crypto.com staking.
I'm with you. I have 18 million and I don't plan to sell.
If you're
All right,
asking
babe,
me,
I'm riding with you, man. I'm gonna park my boat next to your boat and right next to Drew Dogecoin 1 boat.
yeah, if you're asking me what I would do with that, I would sell that quicker than you can say quick and buy some Doge with that. But that's just me.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Okay, let me rephrase that. I got 180 million Doge. What do I do, Drew?
Doro.
There we go. I already knew your answer, bro. I could have put a bet like that on Vegas.
Now you know it.
I love you guys, man. You guys are awesome.
Hey, much love right back, man.
Love you too, bro. Loving the whole Doja army.
And this pump, it's coming back at us like like it doesn't want to quit and getting this little fish hook going.
It doesn't.
Bump it up.
The Bollinger Bands are squeezing on the 30-minute, and we had a.
Could we get a pump?
Positive signal.
Could we get a pump? Could we get a pump? Pump, 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 pump.
What is the effects, Drew?
Oh, you get. Oh, you didn't hear my effects? It didn't work?
No.
Oh man, so I just made a total fool of myself.
No, you're trolling, man. You already know you don't have your effects.
I just
Are
realized.
you on a different computer or something?
Let me see. Let me see. No effect. Is there a crazy effect here?
No, there is none.
Guys, it's making that M formation that it made right before they did a crazy dump.
I just realized you guys weren't hearing me.
On what time frame? Sorry to cut you off, brother.
I think it's 5. Oh, let me double check.
Did you say 5 minutes?
Yes.
How many of you have
Dogecoin?
more than 10% on Dodge of your portfolio?
I do. I got way more.
Are you the FBI?
My portfolio is basically Doge right now.
Is he collecting data? Are you trying to run a scam and just make sure you target the right people? Why do you ask about percentage? Are you a student in a college collecting info for a survey?
I'm collecting data just to see if the your percentages increase, we could pump up the price, you know?
Write this down. Write this down. I have 600,000 Doge in the offline. On my trading accounts, I have 300,000. And on my Send Biscuit to America fund, I have 3,000 Doge.
Yeah, but what
My
is
name
the percentage of
My name is
your total
Biscuit. Come at
percentage?
me.
What is your total percentage? The total percentage of Dodge versus the other?
They represent about like 25%.
Hey, Biscuit. Let me know if this works.
All right. Yep. Yeah.
Can we get a pump, 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 pump?
There we go.
Silky tones.
On the
Back in
30,
effect.
on the 30-minute and 15-minute, the Bollinger Bands are squeezing, and you got some indicators that it's going up on the 30 and 15. So there might be some price action. The Bollinger Bands just indicate that it's going to be a strong movement up or down, but I personally think we might have a movement up on BTC.
Got another super chat from Dogecoin Dip King. Again, our friend 499. Rocket. Thank you so much, Dogecoin Dip King. Let's go with them. Rocket.
Sorry, B, did you say it's going to go up and down?
I knew somebody's gonna comment on that.
Yes.
But
No,
he stated clearly, I personally think it will go up.
And
But it could go up and down.
The Bollinger Bands just mean when they tighten, that's what they mean. There's going to be a strong movement coming up soon, up or down. That's all it means.
I
So
wonder
That's
if
what
some people. I wonder if some people will sell some Dodge to buy the little Dodge. That doesn't make
There's
sense.
what doesn't make
bro, of
sense.
course
The
somebody has
it
it.
just
To
means there's
sell
gonna be.
Dodge, to sell the real Dodge to buy the little Dodge.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
That's
nothing wrong
exactly
with
what
that.
I told her, B, after we discussed how tight it is.
I thought you meant the Bollinger Bands don't make sense. That's the point of them. They just indicate when there's gonna be a large move up or down.
Yeah, I told her it's gonna be up or down, but personally, I think it will go up.
Okay. All right, guys. Good night. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Good night.
Night, brother.
Gonna miss the bump. I think the bump is over. Should I sell my comp now? What do you think, YouTube? Are we done with this ride? How much did we make?
It's a good little percentage there, right?
Yeah, that's a 4%.
The volume is going down.
I'm consulting my biscuiteers. Don't sell before I do, huh? Let me cash out first, guys. Someone said, is that B? And he put the B emoji. I've never seen the B emoji in the chat. That's so cool. Right, just starting. So Jim is telling me to hold. Ocean is saying sell. Biscuit bump incoming. Darren said we're gonna bump. Going to 500.
We might get a bull flag on the 5 minute.
I think Doge may go a little bit bullish, but go no higher than, let's see, unless it can break through all these bands at 249.
You all are so bullish when it's green. Where were you 5 minutes ago?
We just need
You know what?
241.
Check this out. Well, 241 is possible because it's coming out of my pyramid. Oh wait, sorry. Hold on. I didn't see that
I'm
line.
gonna share my secret with you guys.
27.
You have to choose either full bear or full bull, because if you go one line, then eventually you're gonna hit, and then everyone think we're always right.
Hey,
Just a matter
Pisket,
of luck.
the graph is about to go through my third circle.
Oh my god. I mean, whatever. If it makes you money, then it is what it is. Doesn't matter what you use.
But I'm not making money off of it. What I'm doing is I'm learning. I'm trying to learn.
You're learning. So you're giving
yes,
us a major headache because you're learning.
Yes. And also I'm giving you a new way to look at charts using if you're a line
No,
person
please.
like me,
I can barely understand the basics and the tech
that's
support,
okay.
So
I think that is going to go to 0.25, 29.
Can you elaborate on that?
Someone said Elon wrecked my Ichimoku. That's funny. Do you guys have any idea how much the bears are hating Elon right now? I can hear Suki rolling over now with his laptop.
Yeah, anybody that does TA during one of Elon's tweets knows that it's not a
Yeah.
coincidence, man. This man is like right when
There
things
it
are
goes.
to their head.
Biscuit, I love how every time it goes bullish, you knock on the bears, bro.
It's fun. I give the people drama. That's what they want. Because
Can
my
I-
TA sucks, so at least I make them laugh, you know?
Let me give you some advice. If you come to America, don't do the same thing to real bears.
No,
They do-
I'm gonna have
they're
so much
vicious.
money when I come to America. I will have bodyguards with me all the time.
No, I'm talking about like the bears, the animals, not humans, bro.
Oh.
Bodyguards are not going to protect you from a grizzly.
Pisket, I will be your bodyguard for free, and I will fight a bear for you.
Oh wow, Qui-Gon.
I wanna see the video, Qui-Gon.
All right.
Are you Russian now?
Maybe if it's not classified.
I'm pretty British right now,
Am I
actually.
Russian?
Brothers Borosi.
Even with these pumps.
I'm Russian bear.
Why do we
Just
have
kick out
two
his
open lines?
manager. He doesn't have to worry about bears. That bear's
Let's
gonna end up
go.
with a hole in it.
That's my man. That's
Babushka.
the block.
Babushka.
That's my real manager.
Bush.
I have to say, I'm worried about the manager from the UK. He's not. He's.
Hey,
He's
Pisky, you want to hear
leaving.
something funny?
Okay.
You want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
When I was in China, when I
Okay.
go to some hotels, sometimes they
Oh
would
my god, another China story.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
funny.
god.
No, check this
Everybody
out.
on YouTube that's playing the
You
shot
sound
game.
like
Take
me.
a
You
shot.
sound,
Check this
you
out.
sound
Check
like
this out.
me
You'll
talking
like it.
about camels for
I know,
24/7. People get sick of it.
No, check this out.
Chinese camel?
I went to hotels in southern China, and because I used to shave my head because I was a cycler, I like to cycle, and they would not let me go into the hotels because hey bro, they thought I was Russian, so they wouldn't let me into the hotels because they thought I was Russian because they're afraid of Russian mafia.
Ooh.
It's funny.
Who's afraid?
Is this mic better?
Yes, it is.
Yes. This one is super clear.
Okay.
The
I was
small
able to
towns.
transfer $107 out of Binance just a second ago. I sent
Awesome.
Biscuit a message proving it.
Awesome, bro.
Oh,
Thank you
that's
for it.
you coming in with the 5?
Yeah, that was me.
Was that
Here
US?
goes
Was
the
that
sound
US?
playing now. Oh,
That was
wait,
it.
no
Was
one
that
can-
US or was that global?
Chinese.
Binance US.
Sweet, bro. Thank you for that. I love it.
Oh, there's
You're
two of you. It wasn't just you. James Craig with the 5. What did the ghost say to the P? Boo P?
So basically, it's just their. Some of their services are down to track the coin prices, so it'll probably just go back up once they find a new spot. Hopefully, cross our fingers.
Drew,
Yo.
what do you call the key of a haunted house?
Depends. I'd like to call it the master key.
Spooky.
Hey, we have another one.
Spooky. I like that.
RJ coming in hard
Dad
with the
jokes.
5.
Dad
For
jokes.
future Starbucks. Thanks, RJ. Much appreciated. I will buy some cappuccino with that.
Versace.
What's up, dude? How's it hanging?
Good man. How you, man?
I'm doing good, bro. Doing good. Got them vibes, bro. Hey, you got to check out that news about China, bro, and the credit bubble. Oh, it's crazy.
Oh,
They-
no, another
they're
one.
clamping down.
China?
You know, Mr. Cleo will, man. You know it.
Joy, thank
Oh,
you
yeah.
for the 5. Biscuit, you are the best. Thanks, man. Thank you for the dono. Much
How you
appreciated.
doing, Mr. Drew?
What's up, Mr. Cleo?
How's it, brother? How you, man?
Very
Keep
good.
rocking
It sounds
stores.
like you're out and about and enjoying yourself right now.
I'm actually on the beach right now, man.
Nice. How'd I know? I felt the vibes.
Nice.
Yeah, man. The ocean waves crackling on me back. Michelle is all sunburnt.
Nice. You ready to eat that whale meat?
You playing some tunes under the sea?
Yeah, man. We got me legs from Ursula today.
Nice. Yeah, if I'm out that way, because I know you're close by, I told you I'm gonna let you know by tomorrow evening or the day after. I should figure everything out and have my thing planned out.
Man, we'd love to have you, man. Good time. Real time. You dig
I
it?
appreciate that, man, for real.
The one and
Yeah,
only Cleo.
I think your mic's cutting in and out.
I just came by to say hi, man.
Bless up, man. Hi, what's going on?
You
Good
know
to
we-
hear your voice, man. And you know, if have you been taking a break on like the calls and charting and stuff?
Nope. We got a little Discord in the works, and we over in the trip to try hanging out, man.
Nice. That's awesome.
Cleo.
Good stuff.
Yeah, man. Got to build up the people. That's a Cleo.
Yeah, he's got a motivation room in there. He's got like what's the other one? Is there like a meditation thing in there?
Yeah, man.
It's chill as hell.
Yeah, it's
Love
chill
it.
vibes in there.
Chill.
No worries, no stress. White flag, wait for the best. Cleo.
Cleo. Thanks for dropping by, Mr. Cleo.
Thanks for having me and not shutting the door on me. Me appreciate you.
Yeah, we love you, Mr. Cleo. You enjoy that beach.
Thank you.
I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna walk down to the beach because I don't live too far from one. I love it.
Yep.
Beach life is the best life.
Yeah, man. Drew, you wait, man. Hope you come, man. You see everything.
Yeah, I might have to go down by the river today.
Where are my beaches?
It's my beach down by the river. Where no man goes.
I posted my chart. Obviously, I've got to move some of my lines, but it's back in charts again. And you can see the two probability circles of the directions we could go. Either we go straight across or Bitcoin takes a dump and we go down to other 20. Who knows though? Something might happen that will change that. I have a very low probability of going down to below 15. I don't think it's going to dip that low, but there's a third circle down there. So
You just got to hold on tight and see. Crystal ball, not crystal meth, right?
heck yeah.
Both.
Sure.
Okay, guys. Spider-Man is calling me under the line. He says his spider senses are tingling.
Enjoy your day, Cleo. I'm gonna hit you up if I'm that way, man.
Oh, Cleo, dude, before you go, Alpha went up to 82 cents, bro. Get that profit.
Cleo loves you, including the ones who don't love Cleo. Peace.
We all love Cleo, bro.
Peace out, Cleo.
We see ya.
This is 0.23412 does not want to stop. It's making a nice little ABCD here. Might jump off this D right now. If we pass this 0.2343 area, I think we might be able to get enough momentum to get past 0.23450. If that happens, I mean, all we got is a little wick stopping us. And if you look to the left, there's not that much price action. We got to cross over 0.23652. From there, we'd easily make it back to 0.24. So let's see if we can go through the sequences. If not, that probably means that Bitcoin can't go through its sequences, but it's making some higher highs right now from what I'm seeing. So that's pretty good.
So yesterday the lowest was 0.2260, like for 2 weeks, since 2 weeks ago.
Oh, my bad. I meant to say higher lows, but go ahead. What was that?
The lowest, the dip, the lowest that we did was 0.2260, right? And we didn't see that like in 2 weeks.
About a week ago.
And every time it goes to a little dip, it never crosses that. It's always higher than that.
It's kind of how Doge is known to shelf off, and like even if you look at its history, Doge rips up a level, like it goes up 2 steps, and then comes 1 step, and then just hangs out there and flatlines a little bit, and it, kind of recollects itself and accumulates for its next move. But I like what I see when I zoom out and look at an 8 hour and zoom out, just like what you're saying. That 22 line's kind of that horizontal support we're seeing, like probably the high 22s. Even though it did breach that, with that drop, we still see some kind of support. And that's just like, if you zoom out even more, like on a daily, monthly, you could kind of see what happens there. It's like, it's doing the same thing that it's been doing its whole life when it does rip, taking 2 steps up and 1 step down.
Yeah, but if we focus just on the last 14 days, this was the lowest low, right? The lowest dip that we got,
Yes.
and the resistance, it broke the resistance that we had.
You mean support?
Yeah, support. I'm sorry, and from there we expected to do something like if it's gonna do something, right?
Well, I mean, it like we said before, it depends on Bitcoin. I mean, the lowest it's gotten these last days was what 0.22458. That's just like if you look at 8 hour, you get a little wick down there. But yeah, I mean, right now all eyes are on Bitcoin still. So, and Doge is known to kind of hesitate and let Bitcoin make its first move. So right now it's taking advantage of these minutes and staying like at accumulation phase, in my opinion. But I don't see like if you're saying maybe that support's weakening by every time, maybe if it touches it again, that it's going to weaken. That's possible, But
No,
once you get
what I'm hoping is just my dream, that that was the lowest because he broke the support, and that's what it was waiting to start doing something finally.
right, and you look at the 1 hour, it also kind of made like a double bottom. If you're looking at the 1 hour, it has one bottom at what 7 o'clock in the morning on the 5th. That's yesterday, and now it's made its other bottom right now. Just right now, before what at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, but that's because of the market, the stock market. But even though the stock market opened and everything, it didn't go below the 0.2260.
Oh, bro, you guys ready for this?
China.
Nope, not China. Visa and BlockFi launched 2% Bitcoin reward credit card.
Not bad, not bad. 2%, not bad. I still like that 4% that Coinbase is giving. It's a debit card, though. That's a credit card, you said? It's not a debit card?
It's a credit card. Yeah, it's a credit card. It's a Visa and BlockFi launched 2% Bitcoin rewards credit card from Forbes.com.
I'm on that waiting list, but that is a first that it's a credit card.
That is awesome, bro. My favorite news today is still that World Economic Forum blockchain can help dismantle corruption. I love that.
Somebody hit Elon up.
Oh, news today, 1 hour. Alpha Finance Lab rallies 50% as project fundamentals improve. I'm going to go take a nap. Wow.
Come on, Elon, want more to it.
I don't even know if we really even need one at this point. We might be okay for right now.
You might be okay because the Dojagachi game today got an update and they're going to be dropping coins again today. That means people are going to start going out and collecting Doge coins, and they're going to start.
No, but I'm not in Doge. I'm in Compound right now.
Compound? Compound should do good.
Yeah.
We need to get back up to 2386, and then if we got a tweet there, that would be perfect.
If you're in Compound, you should get into Alpha Finance. Trust me, bro. It's doing the same thing.
I don't care about it. I bought the bounce at like 466, and I want to see how far it goes on the 5 minutes.
You can buy
Just a
more.
quick flip,
You can buy more alpha than you can buy comp. Just saying.
Who cares, dude?
You can make more money off of it, dude, because there's better pumps, dude. That's why. Who cares?
Yeah, but does it change by a higher percentage?
It's changing at the same rate of percentage as comp has.
Oh, okay. Well, that works. If you more quantity,
so that's why we care, Ernesto. Don't be a dick.
Oh, wow.
But I guess I don't care.
I will say that, dude, because you've been kind of rude a couple of times, man.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's cool. I agree.
Okay, everyone go take a nap. Darren saying that comp will hit 500. You
I'm
think?
okay. I don't like people harassing other people. That's not cool.
I like the pattern that comp is making on the 4 hour. It's like bouncing up.
Hey, don't talk about it. I called it first. It's mine. That
Yep.
support level is mine. No one mentioned it. You can remember it's bouncing off of my support line. No, dude, it's our support line, not yours.
Yeah, it did. It stayed there at 64, huh?
Biscuit, so if you bought it, that can only mean that Expectus sold it.
Probably. No, he made it. I hope he made money out of it. He called the bomb like 2 or 3 hours before it. I think he came in, he said, this is gonna bump and will continue bumping. Compound, look at it. I looked at it, I said, if it breaks 476, I will buy in. That means we have a breakout. And it did break that level while I didn't have electricity. My PC was off, and I don't feel comfortable trading without it.
I think
So
he
I
bought
was
more
like-
at 530.
So I was like, I'm not gonna buy and let whatever. How high can it go to hit 500? And then bam, it's at 520 or something. I was like, oh man, Expectus is right.
He bought more at 530 though.
Oh no, did he average up instead of averaging down?
Yeah, earlier today he was like, it's pumping again, and he bought in at 5. I think he said he wanted to buy 2 more or something like that. I don't know if he actually did it, but he did mention it.
Oh wow.
He says it's retracing. He's trying to buy it like when it comes down because he's trying to hold it long term because he thinks it's gonna pump super hard like from now on.
So like,
Biscuit, do you have
either-
do you have a UPS, Biscuit, at your house?
Oh no. But like, if the super chats keeps coming in like the way they are now, if I'm confident with the money I'm gonna receive, I will go tomorrow out of my fund and buy a UPS and a generator.
Yeah, that would be nice if you had a UPS, like it can last you hours because we have that in our facility when electricity goes down or whatever, everything like the software and logic it stays alive, you know.
Yeah. Looking at how Rick and Adam and Tim doing it, this needs to stay live for 24 hours. And if I want to do that, there is no way I can do it without a generator. So,
Is there a
look
way
into
too that you guys can do like screen swapping so that people on YouTube can see the live streams? Like that would be really cool if there was a way to so you could like when one person's giving TA on their chart to swap over to their chart.
I do that manually.
That's cool.
Automatically, there is no way. But like when someone is talking, I try to find if they're streaming on Discord, watch it, or if they say they posted on charts, I open it on my screen for the people to follow.
I think that's a great idea because if you want people to follow, they really like to see what we're talking about, and then when they see what we're talking about, they'll be like, oh, okay, I get it, and they'll probably join more.
Yeah,
It'll
that's
be
like the
awesome.
point of YouTube. More people to watch the chart instead of like being private on Discord, limited
Exactly.
to 50 only.
It's like diesel cheap in Libya, like for a generator or what?
Yeah, it's dirt cheap. Gasoline here is dirt cheap.
Or
It's cheaper than
butane.
water.
How much is a gallon of gas over there?
Oh my god, how much volume gain did you put on your microphone? Scared the shit out of me.
Sorry, dude, I got close as hell. My bad. What about now?
I think it's okay now. So it's like for 10 cents or something. Hold on.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
$4.24 here.
You guys are never driving Teslas over there. You're gonna stick to gas forever.
That's a sad story then.
I'll drive a Tesla.
Although I will say I would still want a gas-powered motorcycle over an electric one. Just saying.
10 cents a gallon? Are you kidding me? Why would you transfer over?
I'd buy a Hummer.
Hey, Biscuit, it's JT. I'm driving, listening to you with my 11-year-old son, and he wanted to know what kind of house you lived in Libya. And I had him Google common houses in Libya. So just wanted to let you know.
Let me check. What did he found? God bless him. Shout out to him. What's
That
his
actually
name?
sounds interesting.
Somebody tell me if Mr. Beast delivers to the Middle East.
I think
His name is Noah. He's sitting right next to me.
Hey Noah, how you doing? Good day to you, Noah.
good.
Hope you're doing fine. Do you listen to us often? Do you always listen to us?
Well, whenever I'm in my dad's car on the way to football practice, yeah.
Who's your favorite here? Beside me, I know I'm your favorite. Who else do you like?
Drew.
Oh, let's go.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Who doesn't like Drew?
The Rocket.
Rocky.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it.
What position in football do you play?
Well, he plays Pop Warner and 10U and flag football.
Flag football, cool.
But Pop Warner for full contact.
What's Pop Warner? That's like a new position, huh?
No, it's for kids. It's like
A league.
football for little kids.
Oh,
Like,
I'm sorry.
does he-
I
Yeah, like
didn't know-
position. Does he has a preferred position, like running back, quarterback, wide receiver?
I play tight end.
Tight end, nice on defense, huh? Or no,
defense-
tight end.
No,
Is
no,
that
just
defense?
offense.
Offense, yeah.
And then
Baby
linebacker on defense.
Nice. Oh yeah, so linebackers on defense. Okay, I had that.
He's
mixed
the
up.
nine.
Tight ends
He's
on
the
offense.
nine.
That means you like to hit people hard, then.
I guess so. I haven't played it in a long time.
He's getting there. This is his first year in full contact, but he's played a couple years in flag. He has good hands.
Nice.
He's a young Jocko Willings, man.
He's the Gronkowski of his team.
Gronkowski.
Baby Gronk.
Baby shark.
You just made a cryptocurrency, bro.
Nice.
What's his team name?
On TradingView, someone gonna do it right now. I guarantee it.
Columbus Blazers.
Nice.
Who's your favorite football team?
The Steelers.
Pittsburgh Steelers, baby.
Let's go.
Steelers.
All
What's
the
your
way.
favorite crypto?
Who's your favorite player, football player?
Dogecoin to the moon.
Dogecoin to the moon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dogecoin to the moon is better.
Say. Who they asked? Who's your favorite football player?
Well, it's either Juju Smith-Schuster or Ben Roethlisberger.
So he said Juju Smith-Schuster or Ben Roethlisberger.
Roethlisberger. Nice.
I see that
He's a player.
Tom Brady just got up in the crypto game. Him and his girlfriend or his wife, is that his wife, Giselle? They picked up a stake in crypto exchange FTX.
Yes, they did. That's super awesome. Was it just Bitcoin that he picked up, or did he pick up other coins?
No, he didn't pick up any coins. He actually invested in the platform, the trading platform, FTX.
Gotcha.
Yep.
No,
So
and
he's
FTX will
under the
pop it off.
deal. Under the deal, Brady will also become an FTX ambassador, and Bunchen will take the role of environmental and social initiatives advisor.
no one needs a portfolio. Get him started on that portfolio.
I've been seeing that FTX pop up on crypto.com on some of these coins that are hard to find.
I've already got Noah a portion of my pie set aside. Him and his brother and his sister. It's set aside just for the kids.
Nice, boy.
Nice.
Are you collecting
Pie's a
interest
good way
on
to
it?
learn.
I think of
what
if you're collecting interest on it, if it's a long term, that's what I do. I would say, they maybe collect.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely, Gemini.
when I have kids, I'm going 100 times long on theirs.
Nice.
They won't. They're not gonna find out till they're older. Whatever.
Full flag about to break on compound. 5 minutes.
Knowing you, you bought your unborn child Shiba already.
I would.
Dude, I've loaded up on it. Why not?
Just joke.
Yeah, I would
You
love
gotta love it.
Excuse me, man, real quick. Just one quick announcement.
Yeah.
Just want to say one thing. If you go on another person's YouTube and you talk something about that person, be mindful what you say, because people always talk. So be mindful and tell the truth if you're going to do something like that. Come on, you know who you are.
Exactly, bro.
Be very careful. You've been warned.
Is that a threat?
Who's threatening who?
Spicy.
He's not. That's not a threat, dude. He's just. Jeez, guys.
I just don't care. I don't even know what he's talking about.
No, it's not anyone in here.
He literally said, "You've been warned." It's a warning.
Who's talking?
No.
Okay.
Did you guys all know it was 420 on the West Coast? When he said that, it was 420 on the West Coast. I just want you to know that.
Yeah, man, that's why we made that call right there.
Does that mean
right?
Yeah, man, Versace, you're on the money.
There goes the breakout on compound. Up we
Versace,
go.
that's that wavelength, man. Wavelength.
That West Coast wavelength, bro.
Yeah, man, you know what it is.
Heck yeah. Def, bro.
I don't know what's happening.
420 pumpage.
KCS going off.
This RSI is still not crossing this wedge for the total crypto market cap. It bounced right off the bottom of the channel, though. It's still coming off of it.
Doji stoner soldiers. To the moon.
I mean, that's an uptrend, man.
It's nice. It's nice little fun before the daily candle.
Yeah, we got 37 minutes.
Oh, YouTube is telling me. Oh, okay. I understand now. What did he say exactly? Because I have him muted here. Did he make a threat?
He was saying to be careful what you comment on his YouTube channel, I think, on his chat.
He was saying in general in other people's YouTubes in general, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, bro.
Which I mean,
No, it's just about rules on YouTube because people sometimes don't obey rules on other people's YouTubes or they go to YouTube's. There's rules even with Tame's YouTube. He had to bring up rules. I mean, because we were breaking them constantly. So I mean, a lot of people are new to YouTube. They're new to this platform. They're not too sure what the rules are. And when you go to someone else's Discord, it's just to be respectful when you go over there to not cause any.
Kind of going to somebody's house. You would behave in a way, your best friend's house, you might behave in one way. But somebody you're new and the first time you're at their house, I don't know, just an analogy. Thought I'd throw it out there. I could.
Guys, I've been wanting to ask this for the last few days. Is Versace and Drew same person?
No.
No? Because you sound same. I was wondering, where's Drew? I haven't
Right here.
heard
Drew is
from
right
him in a few days. There you are.
Am I starting to sound like you? No.
Drew right here. Mic check. This is Drew.
They just happen
Oh,
to be.
there's Drew. Hey, Drew.
They're very busy people.
Yo, Drew.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there
Sí,
it is. I haven't heard you for like a
parlez-vous
few days, so
français?
maybe I just haven't been
So-
active the last few days.
My sell hit on compound, guys. Just for transparency, I'm out. That was a
Okay.
nice bounce, nice
Okay.
trade. The reason why I don't want to stay longer in this trade is because the daily is within 30 minutes, and I don't like that daily action, man. Just they slaughter everyone right and left. So
When did you get it?
I got in at 466 and sold
Nice.
at 482.
Nice.
Perfect. Just in time to get Doge under 24.
Actually, Elon saved me. So I had an alert at this level. I said like, if it hits this level, it better bounce. I will have a tight stop loss there. But we were like that support was not holding the way it should. I was a bit shaky about it. Then Elon tweeted and everything went up. I was like, okay, I'm gonna stay.
Biscuit, how you enjoying your channel?
I'm overwhelmed, man. This is crazy, honestly. I was not expecting this, to be honest.
That's awesome.
It's funny. You get like just like drift in the Discord and like you fit in and then it's your daily routine, but you're not aware of the impact you have beyond the Discord. There's
You
people
should
who
you should
listen to you
lean
daily.
in. Yeah, you should lean into the fact that your voice is very recognizable too, like 100%. I know you probably already do, but like that's
Yeah,
your.
everyone thinks I'm a Russian woman.
Well,
Actually, the sense of humor is what's going on for you. Besides the voice.
Yeah, we're gonna have analyze biscuit segment. Everyone express their opinion.
But it's all about branding, like, and I don't mean like that he has a brand. I'm just saying that like if they can recognize you and they can attach a name to a voice, that means more than any TA you can give if you have a YouTube channel, because no, you could have the best TA ever, but if they don't know where to find you or your name or connect you to whatever they know about you, it doesn't mean anything.
I will tell you, you do. It's kind of interesting that happens, because like when I went to that DogeDoge thing, the party, someone literally private messaged me and they're like, "Oh, are you Versace?" And I'm like, "Oh, so everything you do on here translates when you go to other platforms, because people start picking up on your name." There's only one person in here who's seen my face, and I'm still waiting to find out who that was.
Somebody I know already told me that they like Drew better than they like me.
Oh wow!
And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to disagree with that, to be quite honest.
Oh, stop it, man.
Your Highness.
Does that mean you like Drew more than you like yourself?
Yeah, it's not that Drew's awesome. It's just that I'm just not that great.
Nah, with me
Your
it's all
Highness.
smoke and mirrors too, man. I'm not that awesome either. It's just smoke and mirrors.
Exactly.
Biscuit, Your Highness.
Hey, it's so say you correct me up. man, every
Remember,
time.
remember your call from earlier, Solana?
Yes, follower.
Check it
I
out.
remember.
Check it out. Check it out.
Solana. Wait, I forgot the ticker for that. I remember having it.
Update. I was
We was
diagnosed
talking about it. SOL.
COVID after getting
SOL.
So what do you think,
we
Vampy?
go.
Crossing over or what?
Ooh, nice. Nice breakout.
Yeah, we was talking about that earlier.
Nice. Let me zoom out and see
You
what's
said
going
you
on.
said it was probably gonna break out today or maybe later.
I did that?
Yeah, you pulled it up on your chart.
Solana? No.
Me and you talked about Solana.
I think Rick is a fan of Solana. Always talks about it. I don't even have it on my watch list. No.
I know. Me and you talked about it.
Yeah,
This
somebody
morning.
asked you this morning, I think. You did pull it up
And
earlier.
I did. Really? Oh
Yes.
my god.
Yes.
You
It
must be
looks like
smoking
it's
some good
accumulating for a
Caribbean.
breakout.
How is that
Oh.
hashish out there? Just messing around. We got blockchain
funny,
platform offers immersive games. Who is that with zero transaction fees? With hold on, what did you guys? Nightlife Crypto. Anybody hear them? Nightlife Crypto.
Do you like the nightlife? Do you like the boogie?
I used to love the nightlife. Right now, I like the day life.
Yeah. You get older, man. The day life is so much better than the nightlife.
So they say that for every game it produces, 5 achievements will be on offer for players to accomplish. These challenges are set up to keep them coming back for more. For all you game heads, this might be a way to get you some crypto while you play some games. Nightlife crypto. The project's initial game and token have enjoyed a successful launch, and they have a staking mechanism too. Their next step is to grow N-Life, which they're excited to launch. High-quality games and establish important partnerships with yield farms, artists, and influencers. I think that's going to be big with video games and like NFTs and stuff. You know, let's.
Airlines are now advising people who have been vaccinated not to fly. Yep, you heard me correctly. Airlines in Spain and Russia are warning people who have been vaccinated against coronavirus not to travel because of the risk of blood clots.
The house of cards begins to crumble as airlines warn passengers not to fly if they've been vaccinated after pilots drop dead after taking the vaccine. This is confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. Check out this latest tweet from British Airways. 4 members of their pilot community have passed away recently, and there's more. United Airlines is telling its pilots that they don't have to take the vaccine. You have to wonder why. And we know why. We've seen the VAERS reports of pilots having issues after taking the vaccines. Of course, that's in America. That's not British Airways, but we know that this topic has become a national security issue. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want this information to get out there, so they're covering it up. Insiders say there are crisis talks between the airlines and governments, but the media is denying those reports. Let's check out these disturbing VAERS reports that are out there, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like the video guy is on vacation. VAERS ID 1026783. You can look this up for yourselves on the MedAlerts website. Let's just scroll down here. 33-year-old male from Miss
Like I was reading about it too. It is really awesome.
This one is definitely performing the best, though.
Hang on, zoom out on that real quick.
I love that it only has 10 million, right? Isn't it 10 million coins?
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't look like the price gaps are too many price gaps when you zoom out.
Well, I mean, the expectation for most of these coins is that it's not going to hit the previous lows from the last run, for example.
So, there's this one coin I'm watching that I'm slowly watching the buys get eaten up over the course of like the last few days.
You sound a bit low,
Yeah.
Mempi.
Do I? Oh, that's.
Yeah, I can see where it sort of bottomed out and then spiked back up at like right above the previous lows, like before it spiked the last time.
Yeah, those are all testing the supports in the bottom because the previous runs highs are their current lows, like low lows. You see how it touched 3 times and each one was actually higher. That's that's a strong sign.
Yeah, those lower wicks are like it's bottoming out for a second.
That's basically what I anticipate for Bitcoin. Actually, you see where it's a little bit to where we're kind of like where Expectancy's mouse is, like we're anticipating our third dip before our explosion. That's exactly where I see us right now, and that's natural. It's healthy. That's a good thing. It's not being bearish. It's because we clearly don't have enough volume and interest to go up right now. It just seems like some of these coins are ahead. This is like a week or two ahead.
Yeah, I feel like the major dippage is over. Right now, there's a little bit of panic in the stock market, which is causing this a little bit of dippage that we have. Not to mention, we needed a little retracement.
Well, some stocks are exploding just like this, man. Like in 2 weeks, a lot of these because they're being shorted. Someone just showed me, like in 2
Well,
weeks.
there's a lot of
they're going
volatility right
like
now in the
$5
market.
to like $800 stocks, not just coins. Like if you look up Marin, and like 2 weeks ago it was like $5. Now it's like $500.
But yeah, so that's what I'm into. Anybody else want to show what they're into?
I don't have anything right now, man.
Is that a flag on Doge?
Any TA on Doge or Solana? If you can tell me a little bit about those, greatly appreciate it.
Doge is still flatlining. That's why I'm not in Doge.
Solana?
Yeah, it's like a dead cat sliding down an icy driveway.
Yeah, they're still consolidating above.
SOL.
That's what's crazy about your chart, Memki. Like the other altcoins, or some of them are just carrying, this dead weight.
I mean, here's Doge on a shitty map, but
we can't see anything, bro. We could just see comp.
Yeah, hold on. That's Doge. Oh yeah, I'm on the wrong screen. Hold on.
Kind of feel like SOL is doing a breakout.
There's not much to show either way, man.
Yeah, it's better than it's been.
It's been 23 cents for days. 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24.
But I mean,
22, 23, 24. At least there's something.
Like, go to the day map or the day.
Like right now, it's in a little bit of an uptick, huh?
That's what I mean. At least
Yeah,
it's finally moving.
the daily is 1 minute, and yeah, usually the price like tends to bump, and then we will see. Hopefully, we continue to bump, but a shift in sentiment does happen in the daily.
Like, you could draw a line above those 5 daily candles that are like right next to each other, basically. Right by your mouse. It's like red, or it's green, red, a little dump green, red. Above. Yes, those right there, like that's a strong resistance right there. Super strong.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to keep touching that and just that's it.
Yeah, and then like any try after that just got weaker. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, this is why I'm not in Doge right now.
Oh,
You can
okay.
see where I was actively all up in Doge right here, and then I was just like, yeah, no.
I mean, just collect money right now.
By all means, it should have fallen further by now. But every time it's about to fall out completely, like there's an Elon tweet, and then it goes back above the 50 EMA, and then it stays there for a while, and then it starts to fall out again.
That is another reason why I'm not in Doge right now. I got so tired of just watching nothing happen with my money, like except for like slight losses. That I
Como a 26 expectos.
What?
I was like, I'm gonna go make some money somewhere else, and if Doge starts to get active, I will have more money to throw at it later.
Yeah, good job.
That's the plan, bro.
That's a good thing, man. Good job.
Good
Yeah, right now we're
job.
just sitting staring at a screen, making
It
1 or 2%.
It finally moved like slightly as soon as we passed that hour.
I really think something's about to happen with Doge.
Well, something if it's gonna
You
happen,
guys-
it should start now.
There's a lot of green on the crypto bubbles. Like a lot of positive.
Because
have
the
high hopes
daily.
for this one.
And there's the daily.
There
have
goes
high
your
hopes
green.
for this one.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I
you
have
can
high
watch
hopes
it.
for this one.
Ooh.
I have
Keep
high
your
hopes
eye on
for.
on those bubbles and watch them turn red here in a minute.
I have high hopes for
That's
this.
like a week chart bubble. It's not a 1 day.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm bugging you guys with mentioning it. I find it just
Nah,
not
you're good.
interesting for people, you know, that aren't like staring at their charts to be able to like utilize this tool too, you know.
I like watching the daily candle switch, and that's why I have these total crypto market caps up here, because I like watching how they all move as soon as the daily candle moves over.
Yeah, I like how you have that. I think it's cool.
Yeah. So long story short, anyway, there's high hopes for Alpha, KSC or KCS, and Comp for right now for quick gains.
Comp is not even doing good compared to like apparently Omni and Titan are doing better. KCS, like you said, is doing good. SNX is
Comp is
60.
Comp is okay. It's hanging in there. It's just doing a little retracement at the moment.
No, I mean, yeah, it's
It
up
needed
50.
to. Like all the indicators said it was gonna too. So it's like kind of not really panicking too much. Like on the comp, if you look at that one, where did I have that? Oh, I just had it on the simple chart. Okay. Yeah, it's at the bottom of the list today, but that's because it's retracing.
Yeah, no, you're good, man. I mean, I don't see a sign of reversal.
Yeah, it's just doing a little retracing at the moment.
You don't have
So what's
levels?
really what's really got me feeling comfortable is the shape of the trend. I mean, it's higher than it's gone higher and it's staying higher and it's bouncing right here. It bounced here. I mean, if you look at this one, you can almost take this shape here and just lay it right over here like Tatty does. It's kind of the same thing. Maybe we get one more little bounce down here and then another pump if we mimic this line right here. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, the lows are staying above the previous high, which is pretty good.
Mm-hmm. What's really important about this is the RSI is cooling off on the 30.
It's
The daily RSI was very, very bad yesterday. As you can see, it actually like popped up here, gave a little bit of a sell signal, started to dip back below. It's been flatlined right here, so I expected it to come down a little bit. This is my long term. What I'm going long term on this one. So just looking at the stochastic and the stochastic and the RSI, yeah, you can see that this was going to come back down a little. Maybe I should have sold it, but I'm too worried about losing my position because it's been doing that to me every time I tried. So I'm just hodling that one.
You're trying to trade between like multiple timelines, which like if you follow the day, you should kind of just stick with that timeline.
Like this alpha here, it's looking pretty strong too.
You like that alpha, huh? I mean, dude. I researched that coin, and it just
I did more reading on it.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's the same
Speak about it. You probably did more reading on it than I did. I went to bed.
No, because I was told today that who cares about it, so I'm not going to bring it up again. Everyone's going to have to go to their research, and I'll talk about it later.
We're just it's further. I'm just seeing further consolidation on the total crypto after that candle. It's just like just all the EMAs are all just moving closer together. The price is staying very close to the 200 and the 20. It's all consolidation. It's crazy.
Yeah, that isn't a good, man.
I like it. I think it's great. Like for it to all come together that quickly in basically a sideways motion for this many, how many weeks? What are we at? July 7th
Yeah.
from May 19th. That's beautiful.
A lot of like a floor or like a stability, I think.
How much more like can you want from this? Seriously, like other than like, oh, the price goes up again and we can sell out because we know that it's bottoming back out. But if that happened, it would come back down so much further. Like this is great. This is stability. This is like some of the coins aren't stable, and that might be why it's high. But like still, this makes me happy.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that little RSI to hit. See what happens then.
Yeah, it's just tucking itself away in the corner of that wedge there, man. Like, if it's gonna move, I don't know. It's moving, definitely like smoothing out though. Back here, it's like kind of up.
What is that high? That previous high on the RSI?
Where at?
The before this triangle that, or the before these two lines you drew, the green ones.
Like this?
The one in the middle, in between both runs. Yes, that one. Yeah.
That is 40. It's like right below 50. It's like 49.5, I guess.
Yeah, and then we bounced.
Oh.
Yeah, it bounced right off, but it's not just the 50. It's also this like trend line. That was the third hit, and then it came back down, and now it's coming back up again, and it's going to hit this longer trend that comes all the way back out to like 2 months ago of the RSI, and that's what we keep following right here. That's why I drew this little channel. So we could keep following this all the way up. Yeah.
You know what actually makes sense? I just saw in general chat is in general chat somebody just mentioned that because of the UK ban on Binance, KuCoin's gaining a lot of users, which could be exactly why that KuCoin KCS token is spiking so hard.
Yeah, but it's like it's so weird. Like that probably is true, but at the same time, KuCoin's getting heat from what, Canada and maybe a couple other places from what I heard in the past week. So, and not like heat, but like they're saying that like, oh, we might start regulating places like this, and like they get mentioned specifically. So I think
Well,
this
what
is
you
just
got
gonna
is
keep happening between these exchanges over and over again with all these countries.
yeah, you got BNB users who are Binance users who are used to using BNB for cheaper, cheaper BNB for cheaper fees because they're already used to that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually I was planning on moving the KuCoin because of the fees, and I was just like not doing it because it's like kind of a pain in the ass for me to stop using the platform. I've been using them for so long, but still, like I don't know, maybe I won't now.
I do like KuCoin. I just don't like I don't like the chart as much.
We just had a jump.
Sorry, guys. I just stepped out for a little bit.
We
I'm
just had
back.
some movement.
Yes, sir. A little bit of movement going on. We
Is
did break
this
that
some
resistance.
real life?
We had like almost the whole point of RSI movement in like
Drew just got
8
back. That's
minutes.
all.
Had to hit my homies up.
Rocket, 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 rocket.
Like, yeah, why
It
y'all
sounds like a broken rocket. Sounds like a struggling rocket. Sounds like that rocket that Elon tested and failed 3 times.
No, like Bezos
I
rocket.
learned it from watching Drew, Dad. I learned it from watching Drew.
Drew made me do it.
Everyone saw Bezos rocket, right?
No, I
You
haven't.
heard that Virgin Galactic dude is gonna beat him to space by 1 day or something, right? Something
Yeah.
super
That's
petty.
awesome.
Everyone, when you get a
These
second,
dudes are super petty.
get a picture of Jeff Bezos rocket up on Google
Oh,
whenever you
yeah,
have some
the
free
one that looks
time,
like
guys. It's
Speaking
hilarious.
of rocket,
a
looks like the
militant
Bulls are
guy.
back. Wasn't expecting them for another couple hours.
Yeah, Drew
Did you-
just got here.
My bulls
Did you
are back,
see-
and you're gonna be in trouble. Hey, nah. Hey.
Did you see that Ethereum London hard fork is going to happen on August 4th, tentatively?
What?
12 minutes ago, Tempers Frey is Ethereum London hard fork given August 4th rollout date. Co-founder of ETHHub.io, Anthony Sassano, gives the Ethereum mainnet London hard fork a tentative August 4th rollout date. However, this depends on the success of the Rinkeby testnet, which is scheduled to release this Wednesday.
You mean tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
This Wednesday, yeah, tomorrow. That's what this article said. I'm just reading what they said. Bitcoinist.
So let's see. Tomorrow the engine might stall.
But crypto YouTuber Lark Davies chimed in saying it would be delayed months beyond August 4th, but we'll know more later. I think it's going to get released in September or the end of August, because the charts kind of point towards that end of August kind of possibility of a major trend reversal or a decision point.
So basically, on its own, this upgrade is not expected to reduce transaction fees because these high gas fees are mainly caused by the network's inability to handle traffic during peak times. And it's not going to help anything that tackles that issue.
Put lipstick on a pig.
Thanks for the 10 Doge coins, Tony.
And it's still a camel.
The miners are
That's
pushing
a-
it back. It seems like
Yes,
they've
sir.
been pushing back the upgrade. The miners, the Ethereum miners, they weren't down. And they threatened to show a force to concentrate hashing power. The outcome could have left Ethereum open to a 51% of attack. So that's pretty interesting. That went under the radar. And some miners did threaten that. It's called a show of force. And they did show the force, and I think they were able to prove that they can do a 51% attack on Ethereum. Let me check this out.
They can use the force?
It's called a show of force.
Only I
So,
can use the force.
so this is Red Panda Mining, and they made a tweet back in March 7th, and they said, for educational purposes, let's collectively move our hash to ethereum.mine.org April 1st for 51 hours. And I think they did collectively do that, and a lot of people were on it. So they didn't do anything with that, but I think they just wanted to show that it's possible to get a 51% attack on Ethereum. That has not been resolved either.
Hey, I just wanted to sing you a little song. It goes like this: Doge is going up. Doge is going up. Hey, Doge is going up. We're gonna buy some more Doge on the dip. Come on.
No mames.
I wonder if people would
How's
try
that?
to show that a blockchain that they're actually invested in has a 51% attack vulnerability, or if they dumped out of it first and then did it, or if they haven't been in it for a while. I would like to know the stats on that. That'd be interesting.
But some users are saying like the EIP 1559 band-aid to appease speculators was always just that, a shallow ploy to keep markets happy and generate hype to compensate for a shocking lack of fundamental improvements towards Ethereum 2.0. I told you it would not be ready in July, potentially months away. This is just some Twitter user. I agree with that user.
What's up, Drew?
What's going on, Adam?
Adam.
Hey, Adam.
That's good. What's up, everybody? What up,
All
Adam?
good, all good.
Just hanging in, chilling.
We chilling.
Got a short on gold and long Bitcoin.
Did you long Bitcoin?
Yep.
Oh, nice. Is it like a short-term trade or?
Yeah. It was right here as this 30-minute chart. Just the MACD was crossing over. It was kind of bouncing. I just got. I have this like forex broker that I have leverage on, so I took a very small position here, and seeing what it does here at the moving average. It's like trying it another time. So I think if it can get up over that, it might be able to see the previous resistance, and that's where I'll just get the hell out.
Nice, nice. I hope it goes your way, man.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm having some fun with these little, because you can trade that leverage, so I'm just like putting a dollar here, it's all $2, $5 here, and having some fun little scalps,
I see a lot of little movement with Bitcoin, and usually, where there's little movement, it sometimes ends up to being either a huge breakout, under the right circumstance. Long extended periods, what I'm reading here, of low volatility and with periods of extreme volatility. That makes sense,
All I know is this is speculation, but Doge touched 20.2216 on June 23, went up to $28 within the next day.
In February, if you guys remember with Bitcoin, Bitcoin was kind of slowed down. Active Bitcoin addresses were dropping, things like that. And, the volume was pretty low. Momentum was dropping, all that. Everything was just low. And all of a sudden, in February, it's like it broke out, but it had like a time of just chill out, nothing really happening. It seems like this could be what's happening again, I mean, a lot of people are calling this the bottom right now.
Ooh, volatility. Yeah.
Let me tell you about liquidation.
The way I'm looking at it, it sounds whack, but it's still like a 50-50 chance of going either way, it seems like. But the one reason I would say 50-50 chance, and maybe a little bit better than 50, I think higher Bitcoin's going to go is because of this taproot upgrade that's going to happen. So that's going to put Bitcoin up there, I think.
Yeah, I saw the changeover on that MACD on the hourly. The RSI is kind of breaking that 50% zone. Parabolics just changed over. It's testing the 200 again. Like, these are all good things, for me, at least for the short term, that say that it might be going
at least up to the 35. You know, right around that area.
Okay.
The best part,
Okay.
volatility with the angular support compared to the liquidity of the market.
Yep.
So I got a SafePal update just real quick, guys. SafePal is a company backed by Binance Labs, the venture arm of crypto exchange Binance. The company's essential products and services are SafePal S1 hardware wallet, SafePal Cipher Seed protection board, SafePal leather protective case, and the token known as SafePal token. So this is being backed by Binance.
Is this Binance saying that, or is this SafePal saying that? Because just because SafePal says that doesn't mean it's backed by Binance.
This is Benzinga saying it.
Super chat. Rosa43 with the $2. Cheers from Kansas City, Biscuit and the crew. Thanks, Rosa.
Hey, cheers.
Thanks so very much.
Also another warning for Google users. Be careful. For some reason, some jerk put on the Google Play Store a fake SafePal wallet app. So you need to be very careful when you go there. So obviously someone wants to tank this project.
Yeah, guys, I looked at the YouTube chart within the YouTube channel settings, and there's this like statistics about how many subscribers. It says that 25% of you are not subscribed. I'm just saying. I didn't tell you to hit that subscribe. I'm just saying that a lot of people watch a channel. If it's Tames, if it's mine or Rick or Adam or whatever, they forget to hit the red button. Just
I think what
touch
you're
it,
trying
try
to
it.
say is
I'll
smash
tell you,
that subscribe button. Don't forget to hit that
Just
like,
try
and make
it.
sure you turn the notifications on. 'Cause it's
You
great
gotta do
content,
it.
guys.
Do it now.
Just like
All
a
of
true
it.
YouTuber.
We will find you.
Can't be a YouTuber if you ain't got that line down.
Or you could be like,
You know,
what's
like
that
you-
AMC guy? You just got to start out everything going. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to turn on the bell. We're killing it, guys, today.
That's great.
That
that
extra
Trey?
energy.
Trey. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, wow.
I need to start
Really good
doing that.
impression.
Yeah, me too.
What's up, guys? Today we're going to the moon.
Trey's off that Kraken though. You got to get saucy to get that right.
Yeah, I'm too lazy.
Man has a big bottle of whiskey next to him through the whole day. It's funny.
I have a green tea.
Did you say
He's a
Static has a
drunk
bottle of whiskey?
anything.
Yeah. Dude, he's got good whiskey though. You gotta give him that. Just because some people don't like it. It's not. I'm a whiskey, bourbon, scotch guy myself. I don't drink the other crap. Anyone who drinks beer, I'm sorry for you.
Marijuana guy.
I drink
Aquafina. Aquafina. Nice.
About to have some wine, if anything.
Ooh, nice little Merlot to top off your
I think it is actually
sirloin steak and mashed potato.
Merlot to go with your new love.
Nah, bro, nah.
That was
bro.
yesterday's
Come
dinner,
on.
legit.
You have a good Glenfiddle with your steak, man. Sorry.
I don't know, man. I just got what I got. It is Merlot though, and I did have a piece of steak yesterday, so not today.
Dogecoin price staged a notable 90% rebound from June 22nd to June 25th.
And then dropped. And then it's going back up.
Hey, Biscuit,
ahead.
what's your YouTube channel so I can
I don't want you in my YouTube channel. Keep going. I don't want you there.
Please.
No,
I have a-
you make trouble. You know, you make trouble there. I know you.
I will let the TV on for 24 hours on your channel. I swear.
But I lose electricity. My stream runs only like 8 hours.
Will you subscribe?
Okay, only 8 hours.
Are you gonna send me super chats?
Damn, is KCS dumping hard right now or what?
Listen, I'm gonna give you a golden
No.
advice, guys. I'm gonna give you a golden. When you find a ticker and you think it's bombing and a good chance, share it in general of Discord, but don't share it on YouTube. I've noticed it a pattern where you guys start mentioning something too much, it starts to dumps. Avoid that.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that too, Pisket. Actually, you're not too far off. I've seen that quite a few times.
Yeah. We're too famous,
Sentiment.
guys. You don't know the magnitude. Like Elon Musk sits down and watches us with his billionaires friends.
With Biden?
You realize there's only 500 people on the YouTube channel, right?
Yeah,
They're
but
all
they're
whales.
How many
all
of
whales.
They're
Elon,
all.
Bezos,
It's Jeff
Biden.
Bezos, Dorsey,
They're all
It takes
Elon.
it takes one
Vladimir
whale to
Putin.
dump on you.
Vladimir Putin,
And
Xi
no,
Jinping.
KCS is not dumping. It is not dumping.
You know what is an interesting coin?
There's a
Kusama.
ridiculous amount of buy pressure on this downward candle.
We
Kusama is
have
a token.
super chat. I'm sorry.
Kusama.
Santa Fe Mike 99 with the 5. The biscuit thumbs up and the subscribe button has been smashed. Greetings
Biscuit.
from Houston area, Texas. Thanks.
I have a great idea for you, dude. You guys should have like a meeting in the morning and look at the crappiest coin and start promoting it on here and make the force the whales to go into it. Force the whales to go into it.
No.
So what's interesting, Kusama, it uses the code base of Polkadot. I was just checking this out because I see it pumping pretty nice.
Kusama and Polkadot? What?
Yeah, it's Polkadot's Canary Network. That's what they call it. It uses the same code base as Polkadot. If you don't know, there's Yayoi Kusama. She's that last hour, so.
You know what I'm jumping on? I'm jumping on some more DOGE because that's the only way to get MONEY.
Yes, sir. Right now, for the worst performance in the month, I think Internet Computer beat everybody with worst performance. ICP last hour they're minus 2.2%. In the last day 0.24%. Last week minus 14%. Last month minus 55%. So either this is a good entrance right now, or that thing is going straight down to the depths of hell.
Man, those long-term downward trends are hard to ignore. I'll be honest.
Like Doge? Sorry, my bad. I had to say
when
it,
in doubt,
but
zoom
I'm
out, man.
feeling a
We're
certain
still
kind
up.
of way right now.
What is that? We're still up 8,785% for the year.
Yeah, the whole market right now, I mean, most of the market is around average and minus 14% in the month. Doge is like minus 30%. It's down. It's a very considered, like for somebody that's looking for like a monthly entrance, like and trying to get that monthly blood, you know, it's top is what, minus 55% with Internet Computer. Then Kusama is minus 44, and then Doge with minus 36.
3
So
months
Doge
is plus 263% still.
Nice. But like, you know, considering that number, you know, looking at that, that wouldn't give a Doge a better chance of people entering looking for a long position by looking at that monthly low.
I think this is a stabilization period. Everything, if you've ever messed with stock market before or any kind of these cryptos, you know, everything that goes up most likely is coming back down somewhat. It's got to find that nice, comfortable middle spot. And then you get that good organic growth and it's, you know, to the moon, baby.
Literally.
Guys, I got a question from the YouTube about coinpass.com. It seems like they're UK based and it's an exchange. Has anyone had experience with it? Coinpass.com?
No.
Okay, so there you go. I looked on Reddit. I didn't catch anything fishy, but however, this seems to be new. They claim that they have a temporary license, so be careful with new exchanges. I have no information about it whatsoever.
I will tell you,
It's
even
got a shiny
whatever you
website.
hear,
I've never heard of it.
I mean, whatever you hear, even from YouTube, you know, on this channel, you got to take everything new with a grain of salt.
Absolutely.
Until you do your own DD, do your own research. If there's not that much out there about it, I mean, for me personally, I would stay away.
Super chat, Summer Sunrise with the 2. Thank you very much. Best guest on when sushi gets to $15. Sushi.
Have you been out
What
for
do you guys
sushi
think?
lately? It's like $30 for a roll, bro.
Yeah, it's not.
What do you guys think? Do you think sushi would? Let me look at the chart. Oh, it's trading at $8. Anyone here actively trade it?
Nope.
I mean, sushi is a big deal in the crypto world, but however, let me look. For our seems to be a potential bottom here. Let's zoom
The way you
in.
say here.
Yeah, if you see the lazy line I drew, it's around like $6. $6 is potentially the bottom unless BTC shits on everyone. So a key area, just a quick overlook, a key area is here around the 11-12. So your question is when will it reach 15? Let me tell you, it needs to go through the 11-12. It needs to go God damn it. It needs to go and break the 13.7 and then it will do that. So time analysis, will it be able to do that very soon? I don't know. Let's see. 2 hour. There's a gap here. If we continue rising slowly with crypto and somehow like Bitcoin pulls a miracle and we go above 30K, at the beginning of August we might hit that number. But for now, I think that the two levels I mentioned, 11.8 and 13.5, will act as a heavy resistance as we continue with this downtrend in the crypto overall. That's what I see on sushi.
Dude, I don't know if you guys are holding AMC. What's going on there? That is paper hand fishing on AMC today.
I mean, it got rejected on 64 a couple of times. What do people expect? It's gonna just stay bullish forever? Gotta go lower, pick some momentum, and then go up.
We should be fascinated it held above 50 as long as it did.
Yeah, I see $40 incoming.
Like,
You know what they say, bears make money, bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered, and diamond-handed gorillas end up with a bag full of rotten bananas.
Yeah, I'm gonna have them bananas, I guess.
40 and 33.
I mean, I only got a little bag. I got 15 shares, but man, I was hoping that would at least get me a 6-pack.
yeah, my buddy
It'll go back up. Just hold it, man. You're good.
My buddy sold around like, I don't know, somewhere in the 50s, like right when it got there a while ago. And I was like, dude, like I told him just sell it a little bit, not financial advice, just sell it a little bit, scale out. But he he sold out completely, and then like I was like, oh shit, if it goes to 100, like he might get all butthurt about it, but it never did because I was like, it was a good call. Like why would it was ridiculous to think it would go to 100, and if it went to 100, I would have been like, oh my god, what is this sorcery? Like
I
what
mean,
is
it still
happening?
can.
I know, I think it can, yeah, but back when people were saying it was gonna, like,
Oh,
but
yeah.
when it was like at 60, when it hit 60 or 70 or whatever, and people were like, oh, I'm just like, dude, you're take
Hey,
your
I bought
bag and
50 shares when it got down to $5, man. And I let go of over half my bag when it got
but
up to like
yeah,
$50.
a lot of
Because
these
I'm
people,
never scared to take profits,
yeah, a lot of these people bought in at I bought in at $1 and sold it like, I don't know,
Nice.
4, 5, 6, or it wasn't $1, but it was really low to the point to where I might as well have been.
If you
And
still believe in AMC, you could always just buy back in, just like, you're just scalping more shares. That's all.
if I see it go low enough, I might if I have the money, but I just don't right now.
That's why I left what I had in my bag. I was like, yeah, I'll just leave this. This is like my FU hedge fund, a little bag, If it goes to nothing, it goes to nothing. But, I really
Is
thought
this a
I
is
fell
this
in
a
love with it.
spider? Is this a spider on the 15-minute on Bitcoin, or is it a bat? This.
Dude, with that nice red candle on Doge there on that 1 minute, I'm going to go ahead and make $100 buy right now.
I've never seen this formation in my life. This
I'll
is
be
like
honest with you. Without an indicator, I suck at the harmonics. I can't see them without The extra
On the
physical.
on the 50 minutes, it looks like a reverse head and shoulder, but with the kind of double dipping.
It has a mustache.
It's You're talking about the harmonic pattern, though, right?
No, I think he's just talking about shapes.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought you were talking about like the bat.
Yeah, because it's like 4 touches.
Yeah,
It's pretty cool, actually.
What is this?
Who is this?
I'm seeing more of like a double bottom on the 15-minute biscuit.
Oh yeah. Do you think it already played out, or there is more into it?
Unless you're on the 15-minute like super zoomed out far, but if we're just looking at like the last, like from this morning, when the 6th of July started until now, it seems like we have like, we had a bunch of weird trading, kind of figuring stuff out today, and then we had our first bottom, came back, had our second bottom here, right? Both at the angular support on the longer term, and then it started popping. So, I mean, the fact that it got over the 200 on the 15-minute chart is great, but it's gonna definitely need to hold up right now above the previous resistance, and the probably like the 50 EMA. I would say it probably should hold right here. What level is this? Like 3,400? If it holds
Yeah, 34.
3,400, yeah, if it holds 3,400, it's still gonna look pretty good to me. But if it can't, then I don't know. It might be coming down some more.
Hi, Biscuit.
Hey, Anthony.
How are you?
Doing fine, doing fine. What about you?
I'm about the same. Just got in, making some dinner and checking everything out.
Welcome, welcome. We're looking at a very confusing charts. Crypto is going all over the place, up and down and down and up and up and up and down, 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 up, down.
I know, it's driving me crazy. I'm trying to get my Matic bag to get to about 118. Yeah, 118.
Bro, I
Doge,
called that buy. Look at that. I called that buy. Now it's coming back, baby. Woo!
I'm not too worried about Doge because I'm holding it. So whatever it goes to, it goes to. But I need my Matic bag to hit.
I feel you. Well, let's hope Bitcoin stays up for the sake of all of us.
Let's go.
Yep. Go Bitcoin, go.
Biscuit, wouldn't you love to say one day, though, that we don't have to rely on Bitcoin for our price?
One could only dream.
I am dreaming, and I'm going to try to push that dream, bro. We got to push that dream. We got to break away from Bitcoin.
I like your ambition, but like, unless you have the money to back that, just the words will not be enough to change the market.
I don't have the money, but I know people who might.
Could you like guide them to my YouTube channel?
Are they Chinese?
Yeah, guide them to my YouTube channel.
Nope. There's one that's American and one that's South American.
2, 3, 4, 5, and then it starts going down again.
But since you asked, I know one of the richest. I know the son of the richest seafood company in Fujian province. His dad is very interesting.
Doge.
Tell them to buy Doge.
No,
That's
bro.
a good
I
idea.
don't tell them to do anything. They tell people what to do.
See if he'll send me.
Oh, I know people like that too, but they cannot watch the money here.
Do you think it's fair just because you have a lot of money you get to tell people to do?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
How do you think
prefer
I got all the
if
money?
people I would prefer if people listen to me out of respect.
I
Both
agree.
would be true. It's not unique. My boss is pretty cool.
Respect.
You can have both.
Yeah.
Respect and money. That's a deadly combo.
Yeah, I think you could tell people what to do respectfully too.
Exactly. With dignity, eyeball to eyeball.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, my boss is pretty cool about that.
Exactly.
You don't have to talk down to people to, you know, flex. You can talk to people and
Right. Exactly, dude.
show
I
you.
treat
People respect
everyone.
that.
I treat
Why
everyone
talk to them?
the
Why
same.
don't you just send them a message?
Like what? Kill their grandmother and say, "You fucking listen."
If I keep drilling it, saying it, 85% of communication is nonverbal. Our technological world is going to be a challenge in this regard. We all need to like figure ways out to navigate this space because humanity has, you know, we read body language and we can't do that just with vocal.
I
So
can't wait to go
anymore.
to go
Are
to
you saying-
America and get married. And when I blink twice, she brings me the sandwich.
So what's going to happen is we're going to have like virtual reality that's actually dictated by thought, and then like, you know, dick pics are
I
going to
love
be a
thoughts
whole
and
different
virtual
I'm not
problem.
saying I have anything figured out because that would be, whoa, the world's in trouble if Jen's figuring anything out. I
But
know
what
truth
about
about
the touch,
humanity.
the sense of touching,
What's that?
the sense of touching, like bonding.
Yeah, but
Oh
I'm
yeah, yeah, totally, totally. In some cultures, the sense of touch is a huge thing, especially South
Every
America.
culture.
yeah.
Well, yeah,
the
every
I
culture,
don't
but some
want
cultures are a little bit more.
any one of you to touch me. No.
Human culture.
Elderly are highly impacted by this, and especially and also
Please don't touch me.
Yeah, I heard Helen Keller is big on like touch because it's like literally the only way of communication she had.
No te
Wow.
And that's
Too
true
soon,
for a
bro.
lot of people.
Too soon.
now how
And that's
lost would
skin to skin.
how lost would Helen Keller be in our world of technology? Can't leave those behind. That
Not
can't.
for nothing, but I'm big on touch. No FOMO.
Skin to skin, dude.
Touch me.
Anyway, 85% of communication, facial expressions.
Well, hey, I got an old one for you.
Was that
Go ahead, expect this.
Oh my gosh, what was
I got
that?
an old one for you. If that was too soon, who does Christopher Reeves look up to?
No, no, don't go there. Don't go
Christopher Walken.
there. No, 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 no.
I took
No,
part in that.
Way too soon.
Way too soon, bro.
So Jesus walks into a hotel. He throws
going
3
to
nails
hell
up on the counter and says, "Hey, can you put me through the night?"
Expect this.
Boy, you're gonna blow up the comment section, bro. I ain't gonna be a part of that.
You three seem like to bond. I think you three are
I need to
clicking.
go to YouTube and
should-
see what the comments
You should have
are
like a
right
discussion group where you discuss your jokes, guys. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Oh my god, I knew it.
because he was being chased by Colonel Sanders.
No, because it's 2021. None of your business.
Okay.
I actually really like that one.
It's like it's the more lame the joke is, the funnier it becomes by default.
Do you guys know anti-jokes?
Anti jokes?
Tell us about it.
Like, what did the baby get for Christmas?
Please, I don't want to get demonetized. Please.
Okay, okay.
We're gonna.
Okay, this is a more friendly one. Where do you find the dog with no legs or like no arms or legs?
On the floor.
Right where you left him.
Jesus.
That's just a good observation.
Where do Siberians keep their Bitcoin?
Where?
In a cold
Siberians?
wallet. In a cold wallet.
In
Let
the
me tell you. Let me
cold
let me
wallet.
say
Crypto dad jokes.
a super funny one. 10 seconds. Okay, so Santa Claus was flying in a poor country, right? Like where kids are struggling to eat and stuff like that. And he was like, "Kids, you already ate?" And the kids were like all excited, like, "No, we haven't." Well, there's no gifts then.
What?
I know that sucks. That sucks. I
I
know.
need someone to point me at the punchline.
The kids need to be 8 to receive gifts. Ta-da!
Yeah, yeah. You know, like you tell the kids, if you don't eat, you don't. Santa will not bring you gifts.
Now it's funny, bro.
Yeah, and Spanish sounds better.
Yeah, you guys are fucking
Release
trolls.
the crickets. It was a Spanish joke translated into English. That never works.
Right? Yeah, ocho.
Somebody released the crickets.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't train.
So the was the original like Santa Claus? Was he American?
Yeah.
Because I see all these movies about
I
him.
think he's
like
German.
It's German. He would go around and give the children toys.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah,
imagine
the
the people
Christmas
who
tree
lived
was a German thing.
I'm sorry.
who
he's
lived
from
the era of Santa Claus. That must be wild.
He's
It's actually
from
a
the North
pagan thing.
Pole.
It's a pagan thing. From what I heard.
North
Yeah,
Pole.
the druid.
You know,
The tree.
So did he show up before Jesus, or how? Like, what is the order for the history?
Satan Claus.
No, it was after. It was after Jesus.
After
It-
Jesus?
Yeah.
So
was
how
a
come
Nobody
there
knows.
is no
big
followers
food
for
the
him?
children. He would go around and he would surprise the children, and it was just it was a tradition in the culture, you know.
Yeah,
to
I've
get
seen
the
the
children to-
movies about him. Yeah, he goes
You know
around
what's
wearing
more
red.
If you're trying to find a relationship with Santa and Jesus Christ, there's no relationship. Put it that way.
no.
they are mates, buddy.
Easter Bunny. Yeah, they all come from
Yeah, Easter.
Celebrations.
Easter's also pagan, yeah.
Yeah, who's gonna believe a giant freaking rabbit's gonna hop in your house and leave you chocolates?
Yo, ready? My favorite Santa Claus reference is in the Daredevil series when he was like, "Well, what about hope, Frank?" And he's like, "What, Santa Claus? You want to talk about Santa Claus?"
We Americans love the Tooth Fairy too.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, I think she's hot.
The Tooth Fairy is the gateway to finding out Santa's not real, though, because once you find out they ain't leaving you money under the
What do you
pillow,
mean
you're
he's
like,
not
huh.
real?
So he's not
Santa-
leaving me presents under the
No,
tree.
no spoiler alert.
But Santa predates Christianity, so
Yeah, we
there's,
might have little
Santa
ears on
before
it.
So
Christianity.
every tooth that you lose, you're supposed to leave under the mattress or whatever to your child at least $100, $20, because the.
Dang, well, the Tooth Fairy come to my house if I lose some
It's not a quarter.
My parents drank way too much to keep up with that, so they got like caught quick, man. Like it wasn't.
I'm sorry.
No, the worst is having an elf on the shelf and having to move that bastard every damn night.
Keeping the parents.
So what is an elf on a shelf? What is that? That's a thing?
Yes. If you think about it, there's a lot of traditions that force parents to be on the ball, yo.
Yeah.
Like you got to
It keeps the economy going.
You don't drop the ball.
Hey, Google elf on the shelf and you'll see all the different images. It's just a dang elf that
I'm doing it right now.
And before it's Christmas, after the pagans did it, then the Romans started doing it, and they called it Saturnalia. And that was the week-long lawless celebration taking place between December 17th and 25th.
And it was the easiest way to torture my Catholic school teachers whenever it was Christmas time.
Just look at the calendar, the names of the days.
A lot of holidays are go back, and it's like, hey, if you can't beat them, let's create something to focus on a different topic.
And if you actually research the pagan holidays, there's so much more like realistic and like fun than any other holiday you've probably even heard of.
so the Roman Empire used that in order to attract more people.
Yeah, and a lot of we were talking about the other day. A lot of countries' Independence Days are really awesome too. They have awesome stories.
Oh yeah, like what is it called in France when they have that?
Well, to be fair, I think France had like 3 Independence Days in its existence, but like
yeah, but what is the day of Bastille, or the day of Bastille or something?
Je ne sais pas.
I don't know. My
I
daughter.
don't know how to say it, so I don't try.
I apologize to French people out there, for not knowing.
They don't care.
But one thing is
husband-
independence
my
and
husband's
another is
grandfather-
revolution.
Imagine if we just found out that Santa isn't real because of us.
I think the French get more offended that we reference them than they do that we get their language wrong. Speaking
Yeah, but
as
my husband's grandfather was a very successful, famous French immigrant who came to this country and made it in Hollywood. He was responsible for the Wizard of Oz, the bubble, the White Witch. He was the first one to marry media and animation together back in the day.
That's awesome.
And he walked off the set, and that's how John Wayne got his gig, because my husband's grandfather was a French immigrant, and he was on the set for 3 weeks filming. I have it in the picture in my living room, and he's like, I'm done with all this. I want to go home to my family and peace out. Hollywood, you can have Hollywood. And they looked around, and John Wayne was on set.
Imagine if you had just found out that Santa Claus is actually a mushroom.
Ooh, that would be.
That's a video on YouTube. I've seen
Oh,
it.
wait, that's what I just linked from the Joe Rogan podcast. It's crazy.
France.
Yeah, Joe Rogan talked about that. And who was the guy who was talking with about that? That was kind of a funny story. Guy's very into mushrooms.
He was a hunter. Steven Ranilla, maybe? Let me see. I just threw it in the videos chat and Discord.
What if Santa Claus was a pedophile? He would go after kids that could keep secret and bring presents.
Straight up to manipulate children to get them to behave, yo. Anybody who's parented, you gotta have currency in kids' world. You gotta know how to.
Yeah. But then
no, you don't manipulate kids. They manipulate us.
Yeah, but it winds up screwing you, because then you stay up until like 5:30 in the morning wrapping your kids' presents because it's
Really
Christmas.
if you make the emphasis on that aspect of the holiday, I fear you set your kids up to be deceived and lied to in life if you play it up too much and make it.
Look, I don't have any kids, but if I did and they found out that Santa wasn't real because of this conversation, we would have to fight.
Well, here's the thing. So you're like arguing about the degree to which you're lying to your kids about Santa existing. Like it's kind of at that point it's like, yeah, I lied to you.
Yeah.
There's a season. I mean, as a parent, you want to give your kids like that innocence of childhood and all that with it and the joy and.
You always smile at kids.
Don't send them to junior high school without telling them. But yeah, when they're kids, let them be kids.
Exactly, and I hear what you're saying.
They'll figure it out.
I did it up with my kids. Believe me, Easter baskets that they had to go on a treasure hunt to find. They had to
Right. Did you ever notice that, like, whenever, like, you always just instinctively smile at kids because you don't want to remind them how terrible the world is, like all the BS that you're dealing with? You never want to let them know about that. Like, you want to let them be as innocent as possible. Like, that's why I feel like Santa existed as long as it did.
If there's a kid in this talk, bro, it's getting frightened.
Yo, Santa coin. Is there a Santa coin? I'm sure
course
it's
there-
gonna pump a little bit right now.
Watch it happen.
There's a Wolverine coin I found out earlier, and I googled it, and its page is not secure. And it says that it's like, I forget what it was, but it was some bullshit.
For kids, it's like expecting Christmas for us to expect the $1 Doge.
Yeah, Christmas absolutely respects the US dollar, if that's what you're trying to say.
No,
Same
you-
rush, same rush, same rush.
No, he's saying we're like kids and we're waiting for our present. Our present's going to be $1.
Yeah.
Yep. But they
Yo,
Santa's broke this year, bro.
you know what? Imagine what the economy would look like if there were no Christmas. Like, that'd be insane. I'll bet you the tax law will be like 30% different.
well, I think Santa Claus will during Christmas I get a fat ass bonus. So yeah.
Nice.
So this is Versace. I got some updated news on the Binance stuff. So you cannot link your bank accounts directly to Binance anymore, do direct transfers anymore. You can still use your debit and your credit cards in Europe, apparently. But some banks may have.
I thought that was like Barclays only.
What?
No. So there's Barclays. Barclays is basically saying no, you can't do anything. So I guess you can't do anything on their system with Binance. But the EU is saying that specifically that euro deposits via the single Europe payments area or SEPA have been put on hold indefinitely due to circumstances beyond the exchange's control. However, at the beginning of the article, it says that you can still use your debit cards and your credit cards to make purchases on Binance or to use Binance.
How do you pull out the money?
Just cut the fiat faucet.
So you can go from fiat to crypto, but you can't go from crypto to fiat anymore.
No. I don't know what that's going to entail because I haven't found anything about getting out of the exchange yet. Only they've been talking about is how to get money into the exchange. I haven't heard any problems about getting it out of the exchange.
No, that kind of makes sense because also on Coinbase, both of my bank accounts got like disconnected on Coinbase at the same time that Binance thing happened.
So they don't want direct connection to the banks. They just want you to be able to buy these like securities through,
It's SEPA.
Not
It's all
direct
done. It's all done through SEPA. So it's like I said, it's the fiat coming from the banks.
Yeah, and also it's all like corporate politics too. Like a lot of it has to do with that too. Like, because otherwise, this would all be. So, I just noticed something real quick. I just want to give a quick TA if anyone wants to jump in my stream, Bemke. So I drew a trend line that I noticed across these shoulders that we've had for the past couple weeks on the So we have a peak on May 26th on the total crypto market cap. I'm talking about daily. We have a peak on the May 26th, June 3rd, and June 14th. But all of them have shoulders, and those shoulders draw a trend that also matches up with some peaks that we had right before our all-time high, our two all-time highs from April 15th and what was it, May 9th and 11th. So if you draw those trend lines down on those shoulders and ignore the peaks, you get a channel that we are meeting, like a channel that's the top of the channel, and the bottom of the channel is some other points that we hit over and over again, and some shoulders all the way over to another peak that we hit that used to be an all-time high. What was it? February 21st. I have two channels drawn there specifically for that reason, because there's so many times we hit that specific levels, and I just want to point out that those two levels that we keep hitting repeatedly on different parts of the channels are $1.5 trillion market cap total. We hit it so many times, like on June 16th, 15th, you know, like we hit it on the 7th, 12th, 28th, May 24th, and then you come all the way back. We hit it so many times, like it's insane, and we are right there. We're right at 1 point. Right now we're at 1.425. So we are coming to this, you know, in my opinion, this is like a triangle that you can't technically see because of manipulation or whatever you want to call it. But there's a triangle forming that you can't technically draw completely, and it's getting consolidated to the point, like, look how consolidated this is. If you get rid of this section where we dropped between, what is it, the 16th to like the 21st, and you move up, this is one long wedge all the way over. And it's just all consolidation here. Like, this is all so good for total crypto in general. This line between 1.45 and 1.5 total crypto market cap is just too real to not see. It's right here. It hit it so many times, and then it's right here again. It hit it a whole bunch of times. And we're right in between it. 1.427. My guess is that it'll drift down a little bit and go sideways for a while, but we could see a breakout depending on investments, movements, whatnot.
I don't know, but if Santa Elon Musk doesn't come through soon, I'll be very disappointed.
Oh, don't get disappointed.
No, you shouldn't be. This is great performance. This consolidation here is so healthy and so good. Like, people are severely underestimating how well this is consolidating in this specific area. Like,
So we
I'm
can say
happy.
it's a stable coin then?
Well, I'm talking about total crypto in general. Like, the idea that there aren't a ton of coins just collapsing all of a sudden after this crash is healthy for the total, like, just for crypto versus fiat, in my opinion. Like, it's a good thing.
I mean, you didn't like that little pump from that tweet earlier that Elon did?
Yeah, I'm okay.
When Drew, what was
Because
it?
if you look,
I missed
I mean, the pump, it was, we got a very nice pump, and we're still even more than halfway up above that pump. And this gentleman here is like, if Elon doesn't do this, doesn't do that, I'm going to lose patience or whatever. It's like, come on, man, have patience. Things are happening slowly. That's how the wheels turn.
Yeah, Elon, you can't do it one way or the other. You can't, like, expect him to be the savior, or like to like, you can't expect anything from him. He's a participant like the rest of us. He's a player.
Oh, no, he's Santa Claus. He has to come through with the $1.
Yeah, remember, we live in an instantaneous world now. We went from, having to get in the car and go to Blockbuster, pick out a movie, bring it home. Somebody forgot to
And
rewind
just curious,
it.
and just curious to the gentleman saying, how long have you been holding those?
I did get it at 0.004, and then I sold it and I screwed up, and then I FOMO at 30 something, 20 something, then 30 something, and then I'm down on 20.
So since your last hold, you've been holding what, for like about a month?
No, more than that.
Okay.
Have you tried to now?
Yeah, I'm on my average right now is at 24. I was at 39 at one point.
This is still a good
Patience.
opportunity for people to get Dogecoin cheap. I mean, the real pump isn't going to happen until Elon tweets, Tesla's officially accepting something. But
Yeah,
until then,
I think he was waiting for
how many hints does it take for somebody to, get Doge just cheap?
Or if Dogecoin has a tweet and says that the Dogecoin 2.0, Dogechain 2.0 is ready and available for the market tomorrow, or say something like that, it is going to pump like a mo.
I also just want to point out the last time that we had the EMA 20 and the EMA 200 this close together was back because yeah, we just crossed it, but it's still sticking with it. It's right next to it right now. The last time we had that was back in July of 2020. Okay, so like this is absolutely consolidation that's like gonna stick. Like we could go down, sure, but this is like really really healthy consolidation.
I have a feeling that a lot of people will wish to get it under a quarter, to get it under 25 cents very soon.
It's under a quarter now.
Well, I said will.
And the MACD is still healthy for the pit. Like it's still on the same exact uptrend it's been for the past couple days, for the past week. It's still good. Like I don't think there's a dump coming. My non financial advice is that
And
we
the reason that I still hold Dodge is because last year I got Tesla and Tesla gave me a lot of money, dude. He did something amazing with Tesla, so I'm expecting him to do the same with this Dodge.
like and yeah, it's totally possible. But again, total crypto market cap. If you look at the RSI versus the MACD for the past couple weeks, that RSI is skyrocketing. The MACD is just on a slow trend up. It's just I don't know how much like better that can get unless we have like a super sell off all of a sudden.
Hey, can I ask a question? On Twitter on Whale Trades, it says $2 million at 5.34. $2 million of BTC was shorted at 33,975. Does that mean that's what he wanted to hit, or do we know what he wants to hit, or does that mean that's where we started?
Shorted means that he's betting it's going to go lower right now, based on the time, whenever that was.
So if it says at 33,975, is that the price he shorted it at?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the price when he placed the order.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Okay, cool. Thank you. And then on it says, fear is only temporary, regrets last forever. That means he's screwed and the bots are going to work against him. He's already losing, I guess, right? It's at 34,000.
No, I mean, it depends on your time frame. I mean, if it's your time frame's a minute, then yeah. But...
Exactly.
I mean, I love his tweets and I like the attention it brings to the market, but there's always times like this last one. Doge was going closer and closer to my limit buy, but sure enough,
right?
Exactly. Then I'm like, let me just wait longer.
Yeah, it'll get there.
That's why it's always good to hold.
I mean, he could.
Oh, trust me, I'm holding. I have a bag. I have low buy orders so I can buy more.
Yeah. I don't know. I set my limits for a little bit over or under, just to give it a better chance to hit. Like it's not as profitable, but I usually find that they hit more when I set them when I put just a small margin.
Yeah, I have a couple. Well, go ahead.
Like a tiny bit above where I feel like a good limit buy would be, I'll put it a tiny bit above that, and then like where a good sell would be, I'll put it a tiny bit below that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I do the same because I've found like hitting the target. Sometimes you miss in the big picture for me long term. I don't think I'm gonna sweat.
And odd numbers hit. I feel like they hit better because the full numbers, like the even numbers and whole numbers, they're all psychological. So like a bunch of people have buys and sell limits there at those numbers when they're whole numbers, and
like years are less likely to hit, but like when it's a more obscure number, I feel like it's more likely to hit. At least in my experience, I feel like that's happened for me.
Yeah, I always use like a 7-9, whether it's 2279 or 2379 for whatever reason. That's always worked for me.
Great. Now I got to go 8-0. Thanks.
That's the psychological part. I think it matters.
I think that's it for me. Go hit the bed.
What? Rest
Night
well.
Biscuit.
See you guys. I'm gonna leave the stream on my speaker, so please no yelling.
Okay.
And yeah. And
Are you leaving us on YouTube? Or wait, are you still
oh
on?
yeah. Wait, I'm gonna have a quick call with Lovejoy. I'm gonna broadcast this on my YouTube, and then I'm gonna hit the bed.
Is there a secret word you want us to whisper to wake you up in case something cool happens in the market?
Price action.
Hey, Pisket, you're
Yeah,
not gonna
we
watch
all-
the NBA Finals, dude?
What?
You're not gonna watch the NBA Finals? You're going to sleep?
I don't even watch soccer, which is big here. I think Italy played versus Spain here. Everyone was watching it. I was like, nah, go into my trading. I don't watch sports. I do them. I'm sorry.
I'm
that
with
was
you on
lame.
that. I don't like to watch them. I like to participate in sports.
Who's winning right now? The Suns?
Doge is winning right now.
Doge.
People still watch NBA?
The game just started.
That's what I was saying, Drew.
Yeah, I watched the NBA, just not right now.
Is
Seems
Bertocci
that-
still out there?
Smiles from Ayton and Lopez, perhaps for the last time tonight. This time Lopez gets it. And all eyes on Antetokounmpo. Hyperextended knee looks so serious when he got knocked down in Game 4 of the conference finals, but nonstop treatment, and here he is starting Game 1 of the finals. Middleton broken up by Crowder. That dunk will not count. A foul came on the pass. And Jay Crowder will pick up his first.
And right away, the thing that jumps out is DeAndre Ayton, the guy that primarily defended against Giannis. The execution of the lob pass, clearly contact. Question is he in the act of shooting this? Saying yes, he grabbed the basketball and tried to finish it, but intriguing to me that DeAndre Ayton is the guy starting on Giannis.
When you see those playoff numbers, he has been magnificent. They really missed his defense, although those two games, they were 2-0. The crowd chanting to keep count on how long it takes them to shoot a free throw, which has been a fairly large topic for the opposing teams throughout these playoffs. He's heard it in every round. Goes 1 for 2. His free throw shooting has been a roller coaster ride this season, these playoffs, and throughout his career. PJ Tucker starting on Chris Paul. Lopez picks him up on the switch. Some interesting matchups, Jeff.
And that's why they're doing that, so they can keep size on Ayton when Tucker switches. But down here, they're also putting Paul on Tucker.
Middleton. His shot won't go. Ayton the rebound. The Suns have not played since last Wednesday. And you always talk about teams and their rhythm. Booker misses that. Although Monty Williams and his sons would rather have rest and recovery than rhythm right now. Lopez gets it deep in the paint, flips it up and in.
And that's where I think he changed his game against the Hawks with Giannis out, but he's got to continue to do it. Get into the paint and use your great size.
Booker with his first bucket. And what a first playoff run it's been for Devin Booker, their leading scorer, magnificent young player. Middleton rattles that one in.
Outstanding basketball player, no secrets, but has the entire arsenal on the offensive end, and is a guy that can close games for you with the ball in his hand.
DeAndre Ayton fouled on the entry pass. That shot will not count. Hard to hear the whistle for the fans, hard to hear the whistle for us, as P.J. Tucker picks up his first.
One thing that jumps out to me, Coach, defensively of the Bucks, they're comfortable switching Lopez. We saw him guard Chris Paul. We saw him guard Devin Booker. If I'm either one of those guys, I'm looking for opportunity to take advantage of that matchup and the way that they're defending.
Booker drives, deflected out of bounds by Antetokounmpo. Both these teams, terrific defensive teams, probably the two best defensive teams in the postseason. And during the regular season as well, Mike Budenholzer's team overcoming a deficit in the second round and then overcoming the injury to their star player in the conference final. Bridges to Ayton for the flush. Bucks, by the way, clinched all three of their series on the road, including that game 6 in Atlanta the other night. Antetokounmpo, nice turnaround jumper. And obviously it's only the first couple of minutes, but he looks like he has a nice spring to his step.
Well, he looks good. The first play, a lob for him. That time, isolation takes the hit from Ayton and able to finish.
Booker rises. Pass, trying to jam it in there, stolen by Booker. Booker throws it up. Oh, Bridges, what a deflection. Not sure if Holiday got a piece of it. That was a great recovery from Bridges.
Holiday did get a piece of it. A tremendous defensive play. And as you said, Mike, a great recovery by Bridges.
Bridges on Middleton. That's going to be a fun matchup. The veteran all-star against the elite young defender. Drew Holiday steps back. His shot won't go. Ayton the rebound. Ayton has been just a demon on the boards in his first playoff run. Ayton's got Tucker on him. Little jump hook is good.
That's a smart play by Chris Paul.